kind of goes to something like Ghost in the Machine.
Right.
Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell. Yeah.
Do you know what Ghost in the Machine is? It's there's an episode of X Files that is that kind of thing where like there's like a building, like a state of the art office building that has smart technologies and shit, and the fucking AI is like zapping people who touch the keyboard and shit like that.
I wonder where that idea comes from in Ronin, though. If it's just a made-up sci-fi concept, or if this stuff was in, something he was reading.
Yeah, yeah. There are certain things that I feel like it's just been talked about for a while. Cyberpunk is new at that era. All of the Neil Stephenson.
So all those ideas are
Snow
probably,
Crash
if you're cutting edge storyteller, those ideas are probably I don't know, something that resonates, that you'd be conscious of, like a new genre popping up. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, because those things caught fire a little bit. And he's a big dork, from what I hear from reliable sources. He's a big Trekkie and shit like that, so... Alright, I'm about to put it on the Patreon in 2 seconds. But we are streaming, Jimmy.
I think I found the first Aircell ad.
Nice.
And it looks like almost like it's written on a cocktail napkin or something. Like some of the text is just handwritten and not by a professional letter.
Alright, man, you should be getting the link in your Gmail. And I'm going to continue to set up and just hope that I start to see concurrent viewers pop in, but I think we got it all correctly.
Yeah, I got the link.
Yeah.
What's up, King Kayfabers? Welcome to hopefully a very good stream this week.
Yeah, trying a little something new.
Yeah, let's hope the technology agrees with us all around. Gonna be a fun week this week too. Found a story that I had no idea existed. We'll get into it more whenever that video comes up. But as I was saying on the live one, finding the stuff that I had no idea existed is such a thrill, because it's something I would have tracked down in the aftermarket if I knew it existed.
Totally. Like I was gonna ask you if when you were referring to your little notes on like which issues you have and which issues you did, if like that was like a little side note, because I was like, fuck, I had all opportunities to scoop that up too.
I spent all week just going through, like, those were sitting on the nightstand, and it would just be like, look at a couple of heavy metals each night.
Yeah.
Which is real fun. And Charles Burns in a bunch of those early 80s.
Yeah, for
which
sure.
I thought's really cool because, like, also in Raw.
Exactly, just like Drew Friedman.
Yeah. It's so interesting, like, where these guys pop up, and it's like new talent.
And
looks good.
And, like, what Drew Friedman would have to do is, because he would still be doing his same shit, but he would be putting in, Klato or whatever from like the day the Earth stood still into his comic about William Bendix or whatever.
Yeah, it's so bizarre, the Venn diagram of heavy metal and Raw.
In this issue that we're gonna cover, that Kierkegaard guy who does that like very...
I don't know what he does.
Yeah, like where he'll just draw C-3PO with a bra on or something.
Yeah, he has a Catalan book too, and it's the same style, just like a bunch of like Madonna and celebrity kind of faces on everybody.
So it's so bizarre. Always was, man, because he just, in true fine arts fashion, like he like found his shtick, and just fucking stuck with his shtick his whole career, as far as I know.
It's weird how much of that's in comics, like his doing that. Because it seems like you'd hire him to do a cover or some kind of illustration, where you're getting that likeness. But to spend a bunch of his time making comics with that kind of style, and I look at those heavy metals, and it's like I literally don't know what this media is.
Totally, so like his, right? And then you find out that it's Byzantine, it's Liberatore going with marker and then blending it with his finger. Like, you would never guess something like that crazy.
No, but you know what? It makes sense to me that he then doesn't spend that much time in comics, Liberatory.
Because
that is some hard stuff.
We could tell the people what it is too, man. There's an issue of Heavy Metal that has Bourbon Threat, the Jeff Darrow strip.
Yeah, and it really lays the groundwork for Hard Boiled as well as Shaolin Cowboy.
For sure.
Come on, Filmic Remote. Redeem yourself.
Yeah. Hey, that looks pretty good.
So far, so good.
I'm actually going to set it up first.
Is it weird going through this book without Tom here?
I told him that we're not going, like, we did he and I did a video, we'll go through the Free Comic Book Day, and I was like, we're probably going to have to do a bigger video on this, but it's just going to be me and Jimmy, because I'm not going to sit there pulling your pants down, sucking you off in front of you. And he liked that, because I adore it. I adore the work. I adore the work. It's given me something to strive for, man. In terms of, like, I think it's one of the best books that came out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, there's a lot of strong stuff in this. Is this out now?
Yeah, I don't know. You maybe look on your phone or something. Just go on Amazon or whatever.
Ed, are you looking forward to the Uzumaki anime? I'm not. I don't know what that.
That's Junji Ito, Uzumaki, the spiral based one.
I haven't heard anything about it. I haven't seen any.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it either.
Trailer or anything.
But you know what, man? The guy who runs the Key Collector, no, the Key Manga. I forget exactly what it's called. It's an Instagram channel, King Manga Project, something like that. He and I were talking because, like, he put up this one image that the graphic design was just incredible. It was about, like, face mirror or something. It was like the second or third Junji Ito story he ever drew. I don't think it came to America. And then on the very next post, he talked about Junji Ito's the most overrated mangaka to like be translated. And when we got into a conversation, I'm like, you know what, dude, I agree. I have 8 giant collections of his stuff. Read them all. The guy cannot stick a landing to save his fucking day, and it's always a disappointment. And in my thing, I was like, dude, Amagara Fault is his masterpiece, and it's a 32-pager, in and out, real quick. And he was like, to him, he was like, dude, that's a deep cut, man. He's like, if it wasn't so expensive, I would just send it to you. But he's like, yeah, it's deep. I never heard anybody talk about it, but I think it does have legs online. But he agreed also. So, like, I was hoping that he would be like, oh, but there was this and this. It seems that Amagara Fault's the one that I do want to read. And if you guys know the answer, please put it in the comment, because I will grab that book, because like I decided I'm done with Junji Ito after reading 8-10 books and just being like, fuck, give me something. You know what it is? He comes up with such cool ideas and cannot get it to work at the end, and that's the whole thing. Like the writers say, you could create a good first, second act. Need a water, dude?
I do. Yeah, I was gonna grab one. His cat book is good.
Fuck that shit, man.
It's such a good version of a cat book because it has his like that atmosphere of stuff being wrong. Like, you read it and it's just this weird dread, and there's no reason for it except like stylistically there's some sense of dreaded atmosphere.
Right.
And he's real good at that. It's kind of bizarre to graph that on top of like cats doing cat shit.
That's the thing that like is so enticing to me about him, is that he can really get you into the world. Like in 2 pages, you're there.
His art's so compelling too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that'd be the defense of it for me. Is I have so many comics where it's like the story's shit, but I love it because the art. And I feel like his art is really good to look at.
No, it's fun to look at. But like, look at like the Tomy, right? Like that super giant thing. if you read a 500 pager, you want it to kind of feel nice. You want to feel a sense of completion or something. Jimmy, I think that might have solved it.
That's awesome.
I'll remind me to do that every time, and remind me that we did that so that I'm not pulling my hair out, the last of my hair out when I'm in the other room trying to do shit. So we're going to be looking at Tom's Stan Lee bio comic. Does that look tombstoned to you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. It's really picking up that fan. I'm just going to have to shut that off. Let's let that go away, and then I'm ready to go.
You're talking the microphone?
The microphone, yeah. Yeah, the audio. Yeah, it was totally picking it up. That little bit is the AC, but I'm fine with that little bit. It was out to here with the fan. Hit it, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite comic YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We put out daily videos to our enthusiastic audience, and we have more than 1,000 videos up there as we speak. So if you want us to cover something that you're interested in, give the channel a search and see if we talked about it already. If not, put something in the comments and we will be sure to get to your suggestions. We have a Patreon for the King Kayfabers out there who want to completely mitigate the kayfabe effect, which is to say, when we talk about a comic, very often they disappear off the aftermarket. If you could get in early, that's a good thing, and we give exclusive access and first access to our videos to the people on our King Kayfaber level of our Patreon. Jimmy and I are also going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con. Jimmy, what's the date on that? September
8, 9, and 10.
That'll be probably the last chance you get to see us in person in 2023. Without further ado, we're going to put I Am Stan, a graphic biography of the legendary Stan Lee by Kayfabe Lieutenant Tom Scioli, another friend of the show who has guest hosted dozens of episodes, and is the creator of the Jack Kirby biocomic, American Barbarian, Transformers G.I. Joe, Godland, all sorts of stuff.
Fantastic Four Grand Design.
That's it. He called it Marvel's answer to Watchmen. I Am Stan. So he did the Jack Kirby book, very voluminous in its text and very, very rigorous in its detail. Tom is a Kirby aficionado, man. Has been studying the man for a long, long time, and there was a period where Tom's style was steeped in Kirby. Logical choice, man, to off the heels of the success of that Kirby book, do a Stan Lee bio comic. This is a horror comic. This is building off of what Dan Clowes did with Wilson in a lot of ways in terms of the writing and construction, but from page one, before you even get to indicia, credits, or anything like this was a famous video that was floating around on the net in the teens, where, you know, there are these invisible hanger-on guys who are kind of propping up Stan Lee, literally telling him how to spell his own name, and Stan did not look good in those videos at all. And then when you have these goofballs to the side saying Stan Lee, S-T-A-N, telling him how to do it, you couldn't help but feel for the guy. So we're opening up with that image, and that is to suggest that this ain't your Disney documentary, people. You know, like Tom's going deep, and there is a lot of back matter in this book to support the things that Tom explores. in the comic.
Yeah, it's such a good package overall. Like, this is my second reading of it, and as enjoyable the second time as the first read. So much information in here, and it's like when we were talking about the Disney doc on Stan Lee.
Yes.
Go see that if you haven't watched it already to kind of get a little bit of a different version of Stan Lee. You know so many Stan Lee stories, and it's like I could never write that, and there's end notes because I just feel like you hear this stuff all over the place. You read bits and pieces of his biography and interviews. Unlike most of these golden and silver age artists, he has a ton of material out there and available. And Tom's done a really good job, I think, of... I don't feel like this is some kind of like anti-Stan Lee book at all, but it really is a warts and all biography. Like, you're going to see stuff that's sad, and in some cases maybe infuriating.
Yeah.
But it's quite a picture of a character.
He builds a very holistic character. Unlike the characters that Stan Lee would write. Nobody is any one thing, man. Nobody's walking around kicking puppies all day. So the guy does good, the guy does bad, the guy does questionable stuff. The guy has trauma inflicted upon him that probably nobody deserves. He's a cautionary tale. There's ego and hubris built into such a character. And Tom explores it all, and one of the ways that he does that is making every single page a single unit, a single strip. He was already into this company 10-speed press with the Kirby book and everything, but upon reading this, I was thinking, I'm sure it's going to do fine for him, but if he wasn't connected with this publisher who still, it's 2023, they still have fucking traditional mindsets, these publishers. It's mind-numbing. But if he would have serialized this online, one page at a time, I think he would have grew a fucking super giant audience for it before the book even came out. Because these are all single units, single strips. The publisher would not allow that. Like, he was doing that with Kirby. And then when he hooked up with a publisher's like, yeah, don't do that.
How ironic is that? It's like this, me serializing this is how you found out about it,
right? And
now you want to take it away. Yeah. Why not keep it going so that everybody finds out about it?
Yeah. My lesson is like really like just do the serialization, tighten up the bootstraps and stuff, and have conviction and belief in yourself, so that you can sell the thing and have a giant audience built in. But single unit, single page strips, and this book. 190 some pages of content is so lean. Tom chooses the exact right moments. He edits. It's an exercise in editing that I've never seen Tom explore, where he sometimes it's what's not said, and it rather than the space between the gutters, it's this time difference between the pages that communicates everything. It's subtle, but it's there, and as you read it, like, you pick up on all this kind of stuff.
It's extremely readable too.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's a byproduct of his editing, but part of the joy of reading this is just how readable it is. And as we keep going through the pages, that's something to note at home, because it is a little bit of an unusual format. It's that widescreen format for the most part, and I say it on probably the one spread where there's some exceptions to that.
Right.
But otherwise, you really are almost speed reading down the middle of the page the way this is laid out. And it's such an inverse of what you think of as like widescreen comics that were so popular in the early 2000s. This is all that widescreen sort of ratio, but totally employed in a new way.
I linger on this because it is it's adjacent to what I was talking about when we did our Stan Lee documentary review, where I mentioned the sequence in the beginning of the documentary where they just show a montage of Stan Lee photos over time, juxtaposed with him talking his kayfabe talk. And Tom did it, this is page 3. It's not like Tom worked backwards when he made this comic. He drew this page 3 years ago, and went Warholian with it, which I think was a pretty smart choice, because Tom has been playing with color for years. And the other thing is that we always had that conversation about the black line,
right? And
it looks like he arrived at a place where he softened that black line up to very, very
pleasant.
yeah, very pleasant aesthetics, and it's something that he's been woodshedding for years, man. Testing different things out since American Barbarian, probably.
Yeah, and you really see it here because it's one, we're not going to get an extreme black. The other thing we're not getting is that white.
Right.
So, you know, like your range, your contrast is just a little bit lower, and I think it creates a very warm package.
There'll be often really, really good transitions too, where you know, you have the oldest Stan Lee here, and then you have the youngest one on the flip page. These are all the anecdotes that Stan has given us over the years about his dad working in Garment District and things.
Man, I never made this connection before, but I see little bits of Mazzucchelli in this
I do,
art.
yeah, totally, absolutely, man. Something I never knew about Stan or heard suggested was intense mama's boy, you know, like definitely mama's favorite, and Larry Lieber got second billing.
Man, it would suck to be Larry because you're in comics, but talk about being second.
Right.
You know, it's not just at home with mom.
Yeah, the way he builds the characters too, like with like the little curly Q and things, man, always identifiable. I think that Tom described this as like his manga, like that was sort of what was in his mind, not necessarily the aesthetics with the big shoujo eyes or anything like that, but in terms of readability factor and cleanliness of composition.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see, you know, this young Stan Lee going through just a very active socialite type guy. You know, personality wise, it feels like he had that personality from the get-go.
Right, and he builds it into very early on the hubris that we were talking, and in a stage presence, man, which is makes a lot of sense for like what Stan Lee becomes, because the salesmanship of Marvel was a big deal. The idea of literally the kayfabe of the bullpen and things like that. That's Stan Lee, and you know, obviously, if you're a comics aficionado, you know that he also took that from the EC.
Yes. Yeah, the Phantom and EC. But you know, one of the things I think of whenever I read this book the first time, and I think I said it when we talked to Tom, is it's very literary, this book. And having those early scenes of Stan Lee on the stage, it's not just good for what we're going to see him become, but in terms of the book itself, like it's laying the groundwork for this character's arc.
He does that plenty, which we will not do it justice in this exact video, but there are parts where he's basically negging John Buscema's Silver Surfer comic that he turned in, and then 50 pages later, it's a different Stan Lee talking about how great it is to John Buscema, and Buscema's like, really? You hated it? And Stan Lee just completely divorcing himself from that, even the possibility of that notion.
Great some of the color use too, you know, going from this pink background in one blue suit into the next scene of the blue. That suit has done the job, dressed for the part you want, right? And here he is, sitting at the desk working.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of good choices consistently. One of the things that I love is whenever you're able to create depth, and I feel like looking through that window with the lettering on the window, put something in the foreground. That is totally could be divorced from this book, but just in terms of drawing, I find this kind of stuff exciting, to have something in the extreme foreground just to create depth in your panel. That's a really good example of it.
I think this book might be 100% digital.
I think that's true.
With Procreate, quite sure. He did it on his iPad.
Yeah, and it's impressive because the lettering, the color, all of it fits really well. Like, I don't look at this and think the stereotype of digital.
No, it has a total human hand component to it.
He's very good about not just doing talking heads too. Like, we'll see these typing pages, which are great. In the Kirby book, you would see like a lot of the comic pages, and we'll get a few of those in here, but you're also seeing sort of the writer, you know, plying his trade.
Yeah.
And somehow that's compelling, you know, even a close-up of like the typewriter. That's
one of the really fun things. You have to read the Kirby book and the Stan Lee book because there is that overlap, right? And it's Batman, Superman, you know, in terms of like you know, Dark Knight Returns, like what Frank Miller says, like, you know, if it was a Superman book, like Superman would win. So this is the Stan Lee point of view of an order of events. So when you read the Kirby book and you read Stan Lee, it's Rashomon.
Yeah. Again, going back to that literary stuff, but I find this just beautiful, these pages of typed script. And they fit so well on the page, you know, like for a panel. It fits perfectly. Nothing feels crammed.
Right.
which is part of the reading experience. What makes it such an easy read?
The cool thing about the easy thing about working sort of on the iPad is you'll be able to bring in those pages and kind of like trace them off in a way like in the perfect kind of proportion and stuff. When back in the day you'd have to, I don't know, Xerox and shrink or project the image, but Tom was able to incorporate that stuff really, really pleasingly using the same lines and stuff, rather than like, you know, the ultimate hack thing to do would be to like photostat the actual image and have the line quality so different than the rest of the line of the work. So knowing Tom adds so much to the experience here, because I see him addressing a lot of the pet peeves that we've talked about over the years, including things like that. Like we've seen that image before, but a hack would do it differently. Also knowing Tom, the stuff that Tom likes, like Howard Stern and so, and like having that conveniently built in here makes a lot of sense.
I'm also a sucker for this stuff as a just fan of comics history. Is like any bullpen, any kind of like cartoonists, you know, all working together in a room. I love all that stuff.
And this is one of those classic stories, dude. So like it's all in here. This is kind of like a veiled history of mainstream comic books.
Yes.
In a lot of ways, because I mean Stan Lee was there for a lot of it. So this is Jack Kirby and Joe Simon talking about moonlighting over at National, which is DC Comics. Stan Lee overhearing that shit, and then 2 seconds later, conveniently, Simon and Kirby are now ousted.
Love that young Kirby look. You know, you mentioned comics history here. It reminds me of Eisner's The Dreamer, where you can see some of that early comics history, and also Strange Death of Alex Raymond. And my favorite elements are the parts that are the comics history parts. Right. And you do get that in here, and it's really well done.
Yeah, man. You never thought you would see Chad Grothkopf in a comic.
Yeah, that's great.
That's Tom doing deep diving, man.
It's really interesting too, because there was a Marvel bullpen. Yeah. It's not the one that we all read about in Stan's soapbox or in those 60s and 70s Marvels, but it's almost this reference to like the golden age.
Vince Fago, the strips with Vince Fago. So each of these is a unit, and sometimes the juxtaposition, it'll be an ironic thing where, you know, Martin Goodman is talking about how things are on the up and up, and then the next page it's Stan Lee being forced to like fire people.
Now we're getting the Army version. This is World War II, and guys are enlisting, including Stan Lee, but he gets to stay home, basically.
And he, Tom, will allow for quiet moments that just kind of breathe and set you up for, you know, this next chapter in this fella's life.
Yeah, his cartooning is just, it does feel like he levels up, Tom, with this book.
This is a masterpiece comic. Yeah. And I do not use that word lightly whatsoever.
VD, not me. One of the famous Army stories is his VD poster, I believe. This is kind of a wild bit too, and this is a flip side of the Simon Kirby moonlighting. Is Stan Lee is moonlighting when he's at the Army, breaks into his mailbox to get his whatever notes or whatever
his
he needs.
Assignment.
Yes, and ends up in trouble with the MPs.
And they seem pretty fair, man. Like, dude, we hooked you up with a puss job. Like, do you want to go fight? Just be easy.
Yeah, Vince Fago. It's cool to see him. Like, I was looking at Funny Animal Comics. That's the guy that I get pointed at.
Sure.
For people that may not be familiar with his name.
Yeah, totally. And pretty much exclusively at Timely. Or maybe it was called Atlas. Whenever the war came, man, they were those kids that were that didn't make it to the Army. They really had a weird way with Submariner's headpiece.
It is pure triangle.
Yes. And you know what? I've seen it even further than this. And that is no exaggeration.
That's amazing. By the way, we cover this book that Stan Lee writes about how to write comics and some tall tales in that book, but that's a pretty rare book. Like, we had a friend bring a copy over so we could cover it on here. So if you're curious about the book that Stan Lee is writing here on how to make comics, there is a video on Cartoonist Kayfabe that goes page by page through that book.
Yeah, for sure, man. And it is in wrestling parlance what would be called an after mag, where the after mags were the magazines that pretended that wrestling was real, and had all the articles were talking about how Ric Flair was furious at Harley Race and they were going to take care of it in the ring. This Secrets Behind the Comics, it's Stan Lee talking about how Martin Goodman came up with the idea of Captain America, which is a pure fable.
Yeah, outrageous. I did not realize Stan Lee self-published that book.
Right, yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
Comics were doing so poor, and he felt so sort of insecure with his position that he wanted to kind of get some footing. Another famous Stan Lee story talking about, when he'd go to dinner parties, trying to explain what his job was. This was the shocking stuff. Whenever Tom was getting his notes together and setting this book up, before maybe he even drew one page, and it might have even been a consequence of things he discovered while putting the Kirby book together, this authoritarian Stan Lee that would just be a piece of shit to everybody in staff. It's not far from Mr. Infinity or Dr. Infinity or whatever. Bow to your king, smacking them with cat o' nine tails, having like CCTVs in the 40s or 50s at the office, and watching his people on monitors. What did that cost in the 50s?
Just so draconian, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, very unbelievable. Him meeting his wife, which, again, these stories are, many of these stories are familiar.
Right.
I think he's always, the story of he and Joan has always been, like, clearly this love story, love of his life kind of story. So there's your Cat of Nine Tails sequence. It's a hard page to read.
It is, and you can see an example of this coming into other works where there was a Christmas card that Al Jaffe drew, and it had Stan with the Cat o' Nine Tails as like Santa Claus, and it had the bullpen guys as the reindeer.
Wow. Yeah, wow. It's hard to believe that somebody doesn't cave his skull in over this. And I get what the ramifications of that are, but that happened in comics. Like the Crime Does Not Pay editor beat some woman to death with an iron. This is not the most stable collection of people in comics.
Right.
It's not. It wouldn't have shocked me if somebody went violent in response to something like this.
These guys were so downtrodden. I don't know when sweatshop laws changed, but it has the vibe of that kind of thing. And these are post-Depression era guys with all that scar tissue. They are literally taking their licks, man.
It's true. But what a disturbing piece of his history.
Yeah, I'd fuck that dude up. I would destroy his life, and he would never be able to have a car that would maintain air in its tires or anything.
Yeah, here's your cameras now being set up, which is bizarre, and it makes me wonder if there's a piece missing. Did some incident happen?
Yeah.
Did those guys respond in some way that Stan's like, you know what, you're not going to do that again?
Yeah, I asked Tom about that, and the cool thing is there is back matter in here to describe where he gleaned the information for every page. Here's an early effort where a guy is wants his pages back, and Stan Lee goes, oh yeah, sure, yeah, here are your pages, puts a big fucking X through them.
This is amazing too. I've been going through a bunch of 1986 comics journals and Amazing Heroes, and the big story is Kirby's original artwork. And there's so much around original art, like it should have been taxed if the companies keep it. And meanwhile, Stan Lee's just going to destroy pages and give them back. Like, that's not something... That's a black mark on your record, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. We're telling the passage of time with Stan Lee's hairline. Which is smart, right? Like, you don't need a clock to do it.
This is another one of those details of like, we saw the Andy Warhol, let's show, 30 years of his life in the visual changes. Now we're going to read the book and watch them unfold page by page over 190 pages.
Another passage of time thing, you could gauge the success of the comic company by where the office space is held. So throughout this book, you've seen different versions of the building, and it would range from like a little walk-up kind of situation to now... we're in a kind of we're in a skyscraper.
Another great page. Feels almost like Sunday Comics or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are strips. These are totally strips. Each one is its own unit, which, man, I would have loved to have had that serialized. And I just know Tom could have built such a gigantic audience.
Great page.
In the Abrams book about Marvel that came out for like the 50th anniversary or whatever, this photo covers in there and let you know that that is Stan Lee, who is the guy in the costume. So build that into the lore.
Yeah, good stuff.
There are those pages where like there are the kind of publish the legend kind of pages, because you only have Stan Lee's word on these matters. And
this is losing a second child.
Yes.
Which again is part of that warts and all approach. Like, you really do get to see Stan from a lot of different angles. That feels like one of those things like you wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Yeah, no, of course not. That term pencils down. I wonder if Tom was even working on this during the COVID stage when that like was a famous term. But look at the iconography of this. Mm-hmm. It's Stan Lee is forced to send these people, to lay these people off, and it's an interesting creative choice to just push them into silhouette. This would be one of those pages where it would be good to have Tom give the director commentary, like what's the choice for that. I can make things up, but it would be interesting to hear the guy.
Yeah.
Irving Forbush, man, we will be seeing in Not Brand Eck.
Yeah, it's cool to see the ebb and flow of the comics industry too, throughout this comic, as things expand and then guys get laid off. The imitations. This is something that we were reading in that Gil Kane interview from the 70s, where he's like, these companies can just copy stuff,
right?
And that's what you're seeing here.
Totally. Joe Maneely's the guy who's showing up, and Stan has taken a big shine to him. It's often been said that Joe Maneely met a tragic ending, which we will see in the pages of this book. It's often said that that was Stan's original Jack Kirby. If Maneely would not have met a tragic demise, like, maybe there wouldn't have been that space for Kirby, because Maneely is fucking dope. He pulls straight from Hal Foster energy and could turn it out fast, like one of those unicorn creators, man, that fucking is very good and quick enough to meet those monthly deadlines. But that feels shady, doesn't it? How do you fall off a train?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but what a way to go.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Or good.
Maybe.
Depending on where the head is situated.
Yeah, I suppose there may be worse ways to go.
And here goes Kirby showing up again. Okay, so Tom is almost kind of building it into the comic that way. We're like out with Maneely, in with Kirby.
It's pretty wild to think of Kirby going back, Stan Lee being there, and then the history of like, man, this is the guy who cost you that job, and now you're back at his mercy.
I mean, that's almost pro wrestling, right? Like, whenever these wrestlers go from one company to the next, they have nothing good to say, but Vince McMahon is always there to bring you back. And I wonder, what kind of crow you have to eat. Do you have to put a black leotard on with a bunch of yellow dots in order to do the job?
It's a good point, and I didn't say it whenever we were watching the documentary, but I do think Hulk Hogan's in the wrestling analogy to Stan Lee.
Yeah.
Double check whatever story he's putting out there. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying that Stan Lee didn't write comics 384 days a year because of the international dateline on his travels?
That's right. Yeah.
And like, we all knew this, but it's cool to see the tandem of like the Atomic Age analogs to the various monsters that
It's such a great line. Whatever's popular, that's what Martin wants. Flying saucers, drive-in movie stuff. Great line.
This thing reads so good in terms of the dialogue. It makes me wonder, because like Tom leveled up at that stage also, and it's like, I wonder if he tested that writing out, read it out loud a lot. I feel like something changed. That's the thing. This is such a lean book for what he is choosing to put in here and how he cuts things off, even sometimes from panel to panel. There is no fat to this whatsoever. He plays the hits. Everything you want to see covered is in here, and there is plenty that is covered in here that you just don't know if you ain't reading fucking alter ego magazines in the 60s and shit. Also, that hairline is getting pushed back further and further.
Yeah, it looks good too. From a drawing standpoint, not the easiest thing to draw.
Yeah.
Looks good.
And now we're getting into the Marvel era.
Exactly. And you gotta love this stuff. He's talking about putting the world's greatest comic magazine above Fantastic Four. And I can remember reading that when I start reading comics. You know, it's still there.
Yeah.
And just like trying to figure out, what does this mean? Is this like,
yeah, like
who
what,
decides this?
Like what award did they get?
Yeah, right.
Now this is the just amazing storytelling, and we talked about it when we looked at the free comic book day comic. But like now we're getting into Hulk, Thor, all of that stuff. Notice there are no tails going to anybody's face, man. But you see Stan
Brilliant.
and Jack, so that is a hedge, you know, to not put those words into any of those guys' mouths, but clearly illustrating that these characters were created with two people. It wasn't one guy coming up with the idea, you know, the whole Stan Lee argument. Kirby is there.
He does a good job, because the story with the Hulk, why he's not gray, is because the gray would print really inconsistently, and I feel like Tom's capturing that in the art.
Right.
Although it looks really good there, almost like a wash.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, this is from the cover, and like the covers look good because you just had better paper, and you could do that wash.
Boy, that Ant-Man page looks cool. That Iron Man looks great.
Yeah, totally. And like, once again, that's a thing that, like, with the benefits of Procreate and digital access, you could fucking skew that and draw those lines as needed.
And repeating that Hulk formula of, like, let's just throw ideas back and forth, and
with no tails.
Hard to tell who said what.
Yeah, it's great. And Tom's a scholar. Tom is a deep diver, man. So like, that is, you can look it up. There is a Steve Ditko unpublished cover for Amazing Fantasy 15. It's the same scenario at a different angle. Mm-hmm. The way that he chose to perspective, it looks very front on the way that the Spider-Man is drawn. It's almost like he's running at you, but the perspective shows that he's in the sky. But Kirby took that exact image and just shot it, for lack of a better term, from like a worm's eye point of view, and to see the difference, it's really fun. It's really astounding stuff. And then one more of those.
Yeah, and you know what, the one thing that I'll correct on the Spider-Man mythos, Stan Lee tells this story, and we should have mentioned this when we watched the documentary. The idea of, like, once Amazing Fantasy 15 went out and did gangbusters, then they get Spider-Man. The cover dates are 1 month apart. It's August and then September. Therefore, it was about 4 months to get the data from what sold on newsstands and apply it to the next book. There's just no way the math adds up.
It's total bullshit. And we looked at a facsimile copy of Amazing Fantasy 15, and there's an ad in that exact book that says that there will be a forthcoming Spider-Man book. So, the costume fucking rules. I feel like if you design that costume, you just know that, like, you're going to have something good.
It's great.
But they roll the dice for sure, without empirical evidence.
Yeah, there's no the time just doesn't line up. Like, whatever was going on, maybe Martin Goodman was convinced by Amazing Fantasy 15, but it would have been in the office before it was published. It wasn't after they got the returns from the newsstand sales.
There is 100% an ad promoting a future Spider-Man comic in the pages of Amazing Fantasy 15. This is a piece I never knew, that Ditko created the corner box.
So interesting. Love that. And this comes down to, you know, comics were really sold a lot on racks that only showed the top third of the book. So having your character visible up there, brilliant.
Genius.
There's so much that Stan does well, and the promo stuff and the sales stuff to me is the number one thing. His contribution to like Marvel Universe, superhero, Silver Age, all that stuff. I feel like it's his salesmanship is the number one thing that he brought in.
Right.
That's not to discount his dialogue, but I'm just saying, like, he sold books. He sold books when nobody else was selling books.
Totally. The famous story about having that one magazine with the funny captions and stuff, having a JFK piece, and then finding out that, well, I mean, JFK getting assassinated and trying to pull the books off the newsstands. I think a couple trickled out. I think they're super, super valuable. Enter Roy Thomas. Is that where we're at?
You know what? Go back one. Is this... I think this is Stan in a DC... I don't know who that is, but are they talking about wages?
We're not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's with that'll be with Carmine Infantino a little later. We're still creating new characters, man.
This is some good stuff. This kind of gets this is one of those, if you're a casual reader, like or you know, a fan of the MCU, like the cinematic universe or whatever, and you pick this up because you've heard of Stan Lee. I feel like some of this stuff with Wally Wood and Daredevil, pretty inside. Right. You know, I don't know if Wally Wood means to an average person what it means to us when we read this.
Totally. There is a lot of good material out there that we can watch, listen to, and hear. Tom incorporates that into the mixture. So you have the Voices of Marvel. I never knew that existed until that Sean Howe book came out. And then as soon as I read that part in the book, and Sean Howe specifically talks about there's a representation of every borough of New York dialect. From Flo Steinberg to Wally Wood. Let me hear it. And immediately queue up stuff on YouTube.
I'll be very curious to see Sean Howe's reaction to this book, and if this were serialized, like as a weekly strip or daily strip or something. Imagine him just going through, regularly making notes on this stuff. Yeah, it would have been a great online strip.
Yeah, and I mean it sets a template, and what I meant earlier about like it builds off of Wilson is that Wilson is a series of single page units, and that's what this is. And it's when you break it down to like what it is in its barest parts, then you realize that it's you just do a one page thing after another, then you have a book, like with the hip hop stuff, it was 2 pages, 2 to 3. But you just keep accumulating. You build on top of them. It's world building on rails is what I describe it as, because we have the history, so you know what it is. Do your little bullet point for all the stuff that you want to get in there. Fill in the gaps. Read the right stuff so that you're bulletproof when Joe Schmo on the internet wants to talk shit, and you then proffer a couple of articles in true journalistic fashion.
I love both of these pages. So here's the Wally Wood, and Wally Wood looks good there. It's a really nice moment for him. But then we have John Romita taking over Daredevil. This dude's coming out of romance comics and advertising. Needs to be a little more dynamic. Good news, Jack Kirby's coming in. He'll give you some tips.
Yeah, dude.
It's such a cool sequence.
Yeah, and also another one of those very famous anecdotes that you hear, man. So this is Stan Lee, now fully bald, by the way. He's got the wraparound sideburns, doing way less time in the bullpen, like in the office. So he is not going in, not writing. Like he's spending more time with Joni at the house and stuff. So now the plots are getting even thinner. Tom is illustrating how little Stan Lee is doing at a certain stage, and hey Jack, won't be in the office, so we won't be able to do our plotting sessions as often. You know these characters better than I do. Go ahead and draw whatever, and I'll figure it out with a dialogue. He admits that. That's the shit that blows my mind, where people still call him the creator. And on that Stan Lee documentary, he says, like, I just told him have Atuma marry so-and-so or whatever. And they still accept that he's the creator. Here's your
How gorgeous is this for a panel? Just beautiful. That talk about signing off on a page.
Right.
Now John Buscema's back in the mix, right?
Yeah, Buscema showing up. is he getting promos cut on him? Nah. This is another famous one where you have the fracture of the Stan and Jack kind of relationship that happened with the articles, and you see Stan Lee's the bombastic. He's a salesman, and Kirby is more introverted, quiet, studious, slightly rambly, perhaps. That's hard to translate and transcribe into an interview. So of course Stan's going to get the more shine. He's got more media training under his belt with the interviews and stuff that he was doing, and then Kirby feels foolish. And he even does it by like cutting them in half with dialogue bubbles to suggest that kind of thing. So there was the fraction of Stan and Jack. Here's a fracture between Ditko and Stan, to the point where Buscema becomes Romita becomes the Spider-Man guy.
Again, it's one of the deft things Tom does is weaving these various characters in and out and showing kind of how they have reservations about, like, I'm going to replace Ditko? Like, I can't do that.
Right.
And we'll see it again, like when Kirby leaves and it's like, I guess you got to cancel the Fantastic Four. And it's like, of course, that's not what's going to happen. We know that's not what happened, but it's really cool to see these guys and consider, like, when I would see that stuff, I gave no consideration of what's the real human beings behind this feeling like. And it's cool to see that part in here.
It really is. We sat with, just in casual conversation with Jim Steranko, man, in Kansas City or someplace. And he was talking to us about, he was approached by Stan to take over Fantastic Four. And he's like, and I didn't do it. And he's like, you know why? And then he like looked up and pointed at us and was like, it would have been suicide.
I might need Tom to do a Steranko bio.
This is that heartbreaking shit where like Siegel and Schuster establishing the superhero genre and maybe saving comic books or making comic books a sustainable business opportunity for decades and decades. They never, like, they set up this template, and their skills stayed where they were as things evolved, and there literally was no place for them as comics evolved. They couldn't adapt with the times. So this is Stan Lee hiring the writer of Superman, the creator of the superhero genre, as a proofreader.
It's, again, to the literary part. Like, you could not make this up and have it work this well. To have the Superman guy fired from DC, a mirror of these Marvel guys leaving, and then showing up there, and it's like there's no place for him.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Here's the John Buscema versus Stan Lee conversation where he's just tearing Buscema to shreds.
Which we saw him do to Wally Wood earlier.
Right.
Yeah, it's not all rosy.
Fellini showing up to the offices. It's a famous story.
Yeah, it's another great one.
Kirby is off of the Fantastic Four. In comes John Romita. Here's his little symposium. Look at the bloviation too. Like he has that. They show some clips of this, I think, on that documentary where he's talking about he's a friend of the baby boomer. Let's explore their personalities a bit.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Like I've never seen any of that.
You can watch the whole episode of these like pilots. Pretty lo-fi, doing the Spider-Man drug issues. Early dabbling in Hollywood. It's funny because I know this exact outfit. I know the photo and stuff. Like it's Stan Lee with no shirt on. I think he's got the bucket hat and he's at a standing desk outside on like the back stoop and it looks so comfortable.
Do you know who those guys are supposed to be? I didn't look in the notes, but I was wondering if those are freelancers that they're out.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That feels like they're somebody, like right. Alan Wise or somebody.
Yeah.
Starlin, I don't know.
I was thinking that's Gil Kane.
Looks like it. Don't know if that's supposed to be, but looks like it.
Yeah.
And that's Martin Goodman selling Marvel Comics.
Right.
and you can see how well he's done for himself.
So Stan, he's expecting that like Chip Goodman's going to be the guy, so he goes over to DC and suggests that maybe there's some work for him over there. They gave him an open door policy, but then Chip Goodman is out, and Stan, takes the reins. Now, if there's any footage of something like this, because like I think Tom is building this from things that he's read.
Yeah, there's a lot of written accounts of this. It's amazing the production that's going on here, but it also makes total sense because like, what are you going to do in Carnegie Hall?
Right.
Very cool sequence. And it's fun that they incorporate both characters as well as talent, like Herb Trimpe doing a Hulk drawing. And...
Remember some years back they were trying to do like a Spider-Man on Broadway and somebody's wrist got broken or something?
Yeah, I think that show was I think it's like infamously one of the giant disasters in Broadway history.
Funky Flashman. And the way that the spread works is, and there's an insecurity in a way, like Stan is taking off the beard post Funky Flashman.
I liked how Tom drew that beard too. It was just like these straight kind of scratch lines.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. It fits with that whole cartoon style that is in this book.
The one splash page.
Great page.
If you want to make it in comics, the best thing you could do is first establish yourself in a different field. It's like he's talking to the enterprising creators who are reading this book. This is what you got to do. See, this is like Tom's stuff. He likes that kind of music. So of course you got to put that in there. Oh man, is this this is the Neil Adams talking about having a union?
Yes.
And Stanley's like, sounds great. That's fantastic. Let's do it just like the Motion Picture Academy. And then Neil Adams is like, well, that was instituted to prevent any kind of real unionization or anything like that. And then Stan's like, well, if you don't do it this way, like, best of luck. I'm out of here. So what's interesting about this is you have an unstoppable force and an immovable object trying to like make some stuff happen. Two good salesmen. And the tricks that Stan Lee uses on everybody to kind of like enter his reality distortion field, it doesn't work on Neil Adams.
Yeah, it's a nice page, facing each other and then facing away.
So here's the collusion between the publisher of DC Comics, who at the time would have been Carmine Infantino, and the publisher of Marvel Comics, who at the time would be Stan Lee, talking about the freelancers who are playing them both against the middle, trying to create bidding wars, trying to get better page rates from both companies, and them colluding in keeping each other appraised on that. And young Houseroy recognizes that as a bad thing. Said maybe even illegal, and I do wonder, like is that kind of collusion? It feels very wrong morally.
Yeah, and there's crossover and precedent in wrestling. Like this idea of like antitrust kind of stuff, monopolistic practices, things of that nature. Just that whole work for hire freelancer, like what those, what kind of rights you have as that freelancer, and a little bit murky at times, but yeah, definitely questionable. And it's really interesting these last couple pages and into this one, because now Martin Goodman, he's going to make another comics publishing venture.
Yeah.
Direct competition, hiring even Stan Lee's brother away to write some of the books. And you kind of see like this whole couple of pages going through the business side of how, it's just ugly.
Right.
It's just ugly. It's crass. And, you see it with the talent, but now you're really seeing it as this is just a business. This is interesting. This is Kiss. And I say it's interesting because this, when we're doing our comics journal coverage, has come up several times that the way the Kiss book was colored, the production values, and the cost all became like, let's do more of those. Almost like Dark Knight. Once Dark Knight comes out in 86 successfully, now there's a bunch of square-bound books that cost 5 times the cost of a regular comic book being published. The Kiss comic did that to some extent.
Right, totally. And infamously inserted their blood into the ink. We have Stan Lee cutting promos on the American Spider-Man television show, but giving mad props to the Japanese version, which freaking does rule.
And I love it because like everybody else is like, what is this? It's embarrassing. And Stan just loves it.
Yeah. Yeah. And all you got to do is watch it to love it, man. And that is like the first line, like, I am an emissary from hell.
That's so badass. It's such a cool treatment of Spider-Man.
Yeah, it rules. I only have a couple episodes. I got them bootleg at Pittsburgh Comic Con, and they're the end sequence is like where it shows the credits. It's the words over top of a montage of like other episodes, and there's one with a shark monster that like I've been wanting to see for 25 years, man.
I can't believe that's not something online.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure
Gotta track it down.
Yeah.
Cool sequence though, and it's neat to see the characters. And again, how heady would it be if you're really Stan Lee, and this is the kind of stuff like you're on the brink of your of comics being canceled. You're creating all these characters. Now you're seeing a Japanese version on live action.
Going international, baby. Man, when he starts dealing with this stuff with his daughter, it's I ain't even saying nothing, man.
Yeah, it's some of that stuff from the beginning of like, you know, you don't wish this on anyone.
Yeah.
You know, having that kind of family strife is just be a nightmare.
Yeah. Go out to Hollywood. One of the other things that we didn't mention when we were doing our Stan Lee documentary review is that even though he was out there trying to, you know, find deals and license the Marvel stuff, he actually fucked things up a lot for Marvel by making very shitty deals. Yeah. Jim Shooter's on the record for saying like certain deals were made for like $50, and that had language in them that you know kept Marvel from getting those rights back for 30 years. So yeah, he was out there doing the Hollywood spiel, but he kind of sucked at it.
Yeah, very unprecedented, and that's you're swimming with sharks. You know what I mean? Like coming from Stan's background, like anybody would have been eaten alive out there. Love Tom's treatment for this whole Hollywood panel. I love, but no outline around the sun.
Yeah,
that
totally.
Just speaks to me.
And there was a time when you would get up early in the morning to watch the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon, or any number of Gummy Bears. Maybe I guess that was Disney. But the only Spider-Man you would get would be at the end credits, and it would be this one right there, man. You would get this one, and you would get the Macy's Day Spider-Man, Doctor Doom guys if you were lucky. So what is it, 50 pages later, and I love John Buscema's outfit, by the way, because it really looks like a inmate. It looks like a convict. You know, it's like Dickie's work outfit. But
it doesn't hurt that the fence is behind there.
Yeah, totally.
Like, it really does look like that when you say it.
Like they're on the yard, and it's Stan Lee talking about how much he loved that very specific issue of Silver Surfer that the earlier Stan Lee was talking shit on. Maybe see there's a point where we're going to jump forward in time a lot. There isn't a piece on how to draw comics the Marvel way in here, which I think would have been a good addition. But this is pretty much our last Buscema section. This section you can find out about if you watch the Power Rangers episode of The Toys That Made Us. And there's this girl, Margaret Lesh, who worked at Marvel, hooked up with Stan Lee. Like, Stan Lee brought the tape back with the Super Sentai stuff that would be Power Rangers, and was like, we got to do this. Pretty much proposed doing the exact thing that Haim Saban did with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and she liked it also, but they couldn't pass the muster. She goes on to work at Fox, and Saban gets the rights, comes to them, and she was already primed by way of Stan Lee. And of course, it turned out to be a gigantic, billion-dollar business for Fox Kids. And also, when she's at Fox Kids, like that's X-Men, so which was a giant hit. And I think Batman, the animated series, she made a lot of big moves, but she started at Marvel. You got to get that in there, man.
Hilarious.
Now here's where the kayfabe starts to fall apart when you have more critical journalists,
right,
who have done the research, and you see Stan sitting up straight, good posture, all poised, going through his sound bites, and you have the guy questioning it, and Stan Lee not even hearing it when he gives his final answer. It's a really great section.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. There's got to be a Groth Stan Lee Comics Journal interview, right?
I'm not sure. Like the Comics Journal stuff that we are covering, Stan Lee, they're in communication with Stan. Like there will be quotes from Stan, but at a certain point, it was a hard no. Like there's no way that there would be. So I don't. There isn't. Mm-mm. There isn't. And at a certain point, Stan Lee will no longer, probably around the time of Jack Kirby giving back his art, Stan Lee is going to have none of the Comics Journal. But it crossed my mind, like, is that Groth?
Yeah, and this is recounting some of his famous stories. I didn't know that his wife wrote a book.
Right.
That was news to me.
Yeah, who knows if that's just some Vanity Press bullshit, though.
Yeah, I didn't look it up.
The famous Kirby radio interview where Stan Lee calls in and you hear the exact words. Well, I'll say I wrote every word of dialogue. You know, it's all mine. And then you have the back and forth. So at this point in the book, around 150 pages in, we got 40 pages to go. We are mad dashing the rest of the career, man. And let's be frank, you know, like he doesn't do much more after a certain point.
Well, he doesn't have success. Like, he continues to do stuff, but none of it really succeeds. If anything, it's kind of infamous.
Sure.
For things that go wrong.
Like this spread. So we've jumped from like the 70s, 80s. Like I think this was around 86. Now we're in the 90s with those VHS tapes that you can find on YouTube with Todd and Rob, and there's like the Bob Kane one.
It's incredible too. Like I bet you Tom was watching those videos and just like, I have to have all this in there. It's unbelievable, the dialogue from those videos.
Totally. Yeah, because it's like it's that unstoppable force, immovable object again. Where Stan Lee is talking like, just remember, I created this character.
Yes. Yeah, they're ready to lawyer up by the end of that episode.
And dude, how things could go south so fast, man. You got a 1-page little episode of the reunification of Steve Ditko and the bifurcation, like all at once. Like Ditko's like, okay, well, I'm not going to do that.
Boy, it's a great, almost animated. Stan with his arms open into the hug panel. Yeah. Such great drawing.
All these guys from the bullpen, like, hey, who is that fella? And then by the end, Stan Lee turns them fully off. And you know what? Hollywood is good for that, by the way. Like, Hollywood guys are good for that. There was this movie being shot at Copacetic Comics, and I showed up because I wanted to show Bill the slipcase of the first one. I'm very excited about it. And Bill was out on the terrace. You know, like they have that little courtyard at the coffee shop. And they had fucking 2 school buses with cables this thick running up those stairs into Bill's store and stuff. And it was supposed to be like a 1-day thing, whatever. And then this like assistant director comes down as we're having some coffees and talking comics and stuff. And the guy's like, got some bad news. We didn't get all the coverage that we needed today. We're gonna have to shoot again if that's okay with you. But don't worry. Your store's gonna be in a movie. And I'm like, I looked at this dude, I'm like, man, it took 2 sentences out of your mouth, man, to make me feel like I gotta take a shower.
Yeah, it's true.
Because those Hollywood cats, they think everybody aspires to be in movies and shit. And it's like, well, motherfucker, you guys are like knocking holes in the wall by accident. A little Silent Bob appearance.
This is a really sad sequence to me, is the Jack Kirby funeral. And Stan coming and then leaving feeling unwelcome. And it feels like that's a really nuanced moment of... That's not how people were perceiving it, but it's almost like Stan Lee being uncomfortable.
Right.
You know, and you wish everybody could have gotten some positive closure, something there. Because that's the thing, like, for all the arguments about Stan versus Jack, it really is the magic of what they did together.
Yeah.
And it's a shame they didn't get to kind of enjoy that.
Yeah. Hard to do when the thumb's on you, man.
Yeah.
Like, fuck. Kirby would have to be Buddha in order to
It's true. And you know, that's the thing, like, this may have been a place for Stan to really communicate that to his family, you know.
Right.
But doesn't get the chance. It's a good, I mean, this book is loaded with these pages that are really this one is kind of heartfelt, but like just these great moments and really well told.
This Kevin Smith piece like should be in here for sure. I guess it's really like one of the first Stan Lee cameos to be in a movie, but Kevin Smith was so vocal at the end when all the turmoil was happening, when like cops were being called, and Stan Lee's like one day Stan Lee is saying that he's being abused, the next day he's saying everything's all good, and it looks like a fucking ISIS hostage video or something. And Kevin Smith was so vocal, like, I live with me, like literally it was like putting it out there. I don't know who to talk to, I don't know who to reach out to. Stan Lee, you could live with me, like we will take care of you. He was very, very open and very vocal about that. Was just heartbroken at that stuff that was going back and forth, and that's what the final part is. We'll just like let's let this lie, man. Grab the book, check it out, because at the beginning I said it was a horror comic, and we ain't there yet. We ain't there yet. Lots of good back matter. Let's jump to some of this. So like you see Tom kind of giving you his notes about where he acquired like lots of this intel, further reading, bibliography that you can check more stuff out. And then speaking of copacetic comics, I think we got a backdrop right there.
I do believe
at our fair shop, man.
Yeah, it's really awesome.
Got the index so that you could refer to people, but this is a masterpiece comic.
It is, and worth noting, the main subject is an older person. There's not a lot of work out there that covers that, and as I get older, I'm more and more interested in that. And the part that you refer to as horror, I mean, that's the ultimate. Like I have, 5 aging parent-like figures in my life, and it's not just horror; it's also that it resonates.
Yeah.
As your loved ones get to this point, and as we end up getting to this point, and hopefully not for a couple decades. But it's amazing to read this stuff because it's not something I read in a lot of comics.
No, it's true, and frankly, the Stan Lee story, man, there are lessons in that story. And the lessons are, you can't believe your own bullshit. You can't surround yourself with yes men. Yes, he had his romantic partner, but he outlived her. And then he started to get brittle and fall apart. And he didn't have a support system. Like he did not have a support system. And the vultures came out. I've seen that stuff personally with other creative people I worked with who got very, very old, and I'm not saying that like their romantic, their intimate partners were great, but I saw the snakes come out and entice them. It's dangerous out there, man, and like that's the cautionary tale that I pull from him. I see it playing out right now with I feel like Frank Miller, in a certain way. I don't know what that guy has going on. I don't know who he's got around him or anything. Like, I'm not saying anything negative, but like, I feel for him. I'm worried about that dude.
Yeah, and the difference with someone like a Stan Lee compared to, say, my father-in-law is you have documentation of it, right? All these videos, all these articles, all this information. But man, it happens to a lot of people. Yeah. Not just the celebrity.
Oh yeah, no, totally. But
great book, Tom. I don't know what to say. Like the first time I read a snippet of it, I was excited. The first time I read it, I was excited. Rereading it this week for this episode, as you say, masterpiece comics. Like this is as good of a comic as I've read this year.
Tom's work is absolutely leveled up super far. The Kirby book rocked, man. And this is the next published book. But and I know that Tom did about 200 pages, maybe 300 pages of comics in between that nobody has seen. And that is is it the Cro-Magnon stage before Neanderthal and sentient human being? Like, there's a stage of comics that nobody got to see from Tom, like, unless you're on his Patreon. Maybe some of that stuff is out there. Join his Patreon. But we have the published work that most people will get to absorb by and large. And there's the Kirby book, and then there's this one. And the level up of the craft is exponential, which speaks to a cartoonist who is properly hard on themselves, not in the self-flagellating, 1990s alt comics kind of way, but hard on himself enough to know, like, okay, man, what should I address for the next one? Making those tough calls, man, and really reshaping the craft. Very inspiring.
It is. We did a video on composition from the famous artist course and talked about Alex Toth 10 years in changing his approach and how difficult that is. There's ego involved, all kinds of stuff. In some ways, I feel like that's what you're seeing here with Tom. Like, he's made some choices here that are very, very different stylistically than what he had been doing.
Totally.
And man, I applaud that for every creative person out there. You know, look at everything you do and don't get stuck in a rut. You'll see people talk about it. It's another thing that wrestlers talk about. And I think this is a great example of an artist really stretching and trying some new stuff, taking chances. And he did put in the work. But it's still, man, it takes something to really change.
We have daily videos here at Cartoonist Kayfabe, and there's more than 1,000 of them. So make sure you hit that little search box and dig around and see if we talked about some of your favorite comics. Like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. And if you dig the channel, support the Patreon. The King Kayfabers on our Patreon get access to all the videos that we create before anybody else. That helps them make smart economic buying decisions before these videos hit Gen Pop, and they might get the cheapest copies of the comics that we talk about on the aftermarket. We're going to the Baltimore Comic-Con. It's the midweek of September 8th, 9th, 10th, something like that.
Yes.
And that is going to be the last time you're going to be able to see me and Jimmy in person in 2023. But the videos are ultimately brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, tell the people what we got.
True Crime Funnies. This is my latest self-published comic. There are 3 nonfiction stories in here. You can get it at jimrugg.com. You can also read it on patreon.com/jimrugg, where I post my latest, greatest work, along with out-of-print zines and mini-comics. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive is available from Image Comics. There are 8 complete stories of the homeless ninja on a skateboard. This is me doing superhero comics.
Right.
Perfect for anybody that's a fan of action comics and comedy. I also am doing a new volume of Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This will be out later this year in November, also from Image Comics, and together with Deadliest Girl Alive, collects all of the Street Angel comics that have been done so far. Hulk Grand Design. I just heard this week, I think we are out of these at the distributor level, which means your store may still have a copy. If you don't have a copy, pick it up.
Yes.
Because once this is out of print, and I think it might be, no guarantee it even comes back in print, let alone when it might be available again. So if you've been on the fence, if you've been waiting, or for whatever reason, you want to pull the trigger now, because these are going to start to get very hard to get.
And if you don't find them in the store, you got to go with the devil you know and go to Amazon.
They still have some stock. So yeah, pick it up while you still can. Plain Jane's one of the first young adult graphic novels. Perfect for that young reader in your life.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this October. Thank you, Jimmy. This October, in time for the holidays, man, you're going to be able to get this as a gift for the hip hop fan in your life. It collects all Hip Hop Family Tree volumes worth of comics, 150 pages of extra material, man, a 500 plus page hardcover book covering it all. The comic I'm working on right now is Red Room Crypto Killers. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. This issue 3 of Red Room Crypto Killers has the proto version of my daily strip. My strip is called Switchblade Shorties, and I'm serializing it right now on my Patreon, but it's going to be a daily strip on all my social media when the time comes, and this is your first kind of glimpse at that comic. So this is a hot key as far as Eddie P comics are concerned. The other holiday book that is coming out is X-Men Grand Design Trilogy, which is a trade paperback collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. There are out-of-print volumes of this Treasury editions stuff that are not able to be bought by your store. So the trade paperback is the easy way to get your hands on all of the X-Men Grand Design materials. Name a couple other ways, Jimmy, that the people can support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Excelsior. Gotta, hold it. That's the new piece to this. I think I'll be able to do the Otomo, and we'll have to retool the camera for Raw Magazine anyhow. So I'll do this, and then you could do yours.
Yeah, these are gonna be a treat.
I bought this one just because, but I have like so much of the stuff that's already in here in that memories book. But one, because they put them out of order, you know. And you know what, man? When I go out there, I might just grab the set of the all these things that are out there. Get the bigger Domu, and because like the thing with the Domu is that it has that color, like the processed red pages and shit.
Are they planning to do these as English releases at some point? I thought that was the big announcement. Remember some time ago?
Yeah, it was announced. And if you remember, that was 5 years ago, and this is to be first, but it's so slow going. They're so methodical and strategic to the point of like having such a kind of corporate safety net that anything that happens has to take a decade or something. Because even like putting these two out, these are considered like, because the animation cell stuff is expensive to produce and are $70 and stuff, like these are considered like cheap. So it's like, let's put a couple cheap ones out. They still haven't even done Akira, because like Akira's going to be a part of this. Everything.
It's just weird to picture.
Yeah, it's the complete works. Kaba, both Kabas. You know, and what would that look like at this level? Because it would have to be, you know, different books. It's very curious. But this is what we'll look at, and we'll just kind of give a quick glance and say that we did a Fireball episode. If I can find a translation of that Memories book, that should be an episode, because that has Fireball, and it will be an opportunity to like look at Fireball on the top-down view.
That's a weird
Cancel Otomo. Look at how cool that shit is, dude. And that is my thesis. Like, I always love that piece.
Yeah.
That is my thesis, that this is related. This, Domu, and Akira are in the same universe. Maybe I'll do a commercial real quick. Hit it. This episode is brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. We put out videos every single day and have more than 1,000 of them, so make sure that you search through our channel and see if we talked about the comics and the magazines that you like. But the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon is there for our biggest supporters, and it mitigates the kayfabe effect, which gives the major supporters early access to our videos so that they can make smart buying decisions before the videos hit Gen Pop. Ultimately, the vids are brought to you by the books that we make, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. 504 pages of material with 150 pages that haven't been in the print published in those first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. There's going to be the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback coming to you from Marvel. That's going to include the out-of-print Treasury editions of X-Men Grand Design that are out there. Red Room Crypto Killers is my latest comic that is coming out. The 4th issue is coming out within a couple of weeks as of this recording. The 3rd issue is important for you to have because I'm serializing a daily strip, and the first appearance of those characters is this backup feature in issue 3. Jimmy has Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive out in the wild right now. It's received a reprint, but that doesn't mean that there's infinite copies, so make sure you get your hands on that ASAP. Another book that is out of print, but Jimmy promises to put it back in print, is True Crime Funnies. 3 stories in this sucker, man, ranging from color to black and white, from biographies to far out fucking historical comics. Plain Janes is a comic that he drew that is considered to be the first young adult graphic novel. Hulk Grand Design is out there right now. It is sold out at the distribution level, which means if your store doesn't have it, they might not be able to get it. So you might have to go to Amazon if you want a copy. And why would you not want a copy of this thing? And forthcoming is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, which is the companion piece to Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. It should be out in time for the holidays. Like, let's cover up that May 2023. Not Jim's fault, Image's fault. Now that we are done paying the bills, let's get back to the video. Sorry, Jimmy, there's going to have to be some editing to do there.
That's all right.
No, you just tap it there. Yeah, it's funny how that works, right? Welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Today we're going to be looking at a much-awaited Otomo comic, but we do have daily video content and more than 1,000 videos in our library, so make sure you hit the search button and type in your favorite titles. See if we covered your favorite comics we may have, and if we didn't, make sure you put something in the comments. The Kayfabe Patreon exists for our biggest supporters to get the videos before anybody else. This mitigates the Kayfabe effect, which happens whenever we talk about something and put the videos out publicly. Those copies of the comics we chat about, they disappear off the aftermarket pretty rapidly. And Jimmy and I are going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con. September 8th, 9th, 10th.
Yes.
And that is going to be our last appearance in the States in 2023. Without further ado, Jimmy, you know I'm a big sucker for the complete works of Katsuhiro Otomo, the creator of Akira, of which we have reviewed the complete Akira, Domu. We talked about Fireball, the exact story, not the entire collection. Very early in year one of Cartoonist Kayfabe, whenever we talk about Otomo, and whenever I go to Japan and I come back with a haul, the only Otomo I needed, man, was called A Gun Report. It's Tankobon #1, a collection of his very first works, and you cannot find it on the stands out there. Japan book hunter Koenji Sean, he's never rested his eyes on a copy. So finally, it's here, man. The complete Otomo series that Kodansha's been putting out, they bounce around. So, like, I have the animated books, see that I have the animation cells and stuff. Those are like books 22, 23. They put out the storyboard books. Those are probably books 20, 21, something like that. They bounce around. They put out Domu, which is maybe book 7. The conceit is that we're going in, like, the numbers are the order. So we finally have book 1, the juvenilia of Katsuhiro Otomo's work, and it came probably the same day as we recorded last week. When I cracked this thing open, I could not wait to do this as an episode with you, Jimmy, because it feels like a picture box book. It feels like art comics. Doesn't hurt that we can't read it, so you don't know what's happening, but it does not feel like what you would consider to be standard manga by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm stoked to kind of go through it a little bit here with you.
I'm excited. This is the first time I've seen inside of this book, so this is going to be very new to me.
Presumably, they just start with page 1, but there are various strips that feel like less refined than others. So I bet if we were able to read in Japanese, we would be able to tell like when certain things happen. But off the bat, like, there's formal experimentation here that you just don't see in your average comic, and this is almost built, it feels almost like a shoujo kind of comic.
Yeah, very interesting. Not at all what I would have expected from early in his career, but it also makes sense that it would be different, because what he ends up doing, a lot of people imitate after him.
Yes.
But kind of changes the way, it opens up some new avenues for manga, so it makes sense that he's going to be doing things that are different.
It's the mark making that is so wild. Like these very odd choices.
Even like the clouds, you know, like the cross hatching clouds versus a different approach to your shading on these clouds.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like a less refinement, a lot of rapidograph usage. The proportions are far out. It's
gotta imagine no assistant either, so
right.
You know that cuts in a little bit. And who knows, maybe he's assisting somebody at this time or doing something else part time.
It goes as early as I believe 1970.
Oh wow, yeah, that's earlier than I realized.
Yeah,
it's amazing to see him doing so much rendering with the pen.
Totally.
Makes me think about an Akira or something where like it just isn't rendered this way. You know, it's not, the attention to shadow is totally different.
There is a time when the Zipatone screens like come into the mixture, and I do think it is later in the 70s.
Is he drawing these lines?
It looks like that. They're very uneven. And
yeah, the edges are uneven, like it's not cut.
Yeah, and you could see a little dab of like ink dots. So I think he is. I think he's inking that stuff.
Bizarre. Yeah, these are just very odd.
Very raw.
Interesting how this is like essentially a wordless comic.
Yeah, so you could read it.
At least in theory. Wow, that's strange.
Is this like the little matchstick girl or something?
Yeah, we looked at that collection of like fables and stuff, adaptations of, so might have been thinking that way back here too.
In various episodes of Man Ben, Naoki Urasawa says when Otomo came out, everything changed. And from the looks of this, like, I don't think this is the works that he's talking about. It's probably a couple tankobons in, man.
You know, that's true, but I also haven't seen manga that looks like this, especially when he's doing just the parallel lines.
Yeah.
There were a couple, you know, there's a couple of these sequences. That's pretty unusual looking.
Is this the gun report? Because that's the thing. It's not it's the title is one of those titles where it's the onomatopoeia that is like written out. So the onomatopoeia is like the sound of a gun firing.
Yes.
And so it's not a book report about guns, but it is the sound of a gun report.
And he's doing this kind of rendering a lot.
Yeah. This is very important for me to get my hands on because the cartoonist who I look up to the most, whose work I enjoy the most, look at how
Are these thumbprints?
That's what it looks like, huh?
Ink thumbprints. Pretty good early 70s to be doing that.
It is always instructive to me to see the earliest works of the creators that I like. You know, got the complete works of Crumb, got the complete Charles Schultz, Dick, you know, Chester Gould, Dick Tracy. You name it, man. Got all the Tintin books. To see the raw levels that they start out, it's a hopeful notion. It's like, keep working your ass off and maybe you'll get better.
I see a lot of that in this particular example because honestly, this stuff is not blowing me away.
No.
It's amazing to see it knowing what he does in his career, but I don't know if you showed me just this that I'd be able to point and be like, you know what, there's some real magic here.
Yeah, it's very curious. He's fucking around, figuring stuff out. But then you get little moments like this.
Right.
Like, dude, it's like he's already there. He went from this page to this page, and it's like he's already there, dude.
Yeah, that's really something. It's cool to see that come out, too. You know, to see that moment where you're like, oh, little glimmer of what we're going to see in the future.
You know, I think you're 100% right, where, like, the strictures placed upon new Cartoonist and the deadlines, this is what the guy could do in 3 days or whatever. And then maybe towards the end, see, like, the guy clearly can draw. Maybe as time goes by, when he can get an assistant or two, then you see the work level up a bunch. Doesn't this feel like it could be a picture box book, kind of?
It does. I mean, I would also accept this in, like, early Metal or Lant or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's there's definitely some different things happening here.
We're getting there, huh? When you get a piece like this?
Yeah, it feels like a jump from the last story to this one.
Get more confident with the inking tools, but still carrying over a little of that weird shit. And I would love to think, like, is that Bernie Krigstein influence? But I'm sure it's not.
Yeah, that seems like a long shot. It's definitely some thoughtful stuff, though. And it does feel like he's applying some of those experimental things in early stories here more deliberately.
Right.
And again, you do get these moments where it's like, oh yeah, that's just nice rendering.
Yeah, the drapery of a body underneath bed sheets is no small feat.
There's a real wonkiness, though, to like these faces and figures.
For sure.
It kind of surprises me.
Every time the story jumps, the art jumps. Okay, he's there.
Yeah, this looks pretty tight.
He's a Tomo now. It just took 120 pages, and now he's a Tomo. But still little glimmers, right? Like little bits of that stuff. But he's there now. And you could tell like what he would do if he had the zip dots.
Mm-hmm. This is so wild to look at and think about him learning the system.
Yeah.
You know, like what can you actually draw in 3 days?
Right. He's starting to get screens.
Where do you swing for the fence? Yeah, I saw a screen on one of these previous pages, like right here, this cut out. Yeah, it's fun to see the screens are here now.
So that gives you more time to plan stuff because you're not doing these ruled out lines. He still is, but less so.
Some of the hatching is just wild that he's putting this kind of attention into the hatching.
Yeah.
Kind of speaks to that attention to detail that I think characterizes his work. But early on here, you're seeing it in the rendering.
Such abstraction. And seeing stuff like this, he's doubling up Zipatone screens. And I wonder if this is his own kind of practice to see what it looks like in print, to see what he can get away with.
It's pretty interesting. The other guy who I know that would do that kind of stuff is Eddie Campbell.
Yeah.
And he would build up screens and stuff like that. But it's really cool. Like you can almost see like this is a gradient screen. Like maybe he's ready to be using these screens, but also like you say, let me try some different ones and see how they reproduce. You know, like really going for it now in terms of the screens. Wow. This stuff's pretty interesting.
Some eyes wide shut shit. Like, look at this. It's so abstract and odd.
Yeah, Kriegstein is such a great name to put here. Not necessarily if this is drawn from a Kriegstein influence, but if you like some of Kriegstein's rendering, take a look at this. You know, you might get some new ideas on that. This is just wild. Like this kind of rendering on rendering.
Check this out.
Yeah. It's very strange. I haven't seen something like that in a comic. I can't think of one. And I give a lot of props to somebody like, I want to see that. Like, show me some marks I haven't seen before.
Yeah. And knowing him, that aesthetic might have...
weird. Screens on... like, it's strange effects there.
Yeah, it looks like fanzine art.
Makes me wonder, like, how this is even going to show up on a screen.
Yeah.
People be trying to adjust their sets.
Getting hold of those weird big dot ones.
That was good.
Kodansha USA, let's go, man.
I need these in English.
We want to read these things. We want to read them so bad.
This looks like a little different approach, too, to line and to, like, character design.
Totally. I guess you can't call it a spaghetti western because he's not Italian. A ramen western.
No solid blacks.
Right. Very thin line, like maybe even... No, there's some life to the line. I was gonna say maybe a tech pen, but you see life.
Yeah, it makes me wonder like what's happening. Is he maybe drawing bigger here that the line seems so fine?
Yeah, I would bet just a smaller, a different kind of pen. Very sensitive line. You know, comes from that thinness a little bit.
It's weird to think of this in context of like the pen and ink artists who really do line work. Like I see this and I see certain like Bernie Wrightson things, and it's not that it's that close. It's just that there aren't that many people that really work in fine lines like that.
Right. I bet you this comes back from print and he doesn't ever do that again, because it looks like a surface. It doesn't look like water. It looks like a bridge or something.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, dude.
Not sure everything that's going on there.
Yeah, because that's brush strokes. So that could be an ink wash that got put through a photostat.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, right.
Because like depending on how you set the screen, you could have screens that have the dots that big. And this certainly would have been an era where photostats were very...
You mentioned sensitive. Look at how sensitive this is with just little bits of white scraped away on top of that screen, or a little bit of maybe white media put on top of it.
You know, like having this extremely thin line like this, and speaking to that sensitivity, Jiro Taniguchi is coming to mind. Certainly when he's not using the blacks as often as he does here. You know, some of that previous stuff.
Some of these renderings are just really gorgeous.
When I went out there 2 times ago, and we went to this art show with Jeff Darrow and Brian Moss, and you could really look closely at the screens. You could see that they would double up screens. Like the assistants would double up Zipatones, but you could tell that 100% of the times the assistant made sure that they put that second round of dots in between perfectly, like the other set of dots, so that it didn't create like moires. Like every time they doubled them up, they laid them on so perfectly. They had to have that like little thing that you would see on artist desks where they have the magnifying glass. They had to have that. These pieces with the heavy rendering and like probably strong photographic reference stuff, the way the hatching is done, it looks a lot like the early 1960s pre-Zap Comics sketchbooks that Robert Crumb did. Specifically the 2 published features that were in Help magazine, the one where he goes to Harlem and the one where he goes to Bulgaria.
Right.
Like that style of artwork feels very close. And what it speaks to is the hatching that is less confident. It's more parallel. You know, it doesn't quite go with the planes of what he's trying to communicate. It's very flat, like one note.
This spread is wild.
Yeah.
It's neat seeing him kind of emerge. You know, it's not quite... I don't know that I would pick this out as a Tomo if you just showed me a couple of these pages.
Yeah, this is further experimentation for sure.
But at the same time, like, you're really seeing somebody that's mastering stuff quickly.
And I think that specifically the exercise he's giving himself with this strip is its photographic montage.
There's also a lot of, like, commercial... You can keep going. Commercial illustration techniques on display. And I wonder how much commercial illustration he's doing at the time.
Right.
If that was a part of, his workload.
Yeah.
We know he does it at some point.
Sure. Plenty. Nice croquis life drawing piece right there.
What wild layouts for a manga feature.
I wonder if we're getting lots of text that maybe he didn't write or something. That, you know, if these are spot illustrations of something else. I'll have to ask Sean or one of the fellas. Now we're back to like Otomo mode. Straight up.
Yeah, this looks like an Otomo character.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen him in Domu. But still fucking around with that ink, man. Trying to figure out, do I want to use brush? Do I want to use...
Look at the marks on this drawing.
Yeah. Do I want to use pen? You know, like he solved this kind of thing in Domu. Like you know, you gotta have your practice stages here where it's like, you know what, I'm not looking for that moire. I don't want that. I just wanted a gray.
Yeah, the experimentation is really awesome to see.
Yeah.
Makes me excited, you know, for him as a cartoonist, that he was really trying different stuff. I wonder if we were to find, you know, the first volume of a bunch of successful mangas work, if you would see a similar kind of progression and experimentation.
Right.
Like this kind of a line. Haven't really seen that in here. Don't really see it later on either.
Right.
But it's great to see it, like, try it on, see how it works, and just remember it. Maybe you'll have a use for it somewhere.
If I had to guess, these strips are in here out of order with when they were created. Because we just see stuff... I mean, that's so Otomo. You know? Like, we see stuff that is so easily identifiable, and then we see this more experimental stuff. This makes me think... Dude, with the straight up...
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Look at this for like a brush stroke. Almost like a chisel tip marker brushstroke.
Yeah, like it speaks to the calligraphic nature of like Japanese writing. You know, like you see those marks on signs and stuff. Totally accept that.
You see it in the graffiti in Akira.
Oh, totally.
That almost looks like storyboard or something cinematic with the rectangle and the drawing only in part of the frame.
And Kodansha USA, whenever you publish this stuff too, because this is like exactly what we need.
Is that Easy Rider?
Oh yeah.
So we're referencing some of the American movies that he would have been watching and influencing him at the time. Very cool. Yeah, I would like all of this. All of this in English, please.
Yes, please, man. We'll do a different episode on the Memories book, which has almost all of this stuff from Fireball. But this is a series that Japan has been publishing for the past 3 years or so. There might be a little less than 10 volumes out right now. There's at least 4 volumes for the animated stuff. There's a couple other, there's maybe like 10 to 15 of these books out as we speak. If you are not in Japan, you go to amazonco.jp and you could order these books. There's going to be a little bit of a premium for the shipping, of course. You have to make a complete brand new account. You can't use your USA or wherever country you live in. You can't use your standard Amazon account. It's a completely new thing. And if you are visiting Japan and you got some extra yen on you, like when I got my animated book, I ordered it through Amazon Japan while I was like in the hotel room. There were 3 options. You could choose to use your card or whatever. You can get a QR code. If you have extra yen, you could get a QR code, walk it straight to the convenience store, have them scan it, and give them your extra yen. So if you don't want to convert your money back to US and lose some in the exchange, not a bad way to spend that stuff. And then a book will show up at your doorstep maybe by the time you get back home from your trip. So there it is, dude. Complete Otomo #1, A Gun Report. Been talking about it for a long time. Finally got to lay eyes on it, and it did not disappoint. Extremely inspiring to see the proto artwork of a future master cartoonist, to see the strokes in there of genius amongst a lot of rawness, a lot of roughness, and some straight up wonkiness.
And as Ed said, we have covered a lot of Otomo in the past.
There is a playlist.
So check out the playlist if you haven't seen all of our Otomo coverage. I'm sure there's some videos there you'll enjoy.
Good to go, Jimmy?
Yes.
We have daily videos on Cartoonist Kayfabe at this point, and there are more than 1,000 videos up there as we speak. So if you want us to cover something that you dig, search that playlist, and if we have not covered it, please put something in the comments, and we will add that to our list of future episodes. Make sure that you like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. And we have a Patreon. At the Patreon, you get access to this live stream recording session that we have going on right now. A couple dozen people hanging out in the chat room right now. And the Kayfabe effect is being mitigated. I don't doubt that a couple of people are in the process of signing up for Amazon Japan right this second. And they also get the vids before anybody else so that they can make those smart buying decisions before anybody else gets the videos. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. And Jimmy has True Crime Funnies #1 right here. Tell the people about it, dude.
These are 3 nonfiction short stories. You can pick this up at jimrug.com. You can also read it on patreon.com/jimrug, where I serialize my latest. And I also post a lot of out-of-print zines and mini comics there. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive from Image Comics. This was out of print for a while. It's back in print now. You should be able to get it wherever you find books or comics. 8 complete short stories of the homeless ninja on a skateboard. And coming this fall in November, Street Angel Princess of Poverty, which collects the rest of the Street Angel comics that Brian Maruka and I have made. If you have both books, you'll have all of the Street Angel content that is out there so far. Hulk Grand Design, my ode to the green-skinned monster from Marvel. One of my favorite books I've ever made, and you get to see it here as the oversized Treasury edition with that fluorescent green cover. These are out of print, I believe. So pick it up at your local store if you haven't already and you see a copy, pick it up. These may get hard to find, and who knows when they'll be reprinted. And Plain Jane's, one of the first young adult graphic novels that I did with Cecil Castellucci, perfect for that young adult reader in your life.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in time for the holidays. It should be out here in August, but you can clearly see it is a printed book, and it's the best book I've ever made up to this point, until the next one, right, Jimmy? 504 pages of content, and it has 150 pages of material that is not in those first 4 books, so make sure that you get your hands on this sucker. Not the only holiday effort coming out. It's going to be a trilogy of X-Men Grand Design that is coming out. It's a trade paperback that includes all 3 Treasury editions of my X-Men Grand Design work, and some of that stuff is out of print, so you can get it all in one clip. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there, and the latest series called Red Room Crypto Killers is almost complete. Issue 4 is going to be coming out within the next couple of weeks, and I want to make sure you guys get your hands on Red Room Crypto Killers issue 3, because the backup feature called Latchkey Kids in Here came up with a better title. Switchblade Shorties is my daily strip, and this is a proto version of those characters from my daily strip. So this is considered a hot key as of this recording. Grab the comics, support the channel, keep the lights on, but there are other ways that you can support the channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop, and we'd love to see you wearing those shirts whenever you come up to us at Baltimore Comic-Con next month. And that link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the channel. Give them the marching orders, and we'll be on our way.
Read more manga.
See, this is when you hold it. Yeah, so you could tap to record, hold to stop. That is the stupidest, shittiest. The fact that it's the Wi-Fi symbol, you don't understand.
I would stare at this a long time before I realized, oh yeah, that's probably the record button.
I did, like, because it happened with Brian, and it's like I thought that this would be it, but nothing happens with that, and I completely neglected that because it's fucking the universal symbol for Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I don't get it. All right, you ready to switch up?
Yes, I am. Yeah. I'm going to make a tea real fast. I'm going to put these Otomos away real fast. Shouts to Rob McCollum, King Kayfaber, man, for hipping me to the new editions coming out. I always watch your feed, dude, to figure out, when the new ones are out and stuff. Planning a Japan trip again for November. Brian Moss is getting married to his old lady, and they're going out there for a honeymoon. And I'm gonna give them a couple weeks to do some honeymoon type shit. But then I'm coming out there with the crew, and then it's on like Donkey Kong when it comes to manga shit. There's gonna be a Fist of the North Star art show out there that I can't wait to see. I think it's all comic pages. And then that Comitia Comic Con, that like super big, beautiful convention that has like 30,000 exhibitors, is going to be December 3rd. So I'm thinking like leave November 14th, come back like December 5th. And in the meantime, trying to convince Jimmy to come out with us. How about it, Jim? No?
Probably not.
Kayfabe trip to the land of the rising sun.
Man, it's tempting.
With Jeff Darrow and Jim Mahfood and Alika Seki.
The temptation is great, but we'll see.
That means no. I'm gonna make a tea real quick. I just wanted to kind of filibuster while you were away.
I'll take over some filibustering.
We're gonna do the Ronin first.
Sure.
I want to make sure that we show Jeff's book off.
Yes. Yeah, do you have that in here? I'll go grab that. Is that in the other room? Oh, no, I see it behind me. Have most of you guys read Ronin? Is that a book that's crossed your eyeballs yet? It was kind of a hard book to get whenever I was a kid and trying to find it, but now I think it's probably in print. Not too hard to come by. It's weird going through it again. Whenever I got this book, I bought it all out of order because there wasn't like, a place to buy it online or anything. And it's a bad way to read a comic that's really a graphic novel. To read it in like book 1, then book 4, then book 2, then book 6. Not ideal. So this should be enjoyable as we go through this, every couple weeks or so, reading the next chapter. It's a very, very strange comic. It's an exciting thing, I think, for DC that they publish something like this, because it really does feel out there. And geez, Miller must have been 25, 26 whenever he's doing this.
This was a crazy week for me, Jimmy, but I'm going to try to be much more... Like, I'm going to try not to let the stuff pile up at the post office. I'm going to try to hit it up every Wednesday. Couldn't do it this week. And if I can't, like, there's a reason.
Yeah.
It just, like, shit was really hectic. Like, I just needed all the time I could to work, and that's taken care of.
Yeah, I can remember going through books, like, early on, making books.
Yeah.
And especially whenever I was working full-time and making books, and it'd just be like, man, nothing went wrong for, like, a year and a half.
Sure.
Because if it did, like, schedules were just wrecked.
Yeah.
There was no wiggle room. There was no way to make up time. And now, like, in the last couple of years, I feel like there just is no continuity to schedule in my life. Like, there's so much weird, like, it's always something.
Well, you take on projects, you got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I've gotten into a bad freelance cycle in the last month. And I do it in part because it's like, it's summer, Natalie's home, we're traveling. Okay, I can do a cover here, I can do a cover there. I can do this job. But then I'm reminded, because, I don't know, a few years ago, it was like, I'm done. I can't do freelance like this. It's too much, too many things. And then I don't do it for a few years. And I wouldn't say I miss it exactly, but I forget. I forget of, like, what it is to be, spinning 15 plates at once.
Good for you, man, because I fucking hate that shit.
I ebb and flow. I like some of it. I like some of the creative part of it, because it's always stuff I wouldn't be doing otherwise.
Right.
But the scheduling and stuff is not something I like, and I'm probably be wrapping up the stuff that's on the freelance commitment list and getting back to just one or two things. One of the things, you guys, that I've been working on, and wasn't ready to talk about it in the weekly yet, but I'm working on my next zine that I hope to have at Baltimore, and it's a sequel to BW. So if you guys have seen that, that's like a collection of panels and art and all this stuff from a bunch of the indie comics. This stuff is more of looking at all the comics, like news and history from around that time period. So it's just going through like comics journals and Amazing Heroes and comics interviews and comic scenes and all this stuff, and just finding and clipping stuff as fast as I can go. My head comes out of there spinning. Like, I go to bed at night and it just feels like the whole of I just read as much of comics history as I could, but in a very, very chaotic way, where it's like a bunch of different voices reporting on it and slightly out of sequence. It's the same as reading Ronin out of order. Yeah, it's kind of add that with a couple of freelance jobs, and it's enough to make me go have weird dreams. That's for sure.
Give me a second, and I'm just going to pull up the stream. I really think that we're just going to have to always move the router closer.
Yeah, I wonder if that contributes to the interference we were having with like the device remote control, or if that's an update of that app.
Right.
But either way, it seems much smoother today all around.
So I'm not able to click it for some reason. Let me try that again. Rob, no, man. I'm so upset that I'm not going to that Akira Cell exhibition, which is going on like next week or something. I'm heading out in November. But so like the two big events that I know I'm checking out is the Fist of the North Star Ganga, which is going to be fucking sick as hell, dude.
Yeah, that's going to be...
If
you want to work me into Japan, like that's... Keep talking about that show.
2 pieces, Jimmy. This is why I want you out there, man.
That and the crew that you've assembled is very special.
Yeah. Also, I think that girl Danica, who's making the Akira documentary, is going to be out. And she's going to shoot our interviews out there, if we swing it. So November 19th cuts off the Fist of the North Star art show, and then December 3rd is Comitia. It'll be my 3rd Comitia, and that's that convention that has like 30,000 exhibitors. So that's why I have to go at that span. I was gonna maybe go to Singapore Comic-Con. That's like the 9th and 10th, but I just don't want to go out for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And I don't want to miss that Fist of the North Star art show. Like, so I have to go leave the 14th, get there the 15th maybe, and then it gives me a couple of days to check that out. And then I if Comitia is close, like I got to go to that, because like Jimmy, I insist that you come to a Comitia at some point, because it's the best comic convention you will ever experience. Like it's just, the whole vibe is unlike anything. Like the all-encompassing nature of it. Like when we went to this last one with Brian and Hakeem, he bought so much art supplies, like these super rare watercolor sets from that Kuretake company, I think it was called, like this, in this beautiful wooden box, and just like all this weird shit, man. Like all the doujinshi publishers, or the printers, are set up with all examples of all their works and like what it looks like. It's a really, really special festival.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So let me just...
You set up?
Butter you up. Yeah.
Hey, can I switch out your stand?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, dude. Like, Sean, there's going to be some big news with Sean. I don't want to blow his spot up, man, but pay attention to his stuff. But knowing what he has and what his setup is, like, he has this whole rig with lights and everything. So it's like, we're going to do Kayfabe episodes that we'll be able to fully produce. Like, just push it off of his stands. But if you remember, remind me to tell you, like, after we get off the stream, because I just don't want to put his private info out. But I think there will be a lot of Sean time.
That makes sense.
This round. The first time I was kind of like... So, okay, check this out. I figured it out. Oh. So you hit this. Because like I thought he and I were like, we were just buds, because like so many people that I met are just total friends, so this is very fuzzy here.
Yeah.
So take a look in there. Tell me if you think it looks okay. Is it fuzzy as fuck?
No, but
something happened.
They
you getting texts and shit?
No, it's so aggravating.
Oh yeah,
like, I'm trying to work here.
Yeah.
And I'm getting notices of,
right,
how's this working for you? So it's really fuzzy on here too. And
okay, so it's
okay, there you go.
Yeah. So like when I first hung out with that Sean dude, what he was doing was watching me and Jeff Darrow and Brian like fucking a hawk, and all the shit that we were buying, he was buying, and then putting onto his website. And so I was feeling like used, you know what I mean? Because I thought we were just buds, you know. And I'm like, okay, this dude's out here doing business. And then when I understood that that's the relationship, I felt more comfortable. It was like, okay, this is what it is. Like it's a business thing rather than just buds. Because like I'm out there with Jeff Darrow, like, oh, dude, look at this. Like buds. Brian, yo, check this out. Did you get that? Blah, blah, blah. But like that dude is like this. And then I'll get my big Domu and he'll get 3 of them.
It makes total sense to me because
he knows I'm going to do an episode.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also it's a different set of eyes. You know what I mean? Like you guys are all like and he
sells it overseas, so he wants to see what the white boys are fucking buying.
Yeah, and I'm sure from his point of view, like you know this from like when we're digging, you at some point it's like you know what you know.
Yeah.
But being able to expand that to like what someone else knows, especially if you're reselling this stuff, it's invaluable. It's a wonder he doesn't like sponsor, you know.
Well, like when he's gonna have, I'll tell you after and shit, man. But like he's got some shit happening, and I think we'll do episodes, and then we're gonna have to do like a part 2 of his deal, man, because it's changing. It's very successful. It's very successful, man. So when we put this out, like I think it should be called like is this the issue where Ronin falls apart? Like something with a negative. I don't think it is, but I don't think it's much neither. Should I grab my issue? Ah, fuck it.
It was right there.
Oh, is it?
It's handy.
Okay, cool. I was thinking it was in the other room. All right, good to go if you are.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
We are continuing our look, book by book, through Frank Miller's Ronin. Frank Miller comes on the scene, reinvigorates Marvel's Daredevil, and kind of gets the keys to the comic book kingdom from DC Comics. This is the project that he uses that freedom, that creative capital that he builds off of Daredevil and being one of the hottest cartoonists in the game. Let's see how he delivers. Want to remind everybody that Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily comics video. So check out our 1,300 plus videos. If you're searching for a favorite creator or comic book, we may have already covered him. So give it a look, and if not, leave it in the comments so that it's something we can consider for future episodes.
There is a search bar.
Yes. We also have extensive playlists to help you find your favorite artists, books, themes, ideas, whatever the case may be. We want to remind you that we have a Patreon, a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. At the highest level, the King Kayfaber level, you get access to all of our videos first. It'll give you the leg up on the Kayfabe effect, which means you can track down the books we're showing off before they disappear or go up in price. You can also sit in on our recording session and give us some live updates as we go through these works. And finally, we'll be at Baltimore Comic-Con, September 8th, 9th, and 10th this year. So please stop by wearing your favorite Cartoonist Kayfabe gear and let us know how everything is going with our channel. So Ed, we've started our look through Frank Miller's Ronin with a video on book 1. This is book 2. This is a strange book, Ronin, in a lot of ways. Miller's going to go on to some of the highest heights of any comic book creator in the 80s, and specifically with some of the work he does after Ronin. But Ronin is a giant swing. And that first issue was one of my favorite comics growing up. I've told people before, it took me 3 years to get all the Ronin single issues. Pre-internet, it was hard to track down certain comics. And I ended up reading this book in pieces. And it never, I don't know if I could have told you what the whole story was beyond that first issue.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to this reread and going through it in order. And starting with book 2, pretty interesting to build on that first one. I think that overall, Ronin probably not considered a successful comic, although at this point it's been reprinted and collected and artist editions made. Like, I think it's probably considered a success now.
Yeah, it came out in 83.
I don't think it was considered a success in the early years.
For years. Like Frank Miller built a name for himself, and that happens sometimes. If you have a Dark Knight under your belt, your back catalog can sell because people are curious more about like what you're about. Off the bat, I'm looking at
Wow.
in a trade here. Very, very desaturated color in the trade. Very vibrant, and like just compare those oranges. It's very clear when you look at them on the monitor.
Do you think this is just an accident between the two printings, or do you think that Miller and Varley looked at this and said, you know what, it's dark. Can we expose those plates a little bit more whenever we do the collection? Do you think it's a correction?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's something that I'll keep mindful of as we move forward. If there's like one super glaring, like very dark piece in here that I think we'll know the answer. But what I will say is, starting with panel one, page one, Varley's color previously in the first issue was all reasonably flat. It was almost like the clear line of coloring, whereas like washes. So maybe they saw the results of some of that stuff. I would be surprised because that feels like it might be a little early. Usually it's like you get like 3 issues in before the results start to show up. But she is starting to allow herself to show more technique.
I really enjoy seeing her coloring because there's little flashes, like under Ronan or Billy's chin here, there's some darker coloring. Like there's little pieces where she's playing, but it's very subtle in a lot of ways because this is very new.
Yeah.
For how comics are being made. And what we see story-wise in that first issue, a Ronin from the past, a samurai warrior, was unleashed from a demonic sword. It found its way, Billy, the samurai, Billy, the limbless, futuristic sci-fi body that's being experimented on with cybernetic limbs, is then possessed by this samurai.
Billy, the Thanksgiving turkey with a head.
Yes. At the same time, the demon that was also in the sword has been freed and wants to kill that samurai who is now in the body of Billy. And so the AI supercomputer that is working with Billy sends him off in a bit of an explosion, hurts herself in order to basically get the Ronin set free away from the demon. And what we see is this devastated post-apocalyptic New York City where the Ronin escapes from his scientific lab and now he's out on the streets of this future zombie-like scary environment. So we're going to be cutting back and forth between the Ronin, who is out trying to figure out what's going on in this new strange world, and the supercomputer high-tech sci-fi complex that he comes from.
One of the things that I want to pay attention to as we go through this is it the subject matter specifically that is the turnoff, or does he do storytelling techniques and things that make it less fun? Because I ain't buying all of this shit in terms of just like the subject matter, and I guess you could call that like a part of the story.
Yeah, they're working here to repair this computer that was damaged, and one of the things that's coming out is that this computer is basically alive. It's almost like biomatter. It's repairing itself, which I think is a really cool idea.
And it exists. Organic computing that exists.
And it feels like we mentioned it off the air. Cyberpunk, really on display here.
Yeah. And you think about the Hitchhiker's Guide or like the Neil Stephenson Snow Crash and Neuromancer and all that stuff are like the big new books around this era. I don't know the exact dates of those books. It just sort of comes to mind now, that Kayfabers can do the research on that. But it's all new. Like we're not quite to Max Headroom yet, but certainly Blade Runner I think was 81.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and so the supercomputer is communicating with these security officer. How about that for your duo shade and splatter and stuff?
Yeah, for sure. And like what we get here, I remember as a kid going through this another one of those pages. But like what these pages are for, it's our buttress between the bougie world of the supercomputer and then like the surface or whatever, like the regular city streets. So it's a storytelling function. And Errol Morris has the great saying about like what is style. Style is creating a strict set of rules and following them slavishly. So like that's what Miller does, is like, okay, every time we cut, there's not going to be like a clean transition like panel to panel. Like I'm going to give you this 2-page spread, duotone, play with technique, because I mean it's formal experimentation, but we could also bet this is a DC comic. It's formal experimentation as much as DC will allow, because it's still them.
They allow a lot. This book's pretty far out.
Right.
So our Ronin is on the streets, and you see like homelessness, hunger. There's a military presence that's out there, and this food kitchen operated by I don't. It's a nun, but also a darkly twisted version of maybe the future of religion here.
Totally. We gotta hide Ronan's junk. So that's what this 2-page sequence is. We gotta put some clothes on this motherfucker.
And here you get to see exactly how this religious nun, this overbearing Miller's take on Catholic religion, maybe slamming our hero's face into the soup because he's not responding the way she wants him to.
It is a motif of Frank Miller, man. And you know, like I grew up in the, you know, went to school starting in like 86, 87, and I spent second grade in Catholic school, and I got jacked up by a nun, and pretended I had a stomach ache for 2 days, and my mom like finally like got it out of me, and then my mom went in there and wrecked shop because like my mom had that nun one time, and so like these chicks, you know, hardcore.
We're in that transition phase because like now I can't imagine a teacher can touch a kid, but they still paddled kids whenever I was in school,
right?
And it had to be the end of that because it'd be like the old teachers, like the old dudes that would sort of cling to that kind of corporal punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
This lady's like this lady, like, she shot me in the head and dumped my desk out on me, and it actually like a corner of the hardcover textbook like fucking hit me in my nuts real bad, and I was like so doubled over, and it was like a whole deal.
I thought it was gonna be that one of your comic books fell out and got damaged.
Yeah, you bring that shit, man. You're definitely getting your ass whooped every day.
All right. So again, cross-cutting between this weird sci-fi setting versus the outside world of New York, and this is a very strange, like art-wise, bizarre how organic some of this drawing is. We speculated, you know, Mobius and heavy metal being an influence previously in issue 1. Very interesting to see Miller trying to assimilate some of these different ideas from almost like international comics at the time.
Totally. And you know, it's got the clear line approach to it that Mobius would bring, but like when you do the clear line, you got to choose the right lines, and almost everybody who does it, when you think of Mobius, when you think of Hergé, there's such an elegance to form. When you think of Jeff Darrow, you think of there's like an elegance to form, and Miller's an ugly artist. Like his work is steeped more in the storytelling than the beauty of the aesthetics. So he's got a crunchy style, and it's crazy to see in that clear line.
Yeah, and speaking to that, like, you know, his strength being in the storytelling, look at the layout. The last time we were inside of the computer setup, it's the exact same layout, which is like a 6-panel grid, but with a vertical panel on your left side. Not an accident. And I think one thing you see
here... And by the way, the lights are on now. They accomplished their goal. They fixed it.
Right. And this is all exposition about the nature of the Ronin, why the computer wants her to go find Billy and, you know, make sure he's safe. Talks about the demon, like all of this stuff. And you see the security guard being like, I don't know. A lot of doubts on her part about this story the computer is telling her. But it is going to lead to her following more or less the computer's orders.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, in the computer world, like there's green, and I think that's a very specific choice because green communicates grass, vegetation, life.
That's so interesting, yeah.
And then flip the page, man. Now you got the grit, and I think that this is clear indication, one, that Miller is working in spreads, thinking about the page turns and like what images are facing one another. But you see Lynn Varley doing lots of storytelling work with the color to get you in and out. There's never a confusion of which part of the city you're in, simply thanks to her color.
Yeah, it's very true. And by the way, you look at these panels, like these top couple panels, that's prototype Sin City.
Sure. Yeah, he does this like very wild kind of these character designs. You know, you got the black lady that has like Nazi tattoos and stuff. The leather boy, leather daddy hats. It's that cruising Al Pacino type New York, but it's also like if you go back one just real quick, like that hippie character, like there's no way that's not Dennis Hopper from Apocalypse Now as the inspiration.
Yeah, a lot of strange elements jammed into this story. You were mentioning like clear line, and one other thought I had is this is a big book. He's putting out 6 of these things, and they're 48 pages.
Yeah.
there's a 6-week schedule, but at the same time, I'm sure he's close to the coloring job. If he's writing it, he's penciling it, he's going back and forth between the letterer and himself, and he's inking it. That's a load, man.
People said that schedule fell way apart. Like in the comments, we weren't there and shit, so we got to rely on them in a certain way. And they said that that fell away super rapidly. So like the organic computer style of artwork, that's the clear line, and that's the Mobius. But when we get to the surface and with this kind of hatching, that's the Goseki Kojima, Lone Wolf and Cub aesthetics.
Yeah, combined with him,
kind of so it's not the clear
experimenting with inking.
Totally.
There's some wild marks throughout here. Probably one of my favorite things so far in going back through this is seeing like this kind of stuff where he's just really pushing mark making in different directions.
It's the truth. And Kayfabers, take a look. Type in Ronin into the search box on our YouTube channel, and we go through that artist edition very closely under the microscope, and you get to see that artwork straight up. And another noteworthy piece, now that I'm remembering, is it's bigger than 11 by 17.
Absolutely. This is just Miller doing ultraviolence.
Yeah.
You know, this
future, jacking up our guy.
Future gang kicking the shit out of Ronin, man, for pages.
Yeah.
And pretty violently, too. You know, like, at one point they let up, and he spits on the leader's face, and she's just like, he's all yours, boys. Take your time. And that's more pages of just violence.
And look at how they do that. You know, like, for all the pages that he already invested in that, this could be 10 pages worth of violence for all you know. Very, very abstract, and then pushing into the black. Like, that's so cool.
Man, speaking of abstract, look at this face that's spitting the blood.
Oh, yeah.
The marks there. Wow. You were not seeing that in American comics at the time.
Totally. Ultimately, we have to leave our guy a husk. And that's what we have here.
Yeah, not dead, surprisingly.
Because, you know, this is the wrestling build. You know, like, he's got to Hulk up. So you got to get him to, like, his lowest position right now.
This is pre-WrestleMania, too. Hogan's ribs were broken. How's he going to compete? And there's another one of your 2-page spreads.
Yeah.
That aerial view of New York.
Just bombed out. It's, after the Blitz type shit. Using duotone board.
These are strange images. I don't know if they sell exactly what we're describing. You know what I mean? Like, this is a weird, vague style of drawing. Sure.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's also crazy to see this and think of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Right.
Like, the lessons that they take and sort of make popular.
Yeah, totally.
It's really messes with my head thinking in those terms. Like, what's the imitation? Because one is more successful than the other. Right. And it's not always the case that the imitation would be the more successful. All right, back inside the machine. And what are we seeing? The demon.
But also, we noticed the girl's eating an apple, which is a piece of real fucking food, not like the gruel that was being served to our Ronin.
That's pretty good. And you got to wonder, too, with talk about Catholic Church, if that apple's more than an apple.
Miller's a thoughtful guy. When we start to get into these kind of grids, you can't help but think of Dark Knight a little bit.
Yes.
You know, by playing with like big abstract shapes and stuff within the panels rather than just like that constant storytelling flow. Steranko often mentioned as an influence, and something like this is something that Steranko really brought to mainstream comics that you could imagine Miller saw early on. And then, you know, this is the origin of Batman from Dark Knight Returns kind of thing, like that exact kind of second by second storytelling.
Yeah, it really is. And this is our guy who runs this company and basically being taken over by this demon who can shape shift.
Yeah, and that's another one of those great kind of body horror. There's body horror in this that I just never thought about before, but like dismantling the dude and then rebuilding in his image.
Yeah, it's a great visual, because there's a million ways you could do that. It's kind of abstract, and Miller really kind of makes it gross and fleshy.
Yeah, and Lynn Varley shows up by putting a little schmutz on the glasses to just completely sell it. It is not confusing in the least.
No. But it's also something that potentially could have been done in 2 or 3 panels.
Right.
That he's doing across a spread, which I don't begrudge him for that. Like, this is a very experimental comic, as we said. He earned some freedom. He got that leash elongated a little bit, so he's trying some stuff.
Right. You see, I think Lynn's like using some colored pencil in there even.
Yeah, there's definitely a texture in the coloring there, and I'm not sure what that's coming from. This drawing is so bizarre. You know, like these heavy ticks that he's putting in next to a very fine line.
There's going to get more, like, as we get to, like, issue 6, you're going to see straight up artwork that feels Sin City-ish. And this is not far removed from some of the textures in the Marv issue of, the Marv Sin City book, the very first one.
Yeah, he's definitely trying some stuff there. And we're getting the background is the security force is now going to go out into the real world to try to find this samurai. And you can see people are already like, samurai?
Yeah, and it's important because when we last saw her, she wasn't buying what the AI was telling her. And the AI said something like, you got to have open minds. So, like, clearly it worked on her. Yeah. You know, like, in between the pages, in between the panels, like, when we finally get to here, like, she's on board with that notion and relays the info that the AI
feels a little bit like we're seeing a theme emerge with this open mind talk.
Right.
And as you say, always very clear between the New York versus the inside the Science Center.
Yeah.
And even your panel borders reinforcing that. Panel borders and word balloons, different treatment on both.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? There's a fault to that because when the AI is talking, I would have liked a different dialogue bubble.
Yeah, I'm with you. So this guy finds Ronan in this garbage dump, and he sees the cybernetic arms and thinks, that's something there's some value there. Yeah, I'm going to take you home, and I'm going to have my own cybernetic arms.
Yeah, a little tinkerer.
Something I can sell on the underworld market here.
So the guy who ran this corporation, before the demon has taken over his body, he was on the record as being like a pacifist, like opposite of Oppenheimer type character, we have this technology, but we will not use this company for war or devastation or weaponry at all. He gets dismantled, and now he's brought back, and there's a slight change of heart, perhaps.
I'm looking at this now, and I'm wondering, is there confusion on how to read this? Do you read across the spread? You don't.
Yeah.
But I wonder if people that are coming to this, if that would be a mistake that's easily made.
Yeah, I wonder.
Man, how many of these spreads are there?
Yeah,
that's 6 pages so far. This issue.
Yeah, I think there's 3 this issue.
It's a big chunk. All right, wake up in this guy's homemade lab with our Ronin hero crucified.
Crucified, straight up, man. That is not an accident.
So now you're mixing European comics, Japanese comics, and Western religion.
Right.
Strange. It's a strange mix. It's probably a little too many ingredients in this stew.
That's what it is. We had those conversations on like long road trips and stuff about like how one should accept the word ambitious when it's levied upon them and stuff like that. And ambitious can mean, well, he gave it the old college try, or it's like ambitious, like, wow, you did something so fucking, like, how did you do such an undertaking? This might be the college try ambitious.
It might be. But, we also talk about early works where it's like guys show up and they've wanted to make comics for however long.
Yeah.
And now you get, depending on the job, you get a certain amount of freedom where it's like, every idea I've got's going in this. Like, I'm bursting. I can't wait to get this down on the page. And I love that quality in a lot of these early works. And this has it. It's just a guy who's like bursting with creative energy.
Yeah, what's fascinating is he had some years under his belt already, but this is like Gen 1 of like a different kind of comics making career.
This is I think kind of the beginning stages of Biff Bam Pow comics aren't just for kids anymore.
Right.
That we'll see really manifest when Dark Knight comes out and Mouse and Watchmen. But this is one of those early attempts, I think, at that type of comic, especially with a Marvel DC logo on the cover. So this guy is here with a laser. He's going to cut off arms. And man, the inking and drawing of this, strange marks.
It looks like he's using like the lettering nibs.
I can't think of another Marvel DC comic with this kind of mark making.
Yeah, not at all. Like there's I mean there's close stuff but it's all like very far afield of mainstream comics for sure. We see weird it's like when the Filipinos would come through and then they would bring some crazy looking shit like this, but it's like the closest.
It reminds me of like we talk like Mobius, right, is one of the influences in issue 1 that we talk a lot.
Yeah.
It's almost like at this point, it's just a bunch of heavy metal magazines where he's pulling from all kinds of, like, turn the page, oh, let's try this.
You're right.
I kind of like that.
I do too, and it's got me in that headspace a little bit because I'm doing that daily strip, and there's no rules to it. I could try to do something like that, like on just one of the daily strips, and just be like, well, that didn't quite work.
You know what you see here in this panel is he's going in with white media, like these marks.
Oh yeah,
those are all drawn with white media.
That's true.
Again, he's just really going for it. But you want to go back into the artist edition and look at a panel like that.
I felt that same way. Chaykin will do this, so I feel like that might be a little Chaykin.
Some upstart studios going back and forth. So successfully removes one arm. That one arm then goes on to choke the guy out and then climb back in, almost like what we saw in the beginning where the computer's repairing itself.
Totally. And look at how the screen door texture that's made famous later by like Art Adams and then the Image dudes, you get darker gray value as you move through the panels. So it really works well in a black and white sense.
Yeah, comics used to, I feel like comics art, that was a value. A lot of that stuff worked in black and white.
Yeah.
Sees a samurai helmet, kind of likes that, and then spies something better. Samurai sword.
Hey man, you could have both.
You could, but for drama's sake, let's throw the helmet out and just...
Well, like in truth, like a samurai is the opposite of a ronin. So like he's not a samurai. He can't be. He has no master. So he knows the honorific piece of it. Look at him pointing that prow, that fucking cod piece, straight up.
Kind of weird, right?
All of it, man. Like the black lady with the Nazi banner, the gimp from Pulp Fiction with the kink gear, the hippie.
Yeah, it's a bizarre mashup, but we do get to see some sword action now again. Call back to issue 1, some of my favorite parts from issue 1. We're going to get to see him exact his revenge on this gang that kicked his ass earlier.
Yeah, so dismantle them with great ease.
Funny to think about this book and then like the Wolverine miniseries.
Right.
Because it's probably the next move after this.
Wolverine is 881, I think.
Oh, it's before this.
Yeah.
I did not realize that.
This stuff makes me want to look at the artist edition again. Because, like, you see that red, and that could easily be Miller used whiteout, and then she's just coloring in the red spots. But there are parts that feel like that red is on top of the ink line.
Yeah, it's curious. Considering the experimental nature of this book, it wouldn't shock me if she was putting red on top of an overlay.
Yeah.
Like a blue line process, but working on top of that overlay a little bit.
Right.
It's possible. There's definitely stuff going on in this comic that's not standard.
Yeah, if it is, I mean, it might be just the one time she does it, and then that opens up the possibilities of like, well, fuck, like if we're coloring blue line and stuff, like that's something that's never been done. You could bring that into comics, to like put color over top of the blue, like over top of the black ink line.
I still love some of the hatching and stuff that he's doing. It's very
soft focus.
Yeah, I'm such a fan of that. And at the time of this is when I'm reading this the first time, it's when Image is building up.
Right.
And I look at this and I think like, yeah, I just wanted a bunch of marks on the page.
Yeah.
And this is Miller's version of a bunch of marks on the page.
It's a real teenage boy notion. Yeah, of just that manic, pent up, angsty energy. And it's good for, like, mileage may vary depending on the subject matter, but a subject matter like this is perfect. And now we got our guy in full fucking Apocalypse Now, cameraman, Dennis Hopper shit, talking his nonsense.
Right. So we've seen what a badass the Ronin is. Survived a terrible beating, went back and killed all those dudes, and now who shows up? The security force that was supposed to go out and find him and protect him and bring him back.
Right.
How's that going to go? It starts with a racial slur.
There's a lot of that.
I'll give you that. And then we do our 2-page spread, and whenever it comes back, they're done. Those guys that found him are just dead.
Right.
And that's it. So, it's the well, I don't know about cavalry, but it's now we're going to see the security force go after him in force.
I do like to think of them as the Howling Commandos, and that's Dum Dum Dugan. So we'll continue this coverage next week even, and just keep it going. This is a series I've been interested in revisiting a lot. it's a lot to unpack at once. So doing it over time, I think is a smart approach. And in chapter 3, I'm quite sure. Let me just make sure. Yeah, in chapter 3 even, we're going to get some like Sin City-ish looking stuff in there. So stay tuned.
Wow, and some super clear line stuff too there on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be I'm looking forward to reading more of this. This issue, it feels a little bit like filler to me.
Right, yeah, it's just you're setting up pieces.
It feels like this is a standard amount of comic book story spread across 48 issues. Or 48 pages.
Yeah, that's super fair. And this issue forced me to go online, and I went down a rabbit hole of trying to understand the exact function of a chapter in a novel, because I was like, is this a successful chapter? And then I was like, well, what constitutes a chapter? Like, we all have some vague idea of like what constitutes a chapter, and I guess it does.
For me, it makes the security chief a character,
right?
And she's going to be a character as the story goes on. And we just got introduced to her in the first book, but we don't really see anything what she's capable of or anything her agency. This book establishes that.
It does, and it also makes Ronan. He has an arc in this chapter that goes from a puddle of nothing to capability. Like he's able to do some stuff, and
we also get to see the New York exterior as a big part of the setting.
Yeah,
we didn't see much of that in the first one.
I feel like we saw enough, like, because it's not like those double page spreads were introduced. Like they were in there, and it's like clearly when we see green stuff, it's inside here, and when we don't, it's there. And this is from issue 1, so
I guess what I'm seeing there is just the danger on the streets.
Yeah,
and kind of the hopelessness of that street environment, because I think that's what we're going to see a lot of. I think they're outside of the complex for a while.
Totally,
I think so. Yeah, we'll see what book 3 has to say next time.
Super fun to revisit it. Kayfabers, we put out videos every single day, and we may have talked about some of your favorite stuff over these past 5 years of making this channel. Hit this little search bar on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Plop in your favorites. Maybe we talked about your favorite comics. If not, put something in the comments, and we'll get to it. It's not like we're going to stop doing this anytime soon. Like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel while you're at it, and hit the bell so that we can notify you whenever we have new videos available. If you really dig the channel, support us and hit up our Patreon. At the Patreon, there are 3 different levels of support. The King Kayfabers on our YouTube, on our Patreon, get access to all videos before anybody else, and we have a private live stream session with the King Kayfabers as we record a whole week's worth of episodes at once. It's like 6 hours of recording at times. So it's a really fun little sub-community within Cartoonist Kayfabe. But the videos are ultimately brought to you by the books that we make. So Jimmy, show the people some stuff.
My next release is Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This will be out in November from Image Comics, and it collects all of my Street Angel comics that are not included in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Also available now from Image Comics. This was out of print, but it's back. There are 8 complete short stories of the homeless ninja on a skateboarder. This is my superhero comic, so check that one out. True Crime Funnies. 3 nonfiction stories are in this self-published comic. I will be reprinting this issue because I sold out of the first batch. However, you can still get the PDF on my website. You can also read it in its entirety on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg, along with a lot of other out-of-print zines and mini-comics. The Plain Janes is my young adult graphic novel, perfect for that young adult reader in your life. And Hulk Grand Design, my contribution to the Grand Design series. One of my favorite books that I have put together and designed. I am thrilled with how this turned out. Marvel did a great job printing this thing. So good, in fact, that it is sold out at the distributor level. That means you may still find it on your comic shop shelves. Pick it up if you do, because who knows when that'll be available again.
Yeah, and if you don't see it on your comic shop shelves, you're never going to see it on your comic shop shelves unless they reprint it. But I think Amazon might have some.
They did. So make those disappear, and hopefully Marvel will get the idea and reprint it.
Coming to you this holiday season, I'm going to have 2 big books coming out. The main one I want you guys to scoop up and support is the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. It collects all 4 volumes of my Hip Hop Family Tree comics, plus 150 pages of additional materials that are not in those first 4 volumes. It's the best book I ever made. We did a video on it. You guys showed up in a big way and have been putting in so many pre-orders that we're over the moon with that, with your support. But of course, never satisfied, Jimmy. You always want to get more out there. The other book is the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy that we are going to be putting out in time for the holidays. I think this one will come out in November. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is October. The trilogy is going to be a standard trade paperback. I haven't got comp copies yet, so this is the treasury. So just imagine about this size. It's going to have all 3 X-Men Grand Design books inside of a sturdy trade paperback, and some of those books are out of print. Red Room is the current stuff I've been making for the past 3 years. There are 2 trade paperbacks. One's called The Antisocial Network. The other is Trigger Warnings. And this last miniseries is called Crypto Killers. And this 3rd issue, I have a backup in there. It's called Latchkey Kids in the comic, but I changed the name to Switchblade Shorties. And these are the characters that are going to be the focus of my daily strip. So it's kind of a hot key when it comes down to it, because I'm going to be focusing a lot on these characters for the next year or 2 years, something like that. So make sure you get your hands on that comic. But these are not the only ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you will enlighten the people.
Yes, you can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. And load up on those now so you can wear them to Baltimore Comic-Con. We love seeing the Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts walking around a comic book convention. And don't limit that to Baltimore Comic-Con. Wear it to whatever convention you go to.
Fly the flag.
That's right. And that link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you give the good people at home the marching orders, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Let me set up another tea real quick, man. Good episode. And like I said, something like, is this the one that falls off? And we could probably just parlay that all the time, like every new episode. This is the one where it falls apart.
Hey Rob, did Frank Miller take over drawing Ronin Book 2? Did I see that somewhere? I have not kept up with that book, but I swore I saw... Man, the news flashes so fast across like social media or wherever, but I think Miller may have taken over drawing Ronin Book 2.
Really?
Hey, I'm asking the Kayfabers because I'm not sure. It seems weird, but I feel like I saw that as an announcement somewhere.
Okay. I know that he does... Roughs that Philip works directly from. Oh, hey guys, check this out. This is gonna be another thing that we're gonna look through. At some point we're gonna have to get, there's only 8 issues, but I feel like all raw issues have to be on there because they're just so hard to come by these days.
That's one of my one of the things you have that I really envy is that raw collection, because it's such a bummer. It's like that's one that'll never be collected or reprinted.
You can't say that because it's amazing they got the complete Zap to come out, or Humbug even. So it's possible, but the legwork is brutal, and I think
Humbug is much easier of a reprint because I don't know that those guys had rights to any of that stuff, and true. I think that
but Zap
Kurtzman had all of it. Zap is impressive. It's just so hard because you got to track down
the Japanese.
And also people who have died. Then it's like, well, who has the rights to that stuff?
That's the same thing with the Zap. Rick Griffin's passed away. Spain. I don't know if Spain was alive.
Yeah, I feel like he was. I think he was alive. But hey, I would love it. I would love a complete Zap collection. It would be awesome.
Complete raw.
Raw,
collection.
yes.
Yeah, at that big size,
It'd be amazing. Guys, we're gonna be looking at Jay Lee's kicking the door down and announcing himself in comics. We're going to look at some of these Savage Namor issues of Jay Lee. What a time. I remember seeing Jay Lee, I guess it was in Marvel Comics Presents, and I think we actually looked at that issue for I think Barry Windsor Smith's Weapon X runs through there. But even that first story, you could see Jay Lee was different, wasn't cloning somebody.
Yeah.
And there weren't that many guys at the time, that would show up and have kind of their own style.
No, it was frowned upon.
So, this should be a good look.
Yeah, totally. It's a good conversation. I'm
missing a couple issues in the middle.
Yeah, it's crazy because I might have them.
And it bums me out because it goes from Jay Lee being inked by someone else
to like Jay Lee as we know him,
to inking himself. And I don't know when that happens because I am missing 31 and 32. So I don't know if the transition happens there, but talk about a gap between like these two sets of books where he's being inked by somebody, and then when he starts inking himself, it's just
take a look inside there. And is it clearer than
it looks sharp?
Okay, because this is like
it's
real terrible.
Bad, that's all right as long as it's good here. And I mean, it's
no, and it's locked, so we're good.
And also, Jay Lee, you need it to be sharp. If anybody needs to be in focus, it's this stuff. That's almost a Bisley swipe.
They really were pushing this girl.
They tried. She was a new warrior, right?
She was.
We're looking at the beginning of Jay Lee's rise to superstardom. Happened quick in the early 90s. He shows up on Namor, and by the time he leaves, you've got Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld vying for his talents. So a little over a year on Namor, and Jay Lee's a superstar. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Before we dive into this, I want to let everybody know we are a daily comics video. So check out our back catalog, 1,300 plus videos. We've probably covered your favorite artists and your favorite comic books. But if we haven't, after you give it a search and you're missing one, put it in the comments below and we will add it to the list of comics and creators that we need to cover on this channel. We also have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. At the highest level, the King Kayfaber level, you'll get access to all of our videos early and first, giving you a leg up on the kayfabe effect, which means you get to track down these books before they sell out and before the prices go up. You can also sit in on the recording session. We've got several dozen King Kayfabers with us right now, and what an awesome audience. Whenever we have questions, they never let us down. So
it's like we have private episodes too, just with the Kings.
Very awesome. Also, we will be at Baltimore Comic-Con this year, September 8th, 9th, and 10th. If you're anywhere near there, I recommend you come out, say hello to us in person, and wear your Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts so we will recognize you. All right, Ed. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I was reading comics off the newsstand at this time, even though these were bought after the fact. You can see they're direct market issues. But Jay Lee was a guy who did a Beast serial in Marvel Comics Presents right before this. And I knew it because I was buying the Barry Windsor Smith Weapon X issues, and he appears in the backup. And I remember seeing it and being like, this is really interesting art. He had these elongated figures. It's very rare that a cartoonist starts out and stands out.
I think we did an episode on that Beast series.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if we actually did that one or if we just kind of quickly passed through it when we were covering Weapon X. But a standout guy. So whenever he shows up, when I see that he's going to be in Namor, I mean, that's a pretty striking cover. This is not what comics in the Marvel style looked like in the early 90s, but it was totally up my alley.
And certainly not Submariner.
That's true.
Who is kind of, the Marvel Aquaman, even though he was created earlier. We know this. You don't have to put something in the comments. But it was a saccharine character, boring. And the copies that I have of this run, which is like way less complete than yours, are all direct market copies also. Because I never saw this stuff on the newsstand. I saw the John Burns on the newsstand when it was fresh, but I never saw these out in the wild. And it wasn't until I was introduced to his style with a Young Blood Strike File, which is another video that we did. It blew my mind, just like the abstraction of it and how cool it was, but it defied what I knew superhero comic artwork to be.
I feel like this is a pretty good example of Jay Lee in terms of doing stuff that other comics weren't doing, didn't look like. And you can see Spotting Blacks was something I associate with him, and becomes almost even more black ink as his run continues. And I think as he gets in more demand, I can remember reading probably Wizard magazine And he was talking about some days doing like 9 pages in a day
of this stuff
because he was in demand.
Yeah, he did 8 Namor pages one day.
And a very young artist at that time. I think that article he was like 19 at the time. So imagine getting thrust into kind of the peak of comics, and out of the gates has a style that's popular enough that people are offering him high profile stuff. Image was so hot at the time, and like I said, Liefeld and Jim Lee are giving him work.
Yeah, no, totally. And what they would do is they would do that.
Look at that face; is just completely not a feature visible except the forehead.
Right? Is that even like I can't tell what the fuck I'm even looking at there? But the Image guys would grab anybody with a cool style.
Yeah.
And I don't know that like the subscriber numbers or like the circulation numbers increase much after Jay Lee shows up. He does that Spider-Man. I think that like he gets more props for that, which is another video that we did, the Jay Lee Spider-Man,
which features a guest star of Iron Fist. One of the cool things of this time period is John Byrne was doing Namor and brings Iron Fist back, who had been dead for, I don't know when he dies, at the end of Power Man and Iron Fist, I guess. So it was like 6 years before this, something like that. He was dead a long time, especially in Marvel Comics kind of years. I show this image off because it's very similar to an image that is in that Spider-Man Iron Fist crossover that Jay Lee draws probably a year or so after this.
Yeah, so Jay's still not inking himself, and you could tell when you look at issue 28 for sure.
I think that he's starting to on these covers, and I'm not sure about this one, but I'm pretty sure like this is him. So you would see artists do this where they start to ink themselves, and you start on the covers.
You got to prove yourself.
Yeah.
Well, you got to. The editor has to accept you, and I'm seeing in the comments here in the chat room with the Brain Trust, they say with issue 31 he's going to start inking himself on the interior.
Sadly, I don't have that one, but here is possibly the last one that he pencils, and Jeff Albrecht is the inker here. And I focus on this for a minute because the next issue I show, he is inking himself, and it does take his style kind of to the next level.
Yeah, there's a lot of sameness. Like there's a lot of safe bets with this level of inking, and the inker may be tasked with that. The editor might say like, "Hey man, like tighten this up, like make it look like everything else."
Another example of we're doing a lot of work.
I think that this could be the 8-page sequence.
Yeah, you can get away with this sort of, but I think it's tough to pull off, but it points to kind of like what comics were at this time. Like the deadline was so important, and you wanted to have your monthly run, which meant you had to work fast. Like sometimes you weren't getting the script with 4 weeks to go to draw it. So it was either get a fill-in artist or figure out a way to draw fast enough to keep getting those pages in, on a monthly schedule. Some really strange stuff though. Like I don't know what these marks are representing.
And you need Jay Lee to get it to make sense. What I think it is like moving into focus and then stopping.
Yeah, whatever it is though, like I like this kind of stuff. So there it is with Jay Lee being inked by others. Let's take a look of Jay Lee being inked by himself, and I think this is a Bisley. It feels like this is Judge Dredd punching somebody in the face from like Batman Judge Dredd. I don't know if that lines up time-wise.
He's got the flickety-flick brush going.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have your toothbrushes out, but he also has these super fine lines.
Yeah,
super fine lines.
Yeah, probably using rapidographs. And there it is. This is the Jay Lee style of that era that we all know and love.
Yeah, look how badass Dr. Doom looks. Everybody looks scary in these things.
I'm gonna grab this. Like it's Bob Harris on script, Terry Kavanagh editor, because I feel like there might be a shake-up editorially.
There's also screen tone being used on these pages. This could be Witchblade, by the way, with an early guest appearance years before she's actually invented.
Right.
But this kind of use of blacks was something that was really strong in Jay Lee's work. Sometimes he may have leaned on it too much. It's probably up to the viewer to decide that. But he would do a lot of these silhouettes and would often look very cool, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely kind of like that Egon Schiele, Aeon Flux kind of proportionality.
Boy, that's a good call.
Maybe it's Larry Stroman is a guy who kind of like employed that kind of stuff early. So maybe he's pulling a little bit from that. But this could be ripped straight from Youngblood Strike File.
Yeah. It feels like you could almost find art like this in 2000 AD or something.
Maybe.
it's a pretty far from your Marvel House style of this time period. He also did fill-in issues on X Factor for, I think, Executioner's Song.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, he's getting jobs thrown his way, and that's why, you know, you end up drawing as fast as you can because you're not turning stuff down. How great is this ad? This is one of those cool Mark Texiera Punishers.
Oh, yeah.
And I always love, like, this was one that I would copy in my sketchbooks, that pose.
Yeah.
Look how weird that is for a city with, like, a twisted perspective. I was going to say 3-point perspective, but that's not what we're seeing there.
Right. I mean, like, the vanishing point is, like, so close to the paper and stuff.
I don't know what's happening there. This almost feels like an app, you know, like those photo apps where it'll be like they'll turn your square photo into a sphere. This kind of abstract brush marks in the background, I think, is pretty exciting. Look at that weird, like, helmet designs too.
When you see that, you know that the lettering is paced up.
But like I say, as a reader and somebody that liked the art, nobody's stuff looked like this.
No,
there's a bunch of marks there that I was not seeing anywhere else. Iron Fist looks like a super badass. It's all the stuff I wanted as a kid.
Doing these kind of negatives and stuff is pretty sharp.
He does this a ton, like throughout the Marvel stuff at least. And I thought, like I said, it works more for me than it doesn't.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see him apply that interesting ways to a bunch of different characters. Like when he does those X Factor fill-ins, he's doing a ton of those silhouettes, and guys look cool with it.
Is that Doctor Strange?
Kind of looks like. I don't know if that's Doctor... No, I don't think it is.
It's that guy?
Yeah, it's this guy.
Top knot fella.
He would have been a good Doctor Strange artist.
Yeah.
Like this era. It's interesting, too, how much Jay Lee evolves. Boy, that's almost your Lobo one cover. Wow.
The evolution is one of those... Like, he...
Love these characters that are different colors, too. For some reason, that just really works for me with... Because black is almost a color.
Yeah.
You know, like you have your flat red, your green, and your black is real, and yellow. It's really a color on that page.
We've been to a lot of shows where Jay Lee is there.
Yeah.
Nobody comes up to him.
I was thinking about that for this episode. Love the veins.
Oh, yeah.
Really fun. And the metal's a good texture. He was set up at Comic-Con across from me one year. And I remember I did talk to him there. And he was doing commissions for people and stuff, drawing. Just seemed like a really nice guy to everybody. And as the show's wrapping up, like, he's still sitting there drawing as, like, everybody's kind of, like, leaving the hall and everything. So,
but
seemed like a pleasant guy.
Yeah, no, I bring it up because it's the phenomenon where the rough edges of the early artist kind of are sexier than when they start to develop a better academic understanding. And he's a strong artist. He's great. You can't take anything away from the dude. But the rough edges are closer to capital A art in a weird way.
This could be a page out of any of those black and white self-published comics that I adore.
Yeah.
I feel like this art comes out of that, you know, but there's elements of almost like Sienkiewicz inking Mike Mignola in some of these brick patterns and backgrounds. It's just a very unique style. And you're right, like the evolution of his stuff goes in a more realistic way, starting probably with Hellshock, his Image title.
Yeah.
You can see he's doing a lot more like photo referencing and things. I like this stuff personally, and I mean it's subjective. That kind of choice is 100% subjective as a consumer. But for me, I like the energy that's on these pages of like a young talent working as fast as he can and learning stuff almost on every page.
It could also be that this 90s stuff is an affectation of the time period because that's what kids were buying, right? So you had, I think we talked with Joe Quesada where he talked about like the things that needed to be in a 90s cover in 90s comic pages that it just wasn't the case in the aughts and later.
This is completely unique as a rendering method in a Marvel DC comic.
Oh, yeah.
I can't even explain like some of the stuff where there are white highlights. No idea what we're looking at with some of the musculature and stuff that's going on there.
There were guys who were fucking around, man, like that Ben Templesmith. Is it like when you would see them at the cons with their little portfolio books, and when you would look at their pages, it would make you like feel real whack to just be like using pen and ink and shit, because like they're putting a little gray here and there, and then white out, and just doing so much crazy methods and materials that it made you feel like you're not doing enough on your own pages.
Yeah, that's fair. And those guys are always fun to kind of catch up with, especially if they have some originals that you can look at there. This is going, this is near the end of the run. I don't know if this is actually the last issue of his or not, but you can see like Marvel, they gave him a little bit of a hollow foil cover here, something, gimmick it up a little bit, try to boost sales.
Add 75 cents to the price.
That too, man, boost their pockets. But Ed, you mentioned like that 90s style, and whenever we looked at Youngblood Strike File, like one of my takeaways is this is like the scariest superhero art I've ever seen in my life. People were responding to that.
Yeah.
You know, like that was something that I'm sure he was getting positive reinforcement from editors and probably definitely from like fan mail and the comics, you know, whatever comic press was around at the time. I'm trying to think, like early 90s. I don't know that people would have been writing about this stuff online, but I do think you could see the groundswell of like almost looking at what's popular and then being like, all right, you guys want violent superheroes? Let me show you violent superheroes. Just spikes. Everything looked painful. Skulls and the reflection of the metal on his armband.
Yeah. It ain't about function. Don't even overthink it. Just draw cool shit. Even if the guy wearing that needs tetanus boosters every day.
I mean, come on. This is my favorite image whenever I'm 14 and looking at this.
I always drew dudes. Like, I would just make these, like, abstract, curvy, sharp weapons like that.
This is wild. It reminds me a little bit of Cybernary, some of the images specifically on this page. But being able to do silhouettes like this of a guy swinging that axe around, that's not nearly as easy as Jay Lee's making it look. And look at this. Bunch of different inkers filling in on this issue. So this may be the end. We could play the inker game on this trying to figure out who's doing what.
Right.
But at this point, fill in issues on X books, fill in issues on Spider-Man books.
Use a bottleneck will occur.
Liefeld and Lee coming at him. Probably those guys offering him his own book at Image. Imagine being 19 or 20 and that's what your status is in this business that you've been drawing comics for a year.
Right.
Got to be one of the most successful, not quite an overnight success, but I mean,
him and Platt.
This is a year in.
Yeah.
It's about as successful as somebody gets in 1 year. Yeah, Platt being the other guy that really...
Rob Dibble, you remember that guy? He was a real asshole. Or no, it was John Rocker was the...
Yeah,
was the
Rocker's the guy. You know, for all these different inkers, they certainly looked at his inked pages and brought some of that. You can see it's not quite Jay Lee inks, but it's pretty sharp. Doesn't feel like, they're skimping or putting their own mark on it.
No.
Just love this kind of stuff. Just monsters.
But abstract shapes that imply monsters. That's the fascinating thing.
Yeah, it's pretty unique work. You know, you can see Mike Mignola.
Yeah, totally, absolutely, man.
But you can see that just sense of design of the way these panels are laid out.
It really, like the way he uses blacks and like leaves so much open space. It really lent well to that Steve Oliff computer color.
Yeah, it's one of the standouts when he gets to me whenever he goes and does the Youngblood Strike File.
Yeah, because the colorists have a lot of canvas of their own to play with there.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it in the video or maybe with Rob Liefeld. But this is newsprint, and this is the same time that Image is printing with digital color on coated paper, and it was just such a night and day thing. Yeah. If you're a guy who's an interesting artist, just the reproduction would make you want to go over there. You know, like this felt like it was years behind in terms of the production. Even though I think it looks pretty good here, you're still printing with a limited palette on paper that just drinks the ink.
As a consumer, if this felt like old-fashioned comics, like with this kind of color and all that stuff, like instantly I jumped on board the white glossy stock.
Yeah.
Didn't stay there.
Right. So this is early Jay Lee and just an artist that captured my imagination then, and I still like looking at this stuff.
Absolutely, man. This was a video that was a long time coming. We have several Jay Lee vids out there for sure. I'm pretty sure we have the Beast story. We have Youngblood Strike File. We have the Spider-Man trilogy that he did with Terry Kavanagh, who is the editor of this set of issues. Yeah,
it makes sense. You know, if he's turning the work in on time and it's getting a good reaction, you know that editor's like, "Hey, man, you want to do some more?
Yeah,
want to do a Spider-Man? The heck with Namor, the D team.
Right.
Let's get you on an A-lister."
Haven't yet done Wildcats trilogy, but maybe that'll show up sooner than later. You good to go, Jimmy?
The only other thing I would add is just the career that he's had. You know, like when Quesada takes over and gets Stephen King to let him adapt Gunslinger, Jay Lee gets the call.
Yeah.
And has done a lot of high-profile books like that for Marvel, DC, and other publishers. Did a G.I. Joe Transformers series. So it's an interesting resume. A lot of good-looking books on the Jay Lee signatures on.
That's for sure. Kayfabers, we have daily video content, man. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and go through the little drop-down. Let us notify you whenever the new stuff is out there. More than 1,000 videos in our library right now. We may have talked about your favorite comics, so give it give it a little search throughout the channel, man. There's like a little hourglass or a little magnifying glass where you could search and see, pop in your favorite title, see if we talked about it, and if not, put a comment in the video, and we will add your book to our list. The King Kayfabers on our Patreon get to mitigate the kayfabe effect by getting all of our videos before anybody else, and they are watching us in this live stream recording session that is private to the Patreon. I've got 40 people in there right this minute, and they have access to everything we talk about before anybody else. So like a couple issues of this Jay Lee stuff show up on eBay, they're getting the cheaper copies. We're going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con September 8th, 9th, 10th. It's going to be our last public appearance in 2023. So if you're in that general area, make sure you come by, man. Put on your Kayfabe shirts and say hi. But the videos are ultimately brought to you by the books that we make. So Jimmy, please let the people know what's going on with you.
All right, my next release will be out in November, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. You can pick this one up now. Image just reissued The Deadliest Girl Alive, 8 complete full-color superhero stories featuring the homeless ninja on a skateboard. True Crime Funnies is my self-published comic book. There are 3 nonfiction stories in this issue. You can get this on my website, jimrugg.com. You can read it on patreon.com/jimrugg, along with other out-of-print zines and mini comics. The Plain Janes, one of the first young adult graphic novels, perfect for that young adult reader in your life. This is a gift book, everybody that's our age watching these videos, so pick that one up for the young adult reader in your life. And finally, Hulk Grand Design, the Treasury Size Collection. I love how this book turned out. Marvel did a great job on the production, so well that it has been selling and sold out at the distributor level. So if your store still has a copy, pick it up from them. There are still some copies available on Amazon, but this book may get hard to come by the holiday season. So perfect for the Hulk fan in your life, whether they are Hulk movies or Hulk comics. This is the book to get them. So pick it up now while you still can.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in time for the holidays. It collects all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that I have out there in the wild. There are 150 pages plus of additional materials that are not in those first 4 volumes, so make sure you get your hands on that. This could also be a gift book for the rap music fan in your life. Very, very comprehensive book covering from like mid-70s to 1985 up to this point. 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture. So scoop this thing up, man. We did this up right. It's the best book I've made to date. Another holiday book is going to be the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. This is the Treasury edition that originally came out, but we're doing a trade paperback that collects all 3 of my X-Men Grand Design books into one package. Some of those are out of print, so this is your opportunity to get it all in one handy-dandy collection. The stuff I'm working on now is called Red Room, and there are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there, but this latest miniseries is called Crypto Killers, and this 3rd issue is something you need to get your hands on sooner than later, because the backup feature contains what's called the Latchkey Kids here, but it's my daily strip is going to be called Switchblade Shorties, and these are basically the characters that are going to be there. So this is like the proto version of my daily strip when I was ironing out some kinks and things. Make sure you get your hands on that. These are not the only ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, however. Jimmy, I'm going to allow you to enlighten the Kayfabers on that.
Yeah, you can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the channel and keep the lights on at the Kayfabe compound. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Should we hit this with Post-its and stuff?
Possibly.
Here's what I want to do, Jimmy. When we get to this,
yeah,
I want to try to not have that like advertisement fuck up thing. So like, so much female body imagery,
right?
Like narcs us out too much. Like even this cover like needs a thing on it.
So we should just do this one.
Okay.
From cover wise, that's probably the place to start.
Cool.
And then
and maybe
we'll
put
do
the Post-it.
a quickie through this.
Okay.
And not even show these 2.
Okay.
Because it'd be covering that stuff up. But we'll do a quickie through here and see if there's anything that needs the Post-it.
Cool. Let me grab this up. Shaolin Cowboy.
Oh yeah.
Here you go. Oh, dude, I got hit up by Daniel Chabin.
Yeah.
To write an intro for the final volume of the Corbin. It's called Dimwood, and it's a book that he didn't quite finish. And so like the last bunch of pages are so they finished it, but like you could tell the difference, man. Check this shit out. So like this is the treatment, kind of like murder world or whatever what's it called, Murky World.
Yeah.
But like, so this is dialogue. Like I have the script, but they didn't put it on. But then look at how raw it gets. Like it gets classic. So like, here's what it looks like earlier. You know, pretty finished with like, you know, that murky world kind of shit. But then when you get to the last stuff, look at how raw that is. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna write an intro to that book.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Dude,
it's so great that they're putting these out. It's so great.
He said that that we are on the comp list.
Good.
For all of it. So like when it comes out, we'll be able to do episodes of all of it.
Yeah, I saw Jose Villarubia was posting a new edition, and it's like, where's ours? I'm ready for one.
Like, dude, I got hit up by Chabin, I think that same day, because like he had his pieces, and I was like, can you send us that den? I saw Jose had it. He's like, dude, you guys are on the list. Like it's coming out.
It's exciting.
Maybe this past Wednesday it came out or something. But basically around, it's just like when I got my comps. Like, yeah. Like I just got my comps. Yes. Did you get?
I haven't gotten them
your
yet.
Red Rooms yet?
You'll probably be there today. I usually get them like a day or two after you.
Okay. Came out 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. So, and
that's the latest one.
Odd. That is the latest one.
I think that's I chalk that up to San Diego as being like a disruption.
I think somewhere. So. You're right. Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah, do it. We're gonna do Bourbon Threat right now, guys. That's the OG first Jeff Darrow comic, and it is the Shaolin Cowboy. And it's all there. The art is all there, man. It's so crazy how developed he is. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know the names.
Is Charles Burns in this one?
Yeah, El Borba.
Let me put a post up there just to show his. I think it's so awesome.
It'll be page 27.
Did Jeff say if this is his first published work?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, and there's some stuff about it that's going to blow your mind.
I cannot wait.
Yeah. Yeah, does it look good? Because this is fucking blurry as shit. You know, with moving the router there, we might be able to have like quality rather than like the speed. You know how it's like latency or quality, you have to choose one. But I kind of like having it be, because this is very good.
Yeah.
That's very good. We'll do this every time.
I don't need that to be perfect.
It makes me so nervous. As long as it looks good there. You know, we always have to look. But I did just lock it in. And it's auto, so it should be good. I'm good if you are.
Yep. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Ed, I'm so excited today. We are looking at Jeff Darrow's first American published comics work. One of my favorite cartoonists stumbled upon this going through back issues of Heavy Metal, had no idea this existed. Can't wait to dive into this and share it with all the Kayfabers. Want to remind everybody, Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily video series about comic books. We cover all kinds of comics and creators and comics history and all that good stuff. So if you're new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, welcome. And if you're looking for your favorite creator or comic book title on our playlist, give it a search. We have done 1,300 plus videos. We may have already covered your favorite. And if not, leave it in the comments below this so we can add it to the list of books that we want to look at in the future. We also have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. Different levels will give you access to our videos early. At the top level, the King Kayfaber level, you'll get all of our videos first, which will give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. You'll be the first one trying to buy these comics that you see and love before they disappear or before the price goes up. You'll also be able to sit in on our recording session and give us feedback as we go through these comics. And finally, you can catch us in person at Baltimore Comic-Con this year. We'll be there September 8th, 9th, and 10th. The last convention I have scheduled for the year. So if you're anywhere near Baltimore, come on out. It's a great show for comic book lovers. So, getting into this heavy metal stash, we've been very fortunate with a couple of mailbags where people have sent us random heavy metal issues. We divvy them up and then take them home and kind of dig through those pages. Heavy Metal is just an amazing magazine, especially these early issues to go through. This one, March 1985, so it's been around for a little bit, almost like a generation 2 or 3 of the artists that are featured in here. Some really great ones. I'll show you the table of contents at home so everybody can kind of drool over what we have in 1985 Heavy Metal at this time. We're not going to go through the whole issue, but I did want to point out one other entry.
See, Drew Friedman's in it also.
Really interesting that there's like crossover between Heavy Metal and Raw Magazine. Drew Friedman is one of them. Charles Burns is another. And Burns is a guy that we've looked at a few of his works, really like his stuff, especially El Borba, the masked wrestler. And it was just amazing to me sitting down and going through these like early 80s issues and seeing the crossover of what I'd think of as like alternative cartoonist and stuff. A lot of them appearing here, probably for the first time in front of a big audience like this in America.
It would be Heavy Metal, also National Lampoon, and the guy who feels more. See, it's noteworthy like the Friedman, the Burns, because they feel so far afield of heavy metal.
Right.
But it works the opposite way also because okay, perfect. Well, let's try to get a good page or something. Okay, perfect. Because this is that guy, I think his name's like Rob Kierkegaard.
Yeah.
And he shows up in Raw. So like this guy
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, this guy makes sense. He's going to be in issue 3. This guy makes sense for heavy metal, but feels weird for Raw. If you see what this is, like we can't go through it all because there's too much titties and stuff like that.
You know, it's interesting because he is a guy that I know from Catalan Communications, which was like an importer, mostly of European cartoonists, and you'd see Richard Corbin's in there, Mobius's and stuff, and it was just like a certain flavor,
yeah.
And that's what I would associate him with.
I always like this, man. This guy just uses like rapidographs and crazy hatching. It feels like it could be in like Arcade Magazine or straight up from the Undergrounds.
Yeah, this is not going to be the last time we go through heavy metal magazines for sure.
Totally.
Paul Kirchner, I always like his stuff too.
Yeah, he would always do this in heavy metal.
Very detailed, kind of clean stuff.
Yeah.
So, the reason that we're doing this video is Bourbon Thread by Jeff Darrow. Bourbon Thread is interesting because it pops... One, it's his early work. The other thing that really stands out to me is you would see...
You know, it could be a second. I'm gonna plug it into my remote battery. So for some reason your iPad dies fast.
You know what? I charged my phone on this morning instead of keeping my iPad plugged in. So it was like 68% whenever we started this video.
I see. Yeah, keep that bitch at 100, man.
It was my fault. My phone fell off of the stand last night and
that's
pulled out of the thing, so it wasn't full charged.
Cool. So we'll be good now.
All right. So Bourbon Thread. I would see this listed in various places. Like Dark Horse has been threatening to publish this for 20 years, maybe. It's been a long, maybe back in the 90s even. And they have one installment in an issue of Dark Horse Presents. And we look at that on the channel, but I can't remember if it's its own video or not. I had no idea this existed. I would have tracked down this issue of Heavy Metal if I had known. So I'm just leafing through here, enjoying all the beautiful artwork. Turn the page, and here we go. Jeff Darrow. Earliest published American comic appearance as far as I know.
Yeah, for sure, man. And dude, it's pretty remarkable when you get down to it, man. Because I hit Jeff up. I was like asking him about some of the stuff I was reading in there, see if there was like, you know, some Easter eggs I thought I was seeing, and he disavowed that stuff. But this is what, maybe a 10-page comic?
Yeah, about 10 pages. And to remind everybody, if you are unfamiliar with Jeff Darrow, a huge creative part of the Matrix movies, did storyboards and designs and all kinds of stuff for them, has teamed up with Frank Miller on Hard Boiled, which we do have a video going in depth with that one. That's my first exposure to Jeff Darrow. Changed my ideas of what comics could be amazing. Rusty and Big Guy and Rusty Boy Robot is another Jeff Darrow, and Shaolin Cowboy. This is his latest, Cruel to Be Kin. I want to plug it here in the beginning because
show our covers.
I think this is the best Jeff Darrow comic is this particular story.
And we'll do a bigger video.
We definitely will.
On Cruel to Be Kin. This is the cover gallery. There's the Eddie P.
That looks
cover,
familiar there, Ed.
straight off a Ninja Scroll.
Super awesome. And this is my version. I like seeing it big like this.
Yeah,
this is bigger than it was drawn, by the way, everybody, because I drew it on an actual notebook, and this is blown up a little bit. But enjoy how it looks. But Darrow's art, known for its hyper detail.
Yeah.
And does cartoony stuff on top of that. But I found parallels between Shaolin Cowboy, the character, and our Bourbon Threat character here.
It's the same character. He said it. He said it in shoot interviews. But check this out, dude. 10-page comic, right? It's a 4-page comic. Just like with Heavy Metal, just like Hard Boiled, where he's doing like one panel per page, and then it gets like cropped and retooled. If you look in the credits at the beginning, it's Stenstrom, and that is John Stenstrom, the same writer from Thrill Kill, the Neil Adams comic, of which we do have a video. Patricia Wong is a friend of Jeff's who did the color for this.
I was wondering about the color.
Yeah, and she, like, when it was in Metal Hurlant in 1982, 83, years before this, and it was in black and white. So then I think they did like some sort of like thin kind of albumish kind of big book, and like there were like 3 sets of color, because like it's color and Jeff Darrow, that's a killer on that colorist. So like one page got the Hergé Studio treatment, and then another person did like 2 pages, and then somebody did like the last one.
That's pretty wild.
So John Stenstrom like took that 4 pages and fucked with it so that it could spread across, because Jeff had David Scroggy is a name that you'll see in old comics, and I think he was like a de facto kind of agent for people, the West Coast dude. And this is going to be like a Pacific comic or something. Might have been maybe like a backup in a Rocketeer or like that era, and then Pacific goes away.
Right.
So this is like the only place to kind of put it.
It's interesting that this is the pages are bigger, and then this is cut up to make 10 pages.
Yeah.
Which means some of the panels will be blown up.
And you could tell, like, on the last one, you see the thicker lines and stuff.
Right.
And this might be thinner.
You look at the Dark Horse story of Bourbon Threat, the lines are so fine, they're almost invisible at times. And it's probably because he must have been drawing very big.
Yeah.
And it kind of benefits it, I think, to be blown up a little bit. You know, like, these lines to me feel much
blown
more
up.
like what I expect out of him. They're very easy to read, but it makes sense that they're blown up.
Right.
Especially compared to the other Bourbon Threat that I've seen. And the story, you know, the next time that you see him, I believe, is whenever he's doing Hard Boiled. So think about similarities between this and Hard Boiled. I imagine Miller must have seen this stuff and went, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, you want to do this with me?
Right.
And our main guy, Bourbon Threat, has been assigned the task of basically assassinating this Sister Mary home and garden implement, which is weird.
Yeah, that's specifically what I asked him about. What is that referring to? Like, I know Better Homes and Gardens magazine, and he's like, yeah, it's just that. It's just that. And he said that, like, matronly moms and shit, of course, are the readers of that. So he was just, whatever.
And pretty basic storytelling, right? Like, he stops in at this little shop building thing, accesses it via this code, and now he's in.
Yeah.
You can see how that's maybe a page of comics.
Sure, yeah, totally.
And now you can see the attention to detail that Darrow is known for.
Right. Another thing I asked him was like, hey, Jeff, was that you, the bartender? He's like, nah, just a guy.
You do wonder if there are those types of Easter eggs, inside jokes and stuff scattered throughout. I also wonder, is this top panel the same size as these and blown up? Because you're getting a heavier line here than you have here.
Yeah, exactly. And then this is like the heaviest line of like all three. So I am curious to see the original.
Yeah, for sure. Too. Definitely.
As soon as he said that, I was curious. So like the things that we know about Jeff Darrow are in here, for sure. But what is remarkable is that he does advance more in his artwork. Now, all the construction and stuff is so sound, no doubt. But there will be certain things like just like that. We'll get to it if you turn a page.
Yeah, look at the storytelling though. We see Bourbon enter. Now he's advanced, I don't know, 12 feet or so, walking now past. You know, you can track where he's at. That second panel, he's like right here.
Yeah.
You know, just in line with the first stool. And now he's progressed down. So
and you see all the same characters. And it's not Kirby where, like, you just draw whatever.
And you see these characters responding to him as he passes.
Yeah.
Like he's probably walking into some trouble.
Right.
And you really see it here as like now there are forces on either side of him that don't seem very friendly.
Yeah, pretty good color too, man, because you can't just color every individual. It's not important.
It isn't, and it flattens stuff out. I have this trouble, you know, like if I'm coloring something and it's like at some point I always think it's interesting when colorists will do this kind of like, let's just do the mass as a flat color because it does work. Bourbon stands out, you know, at a tiny size from across the room, but it's weird whenever you're coloring or flatting stuff.
Right.
Like making those decisions. This sequence especially reminds me of Shaolin Cowboy.
Totally.
Great three-dimensional quality, but also the figure, moving the figure around from different angles.
Absolutely.
Something he's a master at.
And it'll be stuff like this that he refines so much more. Like he's getting it all in there, but what he's great at, like the drapery on his modern day works on something that small is that much tighter. And also like all their heads are on the same kind of pivot, and he twists that up a little bit with like his figure drawings and stuff nowadays. So it's all here. It's definitely clearly Jeff Darrow, but he's seeing this early piece, you can see where he has also grown as an artist too, even though he plays with some of the same stylistic motifs.
Yeah, definitely. And how much do these look like? They're too complex for animation design, but they look like cartoon characters. Like you could imagine action figures or something for like every character in that crowd. Even the color scheme kind of reminds me of like action figures.
Yeah, he would have been at Hanna-Barbera still, and he would have been doing like the last bits of Super Friends and like Richie Rich, but he would be doing background designs and monsters and technology. Mm-hmm. And Tom swears that when you watch that last season of Super Friends, like you could tell what the Jeff Darrow spaceships are and stuff like that.
That's wild. We ought to have Tom isolate a couple of those screens for us. Great attention to choreography. You know, working this sword, stabbing the guy behind him, same grip on the sword, and then bringing it forward. Again, another one of those staples of attention to detail. It's not always the drawn detail as much as it is details of like choreography and space.
Right. And
then this reminds me a lot of that iconic spread in Hard Boiled #1, where we've got Nixon, you know, against the wall with just the tank like cab unloading guns on him. Very reminiscent of that, especially like the flow.
Slowly getting his poster work and stuff in there. Like when you read a Jeff Darrow comic a couple of times, you read it once to kind of go through it, but then when you go through the second time, then you read all the Easter eggs and all the chicken fat, basically like the straight up like Will Elder chicken fat that has like a bunch of little jokes and like some of them, like the puns of some of those, like I don't know how one person could come up with that. It's almost like you need a pun book or something.
Yeah, it does feel like your brain's got to be in a certain space to be able to do this kind of thing. To be able to make that many characters that all look kind of fun and interesting. Love like the robot, like the mech suit flying in. It's just loaded.
So he said that like a big part of this story was just to get the nun on the toilet. Like he just wanted to draw a nun on a toilet.
That's fun.
Which is definitely, you know, that's a Darrowism.
It is a
you know,
Darrowism.
like the little dogs taking shits all the time. A lot of references to like farts and anal and vibrators and shit like that in the backgrounds of his characters. I mean, of his comics.
Look, and you see the little bits like a nail clipper with its file out on the floor. These kind of little details I feel like have really come to characterize his work.
Totally.
Astro Boy on the back of the newspaper.
Yeah, dude. Hey, man, that's a Rusty.
Right. And here we go. He got his target, and now he's walking out, and this is the destruction that is left behind.
I would bet that it's stuff like this that turned off the Metal Erlant editors, because like there's a way to do the flat color, but I don't know if this is the way. There might be a better way.
Why were the editors turned off?
Well, that's a question that no, but they were, and they wanted somebody else to do it, and it ended up being 3 people. But then it ended up getting published in black and white. But there was that other Bourbon Threat, like.
It makes me curious to see this in black and white.
I really want to see the OG.
Because that Dark Horse Presents story is in black and white, but the line is so fine. But I look at this spread, and it's kind of like, maybe this is blown up. Probably this is blown up.
Yeah, it's very thick lines.
And I think that line weight, easy to read.
Yeah.
You know, like good job on whatever decided to scale it to this point, because I think that works for me. I like that some of these dudes made it through. Like, they must not have messed with them.
Right, they're just chilling. They just want to smoke.
There are tanks on either side of them, but they're undisturbed.
It's that thing. It's like how Iceberg Slim got his name, Iceberg,
yes.
By getting his hat shot off and not moving.
Right, exactly. This feels very European to me, this guy. Like,
yeah, it could be Captain Haddock.
Exactly.
But you see, there's like little stuff like that where, like, the drapery, it's not, like, grab that cover, man. Like, let's look at some Jeff Darrow drapery. Like, it totally goes around the form, and you feel it. Now, clearly, it's a different kind of pant, but those lines, like, all don't make the sense that, like, this kind of stuff does. But we're looking at stuff more than 40 years apart.
Yeah, interesting to think of that development in the work that you can view with Darrow. And we will cover Cruel to Be Kin at some point, but it's so exciting to me whenever an artist who's been working for 40 years comes out with a book and I go, that's his best work.
Totally.
It's so aspirational to me.
And he's working on stuff now. I you know, no spoilers. I don't know much, but the one cool thing was, like, when we were talking about this, he's like, yeah, I got this idea when we were out in Japan, and I'm like, amazing. And that, because, like, I know what we experienced, that, so it's like, I wonder what's going to be in there.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And I was there when he was buying some gachapons and shit with, like, little beautifully sculpted animals and things, so, like, I wonder if that's going to be a part of it. We're lucky to have a dude who can easily sell out, as the old phrase goes, man, and just do Hollywood development bullshit forever. Like, they would lick his balls to do that stuff constantly. And the fact that he wants to and continues to do comics is so important. And I want everybody to support the Shaolin Cowboy, Cruel to Be Kin.
This is his newest book, and it's very new, just out.
Yeah.
So I think it's just out. If not, it's coming out very soon.
Yeah. It came out this week.
Oh, perfect.
As per Amazon.
So yeah, pick this up if you guys want more Jeff Darrow. This is a great place to start. It's an amazing story. We talk about, like, what everybody did during lockdown. I feel like a lot of this was produced during
that's his COVID project.
Lockdown. So definitely made use of his time. Pick this one up, Shaolin Cowboy. Pick up any Jeff Darrow if you're not familiar with his work. An amazing artist, very one of a kind. And I show this back cover just to point out, doesn't get credit on the back cover. They don't list everybody that's in here, but they do list a lot. And I feel like in hindsight, his name would look pretty good on there.
Right.
So, Heavy Metal, March 1985. For the Jeff Darrow completist out there, you won't be disappointed.
Essential, man. You good to go?
I am.
Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily YouTube channel with more than 1,300 videos, and we may have covered your favorite comics. So hit the little magnifying glass on the front of our Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube page. Type in your favorite comics in the search field. See if we talked about your stuff. If not, send us your suggestions, man. We're always open, and it's not like we're going to stop making vids anytime soon. The Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon is where our biggest supporters get all the videos before anybody else. That gives them a leg up on getting the comics we talk about before anybody else, and sometimes it gets expensive. We call it the Kayfabe effect. We're going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con September 8th, 9th, 10th. That's going to be our last appearance in 2023. Maybe our last appearance ever publicly, man. I'm getting real comfortable at home hanging out and drawing. But the videos are ultimately brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, let the people know what you have on the horizon and what you got out there.
My next book will be Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, published by Image Comics in November. You can pre-order that one now. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. This has just come back into print from Image, so the books together will look very nice on your shelf, and you'll have all my Street Angel material, which is my superhero comic. So if you're a superhero fan, this is where to look with my work.
Jim, I have to say, we just got Kayfabe affected by our own King Kayfabers, because Sean McCobb in the chat room said that he just bought the last Bourbon Threat hardcover on Amazon. LOL. We missed out.
Block him. My latest comic is True Crime Funnies. This was self-published. I have sold out of these, but I am reprinting them. So there'll be more copies coming soon. If you can't wait, you can read the PDF on patreon.com/JimRugg, or you can download it on my website, jimrugg.com, along with a lot of my other zines and mini comics. I also have The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel. This is a perfect gift book for those niece, daughter, whoever the young adult reader is in your life. And Grand Design, Hulk Grand Design. This is my contribution to the Grand Design series. I love how it turned out. This is one of my nicest books I think I've made. And I just learned that it is sold out at the distribution level, which means out of print. So pick this one up if you can still find it at your comic shop. If not, Amazon still had copies as of this morning. Don't know how long those will last. But if you want to gift this Christmas, don't wait for the reprint, because sometimes those take forever.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is on the horizon for a holiday release. It's coming out technically in October, but gives you plenty enough time to get this as a gift for the rap music lover in your life. It's the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. It's the 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture, and we have ganged up all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. We've added 150 pages of extras, plus a lot of art that I've drawn exclusively for this edition to make kind of the ultimate statement on the Hip Hop Family Tree. Scoop it up. It's coming soon to comic shops near you. If you don't got a good shop in town, go hit up Amazon. Ain't no shame in the game. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming out in November. This is going to collect all of my X-Men Grand Design works, and there are a few out-of-print volumes of that at this point that stores can't get. So this will be your one shot to get all of it at once inside a handy dandy trade paperback. Won't be quite this big, probably closer to this size. The stuff I'm working on these days is Red Room. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there. The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. This last miniseries is called Crypto Killers, and this 3rd issue of Red Room Crypto Killers has a backup feature, which is a hot key. It's the Latchkey Kids, but my daily strip is going to be called Switchblade Shorties, and this is like a proto strip of what my daily comic is going to be. So make sure you get your hands on that, because I'm going to be investing a lot of time in this daily strip over 2024. These are not the only ways that you can support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, however. Let the people know, Jimmy.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
There you have it. All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel and keep these daily videos rocking. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Let me pee with this.
Take your time, because I'm going to run through that best of and see if anything
cover some fucking bush.
Needs wrapped up.
Cover up the pink, as they say in porn.
Is that what they say?
Like the administration, they call it, you get paid more to show pink, they call it.
Yeah, we've been getting flagged for adult content quite a bit on here, and we think that hurts our viewer numbers. Man, I don't know if it's possible to cover up everything in here. Ed, this might have been a bad idea on my part. I need like 400 Post-it notes just for this Corbin story.
Yeah, you can't show. I mean, we just can't do it. It's a waste of our time, to be honest, Jimmy. Like, if it's a, show the credits page, but like we just got to be better with it because these videos don't get sent to anybody. They don't see it.
Do you want to? Do you have anything handy that would be an Audible instead of this?
I do.
It's all right.
Like instead of this video?
Yeah.
I do.
That Corbin story seems to be the most potentially troubling. Do you think something like that is going to get us tagged?
Yeah, absolutely. Like on that Klaus thing, just like cleavage and shit.
Yeah. That would not go well.
Just it could be a 10-minute video.
Yeah.
And just show the covers to all of them and maybe cover up the titties on a couple.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna. I hate to do it. Is that objectionable? Do you think?
Technically, like it will be, like if here's what happens, man. Is like we set it up for review, and then somebody looks through it with a fine-tooth comb, and
at that point they probably want to find it.
Exactly, they're looking for
we're
it.
Making them look.
All of that would be considered like, it wouldn't be adults only, but it'll be that like yellow one that's like ad suitable shit.
Because here's the thing, like I don't think these covers are even
right.
Yeah, maybe this is just not something we can do.
Well, I have a video that I definitely was going to do next week for that Sandland, but I didn't read it yet. But it's back in print, and that's kind of huge for me.
Is there something like
that we know well?
Like an arty, something a look at book.
Yeah.
I feel bad with this, but
yeah, we just got to be more conscious of that because like it's just we're not.
It's such a bummer too because I really enjoyed looking at these over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And it's such a bummer not to be able to show them off.
This.
Yeah, I love that book. Brescia.
Sick.
Look at how crazy that
Never
stuff
seen him
is.
in color like that.
No, and just bizarre. Really out there. You know, like that's his vampire.
Yeah, that's a famous image. Is it Dracula?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That might be the cover of the Phantom book. That's amazing.
Can you believe they could print that?
No.
I mean, that's flat out. That's 100% Superman.
Yeah, there's no faking it. Yeah. Do this.
I was flipping through here while you were back there, and I was thinking, like, I wonder if it's possible. Like, half of these stories are clean, but that's what you'd be showing is only like half the book, and not even covers in some cases.
And none of it is even the A-listers, man.
Yeah. It's so spectacular. Like, what I wanted to show with this video is this is your state of the art for color. Yeah. And it's all done on, none of this is digital. Like, some of it I look at and I don't know what this is.
Right.
I don't know what this is.
Yeah, no.
Part of it I go, oh, is that airbrush? But I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame. Maybe I'll go through it and kind of go through and be like, what stories can we show? And then you do like, this is the best of heavy metal, kind of cleaned up. Maybe we don't say cleaned up, but I mean
we could say it like because fucking YouTube is.
That might be the thing to do. I just think visually that stuff is so spectacular.
Yeah, sure.
And the stories aren't,
No, they all suck. Even the Mobius stuff, as reading experiences, is like boring.
Yeah, that would be a conversation I'd be curious to have with the audience. Is like, what's the standout reading one?
Yeah,
Like, which one sticks with you 20 years later?
It's Arzak, and there's not a word in it.
All right, we'll keep that as a work in progress. This is an awesome book.
You know, I got 2 copies, man. I meant to give one to Brian because it came through in the flipper.
Oh man, I didn't realize that. I remember picking it up. Who published this?
I think John Hitchcock just self-published it. No.
No, it was like Jeff Parker.
It says Octopus Press.
Yeah, that's Jeff Parker. You remember him? He writes some comics and he draws some comics. He had written and drawn something and got some acclaim and then went to Marvel and mostly did writing. But he was in the studio in Portland with like
Steve Lieber and them.
Yeah, that
Periscope Press.
Right. And I ended up in that studio one day.
Studio.
And he handed me this book and it was like, thanks, man. I didn't really know the book.
Yeah.
And then like I've read it since then and it is just the best. I absolutely adore this book.
Yeah.
So pretty cool, but you know, it's like a weird project that he like self-published it. You know, not really a publisher, but definitely found something that was awesome and put it out. So, okay, let's see.
Just make sure we're good. I think with this one, we could play up the kayfabe effect a lot. King Kayfabers, your marching orders, man, because like this is an expensive book, but you might be able to find it cheap.
You found one not that long ago, right? For a cover price or less.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it was like at the $5 section at Ides.
That is shocking to me. Because the way those guys, like when I think of their like sort of makeup of what's what, I would think like Alex Toth would be revered,
right?
And then, I mean, this was an expensive book pretty quickly.
I'm trying to think. Like I got something amazing there again in a dollar section that I had to be. Oh, you know what it was? It was.
It's funny. You have to be like, quiet about it
because they're dickhead. They're like, oh, this ain't supposed to be in a dollar section. Like they scrutinize me.
That's funny
because of that. Like saying it on the weekly, and like they fucking cut me off at a signing that week because we were making fun of that long shot.
It's funny,
and I don't see it there anymore.
Yeah.
It was there. Let me just tell the King Kayfabers the story real fast, man. So like, since I found the store Ides when I was like 11 or 12, they had this set of long shot comics there in like the polybags of yore that were like super thick that turn orange and stuff with the label, and it was like Overstreet 1989 prices, you know, like $60 or something like that for like these long shot comics. That set never sold my entire life, to the point where like we're doing Cartoonist Kayfabe, and like the week before, the reason I brought it up was because I saw it there that prior week with the same price, and the fucking plastic is oranger. and I mentioned it on the thing, like, dude, hey, because you knew the set too, because like
I probably start going there at like 99.
Right,
it was there then.
Oh,
anytime I'm looking around, it was always there.
It was there in 92. It was there since I was like 11 or 12 years old, and it's never moved ever. And so I mentioned it on the thing, and then the old timers got salty about it. And then another time, like I found that Dr. Peculiar, and I was like, oh man, I got the good stuff, or just something like that. And then almost every time since I've gone back, somebody comments like, yeah, we made sure to like go through our stuff. And the one old dude who is not Kenny or Jim, but there's another old dude who's like more newer, and he was like, he basically was like, he was talking shit, and then I was like, so what, dude? Like, it's like letting people know that you have good deals.
Yeah, it's very weird that would be discouraged.
Yeah, and he was like, yeah, well, I don't want to like to deal with those people. Blah blah. I'm like, well, ain't you in fucking business, man? Yeah. You don't want people to show up. He's like, I'd rather not have Greg, Mr. Ide, rest in peace. I'd rather not have Greg breathing down my neck.
I remember that reaction.
Because Greg yelled at them, of like, what are you selling this boy? Like, what are you putting in a dollar bins that's worth money? And it's not worth money. It's a super cool comic to people who give a fuck about that sort of thing.
I was just gonna say, like, I got Dr. Peculiar's that way.
Yeah.
to 99% of the population, they don't care.
No.
You could put it on the wall for the rest of your life and nobody's even going to ask you about it.
Right. Yeah, it's a very specific niche crowd that's going to.
And conversely, if you are interested in it and you hear a store has this, that store gets on the radar.
Right.
Because like they've got weird black and white books.
Yeah.
Not every store does. You think it'd be a good thing. I don't know, man.
Goofy.
It is.
Good to go?
I am. Good morning and welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
Alex Toth, one of my favorite cartoonists. We are going to go through the Alex Toth Doodle Book, which features correspondence between Toth and John Hitchcock. And if you know Toth a little bit, you know that he wrote lots of letters and drew all over those letters. This is going to be a fun one. All right, everybody. Want to remind you that this is a daily comic book channel. We have over 1,300 videos. So go up into the little search box and put your favorite comic book, your favorite comic story, your favorite comic creator, and see if we've done a video on them. And if the answer is no, get down to the comments and let us know what we should be looking at, talking about, and covering on this channel. We also have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon with 3 different levels that'll give you access to our videos early. At the top level, the King Kayfaber level, you'll get all of our videos first, which means you can go out and try to track down a book like the Alex Toth Doodle Book before all those copies are either gone or marked up in price. That is known as the Kayfabe effect. If you're a King Kayfaber, you'll be at least ahead of the crowd for that. You can also sit in on our recording sessions and give us feedback live while we're going through these books and comics and making these videos. And one last announcement. We will be at Baltimore Comic-Con, September 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's our last Comic-Con of the year, so if you're anywhere near Baltimore, come on out. It's a great show for comic book fans, and we look forward to meeting you there. So, this is a cool book. Any Alex Toth books that seems like they get published, they get sold out, they go up in price. An artist who has a reputation as being an artist, and a lot of my friends, you'll see Alex Toth books on their shelves. This is the good stuff as far as I'm concerned. And in this case, published by Jeff Parker, another cartoonist, but it features the correspondence between Alex Toth and John Hitchcock, who has published several Alex Toth books. So a longtime close associate with Toth, and a chance to not just see some Toth art, but also to read the back and forth correspondence of, I think it's about 25 years that they were corresponding back and forth. And this is a really enjoyable book for me to just read. And there are these different books that feature letters, like especially going back into like fan press, where like maybe an artist and one of these fanzines were corresponding, or a fellow artist. Now and then you'll see like Crumb has letters, collections of some of his letters printed and stuff. It gives you a real insight into the cartoonist and his thoughts. And a lot of this correspondence is about that, where he'll be writing about a specific story, a bad coloring job, a bit of a crank at times.
So basically, it's pornography for the Cartoonist Kayfabe viewer out there.
I'll tell you what, you'll learn a lot about comics and what makes a good comic going through this. You get to see his beautiful hand lettering, which always stands out to me as remarkable. This is written in like a note. He's not rolling out. There's not Ames lettering guidelines underneath this. This is a master just writing his thoughts down.
Yeah, it's cool because like on some level, he's such a rigorous creator. On some level, I think he might consider that like practice also. And he's using that great Flair pen that he uses for everything else anyhow, like the inking of his artwork and his regular comics lettering. So, I mean, those letters are works of art. John Hitchcock is the custodian of Alex Toth artwork, even if it is just those letters.
Yeah, and it's so cool. Comics Buyer's Guide accidentally printed Toth's address. So John Hitchcock sent him this letter, and this is how their correspondence, began. And you can see here like how much they actually wrote back and forth. Toth with his first reply on like a legal pad, it looks like a steno pad, and interspersed with these kinds of drawings. If you have some of the Toth books, you'll see this kind of stuff where it was like, I don't know, drawn on the back of envelopes, drawing in sketchbooks, but a lot of these, quick drawings, doodles, maybe done when he's on the phone for all I know. But that stuff is something that would also appear in his correspondence, as you see like a little cartoony head here with the Dear John. Kind of funny, like even Dear John sounds like this is a gimmick, like a concept for a book.
Might I say the King Kayfabers are buying these books up as we speak, man. So I want to implore people to join the Patreon. Tall Matt just scooped up a copy. It cost him 75 bones. And on Biblio, there's a couple showing up. And Stuart Wynn
Yeah, that makes sense.
Stuart Wynn has a couple.
Good. I hope they find, people that are interested in this. I hope they find it, because this is really a pleasurable thing to read. They get across all kinds of topics. Here it's Wally Wood. So Toth is talking a little bit about Wally Wood. And one of the things I love to hear, cartoonists I like to hear them talk about other cartoonists' work. Yeah. Very insightful a lot of times. So this is a pleasure to read this book. And like I say, I hope that people find it, because, it's a small paperback. This isn't necessarily on everybody's shelves. Get to see him in pencils.
It's amazing, man. Like I happened upon this book for like $5 down at Ides one day, and just couldn't believe the embarrassment of riches when it comes to the unpublished artwork, and just seeing his hand. And the cool thing with letters is it's unfiltered. Like it's the guy's true thoughts, and he wasn't. It's not made for print necessarily,
right?
But he's being more unfiltered. I just seen Gary Groth's name.
Interesting.
Right here. What's he say?
Gary Groth tells of an upcoming Kniff interview. Chaikin's in next issue. Asked him to do one with Dick Brown, Hagar the Horrible, for a fun piece. It's amazing. That's amazing hearing, who's Toth interested in?
Right.
A guy of this caliber. And by this point, I think that last letter was dated 86, which is really useful to me at the moment. But, to see, at that point in his career, a master, look at this drawing with the side of the pencil. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun stuff. But to see him, what artists interest him, hold his attention, does he want to read an interview with? I just think that's a great insight. I was very grateful that Jeff Parker put out a book like this.
There's a little Dick Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Except that's Toth drawing Hagar, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
How about that shit?
Wild. Pretty classic there, man. A lot of artwork that he sent to John Hitchcock throughout this process. I love seeing his pencils, though, because you don't see a lot of his pencils.
It's true.
And it's really neat to see, a line like this. So much confidence in one line.
And it's there. The confidence, it's not self-delusion. It's he has it.
Yeah, really impressive.
Ah, man. Definite unicorn of creator.
Love this stuff, too, partially inked pieces. And look, rolling out the lines to make the really nice logo. So this is a great find if you're able to do it. You happen to find one just on a shelf, almost like somebody not knowing what they had. And I think that's why you look in bookstores and in comic shops and in those back dusty bin of a shelf, because sometimes this stuff doesn't sell right away and it gets relegated to the $5 box. And then it goes up in value and nobody ever knows it. It's been sitting back there collecting dust for 3 or 4 years. You might luck into it. Half-price books, places like that, you can find things. Sometimes books like this that are out of print. And
yeah, that's the other thing too, because they will, they'll price a book accordingly to the market value, but then Cartoonist Kayfabe does an episode or something like that.
Almost Will Eisner.
Yeah, totally. And they might not change the prices at the brick and mortar. They might not know to. It's hey, it already has a price tag. It's not like you're going. The kid at Half Price Books is going to keep up to date with all the books that they already priced.
Absolutely.
New shit coming in all the time.
And if something's sitting in that discount bin, it's been sitting there. Why would it sell for more money?
Right.
Yeah, probably not going back through there. I forgot all the pencil drawings that are in here, but these single line drawings in pencil, his line is just, it's amazing. Usually you see it with that flare pen, but getting to see it in pencil is really nice. Looks like a soft lead too, by the way.
I was gonna say that looks like a Palomino Blackwing. If I ain't your Ticonderoga, that graphite goes on like butter.
Love this too. Let's see some lettering over here. The 6-panel lettering. I always wanted to do a copacetic comics shirt where it would be 9 panels over here, copacetic, and 6 panels for comics. I always thought that would be not going to work with every comic store,
right,
but it would have worked with copacetic comics. These little ducks that he would draw. The other thing that's fun thinking about with a book like this, John Hitchcock must have pulled out a box of Alex Toth goodness.
Yeah, it's amazing.
For, to scan and prep for a book like this.
There was that Toth documentary that you can watch on YouTube. Paul Pope is in there. And Hitchcock is in there. And if I remember correctly, Hitchcock owns that strip that Toth did in the Super Friends, or Is that what it was? The Super Friends Treasury Edition?
Yeah, the animation, the how to
make cartoons. I think we do have a video specifically on that also.
Yes.
Just type in Alex Toth in the search field. You'll get all our Toth vids. But I think he owns the artwork to that. 4 or 5 pages.
Wow. Yeah. Those are beautiful. I love those pages full of Toth lettering too.
Which I was going to say, which is interesting because it's a lot more Toth lettering. You know, like Hitchcock's buying up that lettering, dude.
It's so cool. Like you can see this is a postcard. You know, it's even postmarked on there. So just loading the notes on there to mail off. And I lingered on this Batman because 92, like, when does Batman Black and White come out?
It's like 96, 97.
Oh, much later. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking that might have been like preliminary, you know, like roughing out layouts and stuff.
He did a Batman story or two that's like highly regarded. One of them's maybe the only one is in that Batman Greatest Stories.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Has a biplane in it, I believe.
Death Flies the Friendly Skies, maybe?
Something like that.
He would do all this kind of doodling, too. And you'll see that like in the back of some of those Toth books that Hitchcock published. Probably because Hitchcock had this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it makes a lot of sense now. But it was weird because it's almost like comic arrangement, right? You're doing a bunch of these little boxes with stuff happening in them, but very abstract.
Right.
I saw
but still, like, look at the weight of that plane. You know, you like it feels heavy.
Yeah, even like the simplified cartooning works. You know, that nothing wrong with that cartoon character.
Hell of a drawer.
I knew a storyboard artist that would work that way, where it was like he would write in storyboard form and then go back and cut stuff for comic books because you just didn't need that like second to second
right
kind of approach. But it always looked neat. It seemed like it would be time intensive and maybe not the most efficient way to work, but it looked very neat.
Do you think this is aesthetic, or it's just like they're scanning and just letting the kind of halos show up for no reason? You know, the grays, because it's on almost every page.
Yeah, I think it's probably just letting
to scan.
Yeah, just to scan and try to be as accurate as you can. I make zines and stuff, and like that's one of the weird things whenever you're scanning something in and it's going to be printed in gray. Like, well, do I want to bump up levels and make it bitmap, or do I want to keep it gray? And if you keep it a little bit gray,
you're gonna get that halo.
Well, the anti-aliasing doesn't show up as much.
Right.
Like if this were grayscale but the levels were like black and white,
right,
you would get that feather on the edge, and you'll see it a little bit if you look close. But I think the reproduction's not bad for one color, printing. It certainly doesn't stand out to me or bother me. Look at that. Speaking of shapes.
Just always a student. Always a student. Toth, when he's drawing these things, these doodles and stuff, he's got a 40-year career already.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't know if all this art is in order, but this is 03. This is, getting towards the end of his life. I don't know that he was doing anything professionally at this point.
Right.
He's retired, like maybe doing commissions, maybe. I don't even know about that.
As per the documentary, when his wife passes, he's like a full hermit.
Another Hagar. Makes me wonder about that strip in the early
days. Dick
days.
Brown is dope. Like in the very first issue of Nemo, there's the Dick Brown interview that is totally worth going through, and you see his work. He worked at Johnstone and Cushing. Like he could do all sorts of different styles, and his version of Hagar is not the version that we know. It's much more animated and bouncy and beautiful. It's a nepo baby strip. Like his son took it over. And that's what we know.
So this is another piece. Like, all right, that's our letter correspondence stuff. Now we get back here, and this is like an interview, and you can see like it must have been done through the mail, because now you're getting Toth handwriting in response to the questions. And look, man, right away, no Roy Sickles. Crane and no Sickles. Right off the bat, man. Milton Caniff, like, let's get into it. Frank Robbins. Again, like, having Toth weigh in on these other giants, amazing.
Frank Robbins has become more and more of a revelation to me, because I know him from like Batman comics and stuff. He has such a giant career in daily strips, way more than you might realize. Like, he has this one that went on for like 3-4 decades. And I found a website that like just gangs up like years worth of like these obscure strips, and you could just download them off of the pirate channels and stuff.
That's kind of nice. That's a good way to read a bunch of them.
Yeah, totally. And it's so it's got such deep cuts, including that because like there ain't no reprints of that Frank Robbins shit.
I faked too much of this page of a construction site's assorted mass of clutter, machinery, material. Let's blame my lack of research. This is him going through and now answering questions about some of his stories.
He's a stickler, dude, and that is the most instructive stuff that you could get. Like I always somebody that's like so influential. I'm always curious about like what their own self critiques on old works.
This is amazing. Like we're going through some of his more famous stories here, page by page.
Right.
I mean, this could be a kayfabe episode. Looking at like White Devil, Yellow Devil, and then reading his response. There's a page of this in the Billy Ireland, I believe, one of these original pages. Not sure which one. But this is almost like Cartoonist Kayfabe, except you're getting Alex Toth with the insight of breaking down his pages, panel by panel and describing which ones work and which ones don't, and often laying into the colorist. So a super cool Alex Toth book. Like I said, randomly I got hold of a copy of this, and when I actually sat down and read it, there is magic in this.
Absolutely.
Some of my esteem for Alex Toth probably comes from reading this kind of insight. His own reflection on comics and his comics in particular.
I want this video to do well because and we'll just call attention. It's Hitchcock and Toth all over the place. The Crumb book that you mentioned, it's called Your Vigor for Life Appalls Me. And it's a collection of Crumb interviews, but it's much different. It's a lot of typed interviews, but there's an amazing narrative that goes through there. And that's something I wanted to do a video on for a really long time. And what's cool about the Crumb one is that it's the correspondence with like 3 or 4 different people. And you could see where he is on the social pecking order with the various people that he's corresponding with. Because you could tell there's one dude, Marty Pauls, that he has mad respect for, and he takes more of a recessive role in the correspondence. But there's definitely a guy that Crumb has disrespect for, and like insults him throughout the letter, which is funny to me because it's like it's not even a phone call. Like, why can't you just be 100% respectful in letters? But he just makes fun of some guys, and it's steeped in fandom. So you hear about them like he wants to tell a guy he's describing a Walt Kelly cover, and is describing it, but then he's like, oh, I'll just trace it. So like they would on a piece of tracing paper or just trace the shape to show you like, hey, do you have this? Because I just found this at a antique store or a used bookstore and stuff. Like,
that's amazing.
Pre-Xerox.
That's really cool.
You see them talking about I got this one issue of Walt Disney Comics store. It's got the Good Duck Artist. Like, you see them using the term Good Duck Artist. Anyhow, I digress.
That's really cool. I didn't realize there were stories like that in there. I love that idea of like, how on earth would you find back issues back then? And you're corresponding with pen pals and then looking out for each other. Imagine how difficult it is whenever you hear that description of this great Bark story or something. And it's like, I'm never going to get to see it.
Right. Yeah.
Very cool.
Pre-Xerox, etc. So forth. There it is. Kayfabers, we have daily videos that we put out on Cartoonist Kayfabe, and there's more than 1,300 of them as we speak. Been doing this nearly 5 years. We might have talked about your favorite comics, so hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Kayfabe YouTube channel. Give it a search and see if we talked about your favorite comics. Check out those episodes. If we haven't, make sure you put something in the comments with the comics that you dig that we did not cover. We might bump those higher to the list of future episodes. The Patreon is where the King Kayfabers can go to check out the videos before anybody else. Books like this, man, like I said, the Kayfabers are already snapping them up, and it's already kind of an expensive book, but they're getting first dibs on the cheapest copies that are out there of these various books that we talk about on the channel. And they have access to this live stream recording, which is how they were able to snap it up right this very minute while we're recording the episodes. Sometimes books get kayfabe affected while we are recording them before we even edit the videos. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, drop some science, man. Let the people know.
Coming out in November, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. You can pre-order this one. Start pre-ordering it now. The book is done, so it will be out in November. Street Angel, Deadly Squirrel Live is also from Image Comics. Back in print after not being available for a bit. This collects all of the full-color Street Angel stories. 8 complete stories in here. No overlap between this and Princess of Poverty. So get both. You'll have the complete set of all the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. My latest self-published comic, True Crime Funnies, features 3 nonfiction stories. Currently out of print, but we'll be back soon in time for Baltimore. Fingers crossed. But you can download a PDF on my website. You can also read it on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg. The Plain Janes is my young adult graphic novel. This is a gift book for all those people our age watching this video. Buy it for that niece, daughter, birthday gifts, whatever. For the young adult reader, you can't beat it. And Hulk Grand Design. This is my contribution to the Grand Design series of books. You can see it's a big oversized. Very happy with how this turned out. And just learned this week, out of print, unavailable from the distributor. So if you haven't bought Hulk Grand Design yet, you may want to scoop up the copy that's sitting in your local comic shop. If they don't have one, you may want to go to Amazon. They still have some copies available. So pick this one up, because once it's out of print, who knows if you'll get another chance to buy that one for cover price or less.
That's true, man. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in time for the holidays. Should be out in October. It is going to be collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there. Look at that thing, man. More than 500 pages worth of comics, 150 pages plus of extra material that is not in those first 4 volumes. So this is the ultimate statement on Hip Hop Family Tree. Coming in October. Not going to be the only holiday effort that I'm going to be putting out this year. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming because of certain volumes being out of print. So we're taking all 3 X-Men Grand Design Treasury editions. We're squeezing them into one handy-dandy trade paperback. And it should be coming out in November. Still plenty of time to get that as a gift or whatever for the holiday season. Red Room is the current comic that I've been working on. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room. And Crypto Killers is the final mini-series of Red Room comics. Each issue is self-contained, so if you see an issue, scoop it up. Each trade paperback self-contained. But I do implore you to check out this 3rd issue of Red Room Crypto Killers, because the backup feature is showcasing a prototype version of the daily strip that I am currently working on and have yet to serialize. I'm serializing it on my Patreon, my own personal Patreon at this moment. But this is going to be kind of a hot key, because once I start releasing those daily strips, accumulate it into a book at some point, this is the first appearance. So those are some ways to support the channel by way of grabbing our books. I mean, it's essential to keep the lights on, but there are some other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. And Jimmy, you'll let them know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
There you have it. All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Boom. So just one more, right? William M. asks, would it be possible for you guys to only have the racier books to show exclusively on Patreon? And the answer to that is, if we were to do something like that, you can just put it wherever. If we were to do something like that, it would have to be at a higher tier, because we can't spend this precious time doing a video that 50 people see. There's no way.
This daily load is about as much as I can handle.
It doesn't work if thousands of people don't fuck with it. So we're at that limit. So that's why I was telling Jimmy it's not a good use of our time to have stuff get the restrictions. And there are levels of restriction. Like the worst level is adults only. And what sucks about that is, even if they go directly to the Kayfabe channel, it blurs out the thumbnail. Even I saw, so that really sucks. And it definitely doesn't ever show that video in a sidebar. And then there's like another level that's like it shows the video less on the sidebar and like to people's subscriptions and shit. So it just kind of, it's not us putting our best foot forward. It's not us using our time together.
Yeah, we gotta try to figure that out. And for you guys at home, like, keep thinking, because there's a lot of good comics that we just can't get past YouTube.
Yeah.
And figuring out like how we can make that make sense. Because I want to talk about all comics.
No, yeah, totally. And what we'll have to do, Jimmy, is we could do that. Let's do that heavy metal one next week, but maybe we go back to when we shoot in the other room and have the camera on us. We prop those books up, and then you stitch in artwork. Like, you could get digitals of those strips and stuff, or just take pictures of your own shit with your phone or something, and then stitch it in, kind of like we did in the early days. that's the way, you know, because we have to talk about that kind of stuff. Like, there's more crumb shit that needs to be covered. Lots of stuff, and sometimes it bypasses. Like it might get that little flag, but it'll still do well, and it'll be you know, it's contingent on the popularity of the comic. Sometimes, you know, like a Sin City will push through that.
Right. Yeah, it's frustrating, some of the stuff that gets flagged. Giving you guys this inside baseball look, it's probably not that important, but it is frustrating, like the stuff that gets flagged, where I just think, like, there's nothing here, and every video will get flagged.
Yeah, well, every video gets flagged now, because we're bad boys. You know, every video gets flagged, so we have to, like,
OnlyFans.
We were talking about...
We have kicked that around.
We were talking about doing OnlyFans instead of Patreon, but then I didn't want fucking OnlyFans to show up on your bank statements and have your old ladies fucking all salty. Yeah. Like, sounds like a headache you don't need in your life.
It's very true. I don't know what the answer is for any of that. It is funny, though, to think about that, and there probably is a good solution that, you know, we just got to figure out. I do wonder, like, if you did an OnlyFans, if it would be like, you know, 2 videos a month or something, you know, something that would be, because that's pay what you want, right? Or
no,
it's up to you how much you charge.
I mean, we charge, just like Patreon.
Okay. Yeah, you could almost do like a buy the video or something. I don't know. There's a solution for everything, though, right?
It's true. All right. Now we're doing the big boy. Long time coming. It's been more than a year. It might be more than 2 years since we did an episode of it'll be this one, of Raw Magazine. And I do want to have a playlist with all 8 issues or whatever it is. Yeah, sure. You know what's interesting is, like, having the iPad on, having Wi-Fi going, and having a remote going is such a drain that the battery doesn't take care of it. Like it doesn't fill it enough as it drains. Cause, like,
this thing.
Correct.
Yeah, you know what? I'm like 7%. It's like wasn't not a lot of juice. I guess maybe just enough to run it. But it wasn't you know, it didn't not enough to charge.
Right.
Yeah, this is a lot of equipment running all over the place.
Well, just like you know, there's Bluetooth, there's Wi-Fi, this ain't gonna do, I don't think. Well, maybe.
Seems like it should be close. I mean, it's smaller than an artist edition.
Right, but it's just about the margins. We'll see. Yeah, Joe's Bar is the winner of this story, of this issue. Yeah, no, the margins are no good. It'll have to be a white background.
Only Kayfabe is a funny name.
I mean, isn't that what OnlyFans is?
A funny name?
Kayfabe?
Isn't everything?
When those titty chicks are telling you that they want to fuck you, you think that's true? You goddamn neckbeards.
Hey, I'm gonna grab a little more water.
Yeah, do it. I'm thirsty too. This one up top is me? Or you?
That's you.
We'll still sit down, Jimmy.
Okay.
This would have been such a nightmare if we would have had our woes from last week. Okay, we're good. With the remote thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this would be almost impossible to shoot if you had the setup from last week.
Because it's not really high enough that we stand. And we would have to rely on that.
Withering Studio said, what about censored videos on YouTube and uncensored on Patreon? It depends on the video.
It sounds like 2 uploads.
Oh, yeah, would be. Yeah, I don't know.
We're at max capacity. Until we decide to hire somebody to be a producer, we're pretty much where we're at, I would say. Because I'm not ready to concede. Like, I'm still a cartoonist that does YouTube videos. You know,
right.
Once this thing makes $1 million, I could start to think a different way. But we ain't there. This stuff doesn't make us any direct money in any major way.
Yeah, it's funny. Time for an intern, and you dudes are totally right. But like part of the cartoonist mentality, at least as far as I know,
neurosis.
Well, I mean, megalomaniacal control.
Yeah.
Like micromanaging everything.
Control freaks.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something to joke about, but it's also super true.
Yeah, it is. And like, I don't know that we would have even done this if we didn't know each other for 20 years first.
Right.
To be able to trust each other to do their legwork. You know what I'm saying?
It's very true.
Because, like...
Collaboration is just a weird thing.
Yeah.
Like, it shocks me how much comics is collaboration when it doesn't have to be, because, like, man, it's hard. Well, it's a compromise.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be for a writer that don't know how to fucking draw.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you have this one?
The only one I have is like 7 and then Read Yourself Raw.
Yeah.
Or 8. 7. Did 8? Maybe I have
the
8.
Kaz cover?
Yeah, I think that's the one I have.
Yeah, I think that might be 8.
Yeah, it man, that's a great cover.
Oh, it's so crazy. Panther ain't no slouch in this issue.
Fascinating cartoonist. Like, it doesn't seem like it should work.
No, and wait till you see the inner stuff, because I don't know how to talk about his comics very well, because it's so, because he's so good, but there's also that rawness of like intentionally being primitive. I don't know how to talk about it.
Right. It kind of defies a lot of the criteria applied to comics.
Yeah.
His stuff sort of openly defies that stuff.
And this whole magazine is that. This whole magazine, like the tightest, most regular kind of comic really is the Munoz Joe's Bar thing. Everything else is, well, of course, Mouse. Of course, Mouse, but you know what I'm saying. I'm good to go if you are, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We got a good one today, man. It's been a long time coming, but we got to let you guys know that we are a daily YouTube channel. So we put new videos out all the time, and at this point we have over 1,300 videos in our library. So it's a possibility that we talked about your favorite comics already. You dig our commentary, go back, check some of that stuff out. There's a search box next to the magnifying glass on the front page of our YouTube channel. If we haven't covered your favorite comics, make sure you put something in the comments so that we know to put that higher up on our to-read list. We have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon where the King Kayfabers have access to the cheapest copies on the aftermarket of the things that we talk about, because they get the videos before anybody else. They're hanging out with us in the Kayfabe chat room that is private, exclusive to them. I could bet you that the book that we're going to cover today is going to be Kayfabe affected for sure. And we are going to be doing our last public appearance this year at Baltimore Comic-Con. September 8th, 9th, 10th is going to be the convention, and we hope to see you there rocking your Kayfabe merchandise. Without further ado, man, Raw Magazine number 3. we have covered the first 2 issues of Raw, but I don't think we talked about Raw for about 2 years, maybe. And I do have the complete set.
That's such a collector show-off move. It's a great collection.
It's why the channel exists, man. And I doubt that there will ever be a reprint. It's unwieldy. Do we have any comic books here? Yes, we do have comic books here. This is your standard comic. Raw's much bigger. You're dealing with European cartoonists. You're dealing with Japanese cartoonists sometimes. You're dealing with cartoonists who have passed on. So the rights would be a nightmare to kind of get everybody on the same page to do any kind of reprint. But in terms of avant-garde comic making, this is such a crucial publication that we would be remiss not to share every page here on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel.
Yeah, it's so different than everything that was being done in comics at the time, especially in American comics. Like, this is your early to mid 80s that Raw is being published, and you can see with the demonstration of the comic book size, you are going to find this on a spinner rack. You weren't going to find it with comics. This was like an art project.
I don't know that very many of these copies escaped New York.
Right.
And I don't say that for any reason other than, like, this is kind of like high fashion. You can imagine, like, the New York intelligentsia jerking off all over this thing. All over Jimbo's face here.
Yes, exactly. Right. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm imagining right
because,
now.
you know, like, sure, I'm sure Bud Plant bought a grip to distribute around, man. And I'm sure Jeppy got plenty in his coffers. But I don't know that the comic shops across the country, you know, on any place other than the coasts would really fuck with this all that much. It's very far afield of a Marvel or DC comic, and we'll launch right into things, and I think it might be 1981.
Yeah, it's earlier than I always expect.
Yeah, it's 1981.
1981 is shocking. I did not think it was that early.
Totally. This is, before we get too deep, this is a Gary Panter cover. He was doing things for like Slash magazine before that, established the Jimbo character there. But one of the things that you gotta know, man, is that they were doing all the technical stuff themselves. So it could be Francois who was cutting the color separations here. They were handling that part themselves.
They're printing it on their own press.
Yeah, like at one point it changes because there's like a guy who does the covers, and if you watch Comic Book Confidential, you'll see the press is that it's not in a loft. It's like an actual print house.
The other thing to note with this is it's bigger. It says magazine, but it's bigger than magazine size. So when we talk about like comic shops being mad if your stuff's not comic book size, well, maybe magazine size. When you get to this doesn't fit anywhere. Right.
This is close. Like this is akin to like Warhol's Interview magazine size. In fact, that was their scam. Like they wanted it to be right next to that because that's sort of how they saw it. And as we crack things open right away, see design and color on that front cover, FM and AS. That's Francois Molly, who is now the art director at New Yorker magazine, and AS will be Art Spiegelman. Even the graphic design choice of making this table of contents page askew, this is not done by computer work. Like, this is practical effects, and that was a choice that they had to make, and it is a sharp aesthetic option to do this. You know? Like, even this is kind of cutting edge.
It definitely is. I look at a lot of like 70s and 80s magazine design because I like that stuff. And there is a certain sameness because of the limited tools and what you could do. This is pretty good. This is something that stands out to me.
With everything that I said earlier, I could be wrong at this stage, man. With Raw number 3, European distributors, they at least have some. Titan is distributing stuff. American distribution, Contact Raw Books, coming straight from the loft. Francois and Art packing boxes. You know what? He's probably getting some fucking SVA kid.
Yeah.
Paul Karasik is
student interns are packing boxes.
Paul Karasik is putting his finger down while Drew Friedman is tying the knot.
I love it.
We'll go through all this stuff, man. One of the things that I noticed, certainly with this page, and there's another artist or two. What's cool is it gives geography of a lot of the the cartoonists right here of like where they're kind of coming from, because this is worldwide, man. But the aesthetics of some of this artwork, typically the European stuff, it'll be the aesthetics of what you know to be like American animation in like the 90s. It's so far ahead of its time for what it looks like here in 1981.
I was reading a couple of those, like the 1 or 2 line at, like bio where someone's from, and it'll be like poster artist. Like they're pulling from a lot of different sources with like styles that may be comic reference, but maybe not a cartoonist per se.
Yeah.
So, very forward thinking in terms of all the graphic imagery that's going into this.
Look at this Jimbo strip, dude. And it's like, how many different tools are being used here? Because like this art looks like different than this art. Is this stuff pasted up? Is that why it's so rigid and cut up and stuff?
I like a lot of the Fort Thunder guys and like Brian Chippendale, and I'm looking up here at like white paint making all these dots, and I can see Chippendale in that sky.
Totally. This is a Jimbo culturally appropriating, like quite literally, like at one point admitting that he's not of Native American descent. But what is interesting of the aesthetic is that at the time, Gary Panter's wife was the manager for the band The Germs, and Darby Crash, the main singer, kind of adopted a kind of Native American aesthetic. He had his hair and this kind of thing, and he had the Mohican haircut and stuff like it. So I wonder if he's making fun of those guys or what's going on.
Look at this, like using cartoon iconography
as a cave painting. Like that's what he's suggesting, that cartooning goes back all that far, even though it's not in the dialogue. It's just kind of like what you're getting. And then this is the actual cave painting, comic.
It would always blow my mind when I learned Gary Panter was involved with Pee Wee Herman, Pee Wee's Playhouse. And it still kind of blows my mind.
Totally.
Like his stuff just feels so outrageous that the idea that it would be on network Saturday morning television.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, but
one of the few graphic artists that really defined the look of that show.
He's like the raw imagination guy, no pun intended with the title of this magazine. But then you have like Wayne White and like another dude or two to kind of soften it to make it possible. So like when you see that little redheaded fuck post, that like one little puppet, you see Jimbo in it. You really do. And there's early graphic design stuff for licensed materials where you see the Gary Panter all over it. Because it's drawn.
Man, I used to follow him on Instagram, and he was pretty active. I haven't seen anything for a while, but he's a guy you might be able to track down and see a lot of his work or writing.
Yeah, he posts stuff, but dude, if you ain't up on things, like sometimes you have to proactively look, because the algorithm will fuck you and just give you like 10 people. We have some collage material by Millet, but to me, the real sort of outstanding strip in this issue is by Munoz and Sampaio. I believe it's a Joe's Bar strip. It's called Mr. Wilcox, Mr. Conrad, and very quickly you realize like it's very interesting because you get the impression that it's a hitman gig, but then as things go by, the guy that you think is a hitman becomes friends with what might be the victim, because it's all the tropes of like looking at photos of our guy and then meeting our guy and being in the same spot and kind of paying attention. They become quite chummy and trade stamps or something. Like when you have a translated work, it's from a different country and it's a different culture, even though it's supposed to take place in New York. In the front piece, they mentioned that Sampaio and Munoz have never been to New York, even though the story takes place there. So there's cultural stuff that you just don't get. Plus, this is the very early days of translation, so the translation might not be all there.
Munoz, this art you can see, big influence on Frank Miller.
Absolutely, we did a video. You could search for it. It's there would be no Sin City without Alack, A-L-A-C-K, Sinner.
Right.
Is the video where we look through 2 volumes of Alack Sinner that IDW put out.
Very nice
two
ones
big
too.
Phone book size collections.
Very flattering.
1,000 pages.
Yeah, nice art. I mentioned that 1981 is interesting because like it's 1986 I think whenever Fantagraphics starts publishing Sinner.
Yeah.
So like a lot of time goes by,
Sure.
before we get another big dose of this. Keith Giffen really raked over the coals by the Comics Journal for copying panels from Munoz.
Straight up. And look at the effervescence of the artwork. You don't mistake one character for another.
Not at all. The character design's extraordinary.
Very unself-conscious when it comes to the line work. Just like allowing for very clear mark making. Because there is such a... Our mainstream comics in America are such corporate products that extends to the artwork, where it's about cleanliness, it's about getting all the lines right, it's about polish, and almost divorcing yourself from being hand done. It's almost like they want it to look like it was stamped out by a machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Because then if you
remove the artist,
well, if you complain a little bit, I'll just bring in another guy that draws like you.
Exactly. So this is a different idiom of comics making, and allowing the artist's hand to be visible is not a problem.
I got hold of one of those Sinner magazines pretty early in my reading, like a flea market find.
Right.
And to me, it was black and white, kind of remind me of Frank Miller. Picked it up, but it's a time when I'm looking at like Scott Williams' ink line
Right.
is like, this is the apex of inking and control, and to see this kind of approach, it was so hard for me to process. It was like one of those things that kind of shatters your ideas, because I liked it, but it also freaked me out a little bit looking at it.
There's some very cool comic stuff happening here once you go into Joe's bar, presumably, where you have different levels of conversation happening, like foreground conversation, background conversation. So you have these two characters having their whole deal.
That's really
And then we have our guys introducing themselves and becoming friends. So there's this stuff happening in tandem.
I really like that.
It's really good.
I feel like I've mentioned it a couple times today, but this like foreground and creating depth is an effect I admire in comics, and the way they're doing it here, really interesting. Even with the narration being almost like behind, like deeper.
Yeah.
In the panel.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet stuff, and when it happens that there's now some importance placed on these characters that you're kind of just being introduced to. It like it's rare that would just be done for no reason, for just technique. There's these stamps that I was talking about.
Yeah, it's strange. The character design stuff, I'm glad you noted that, because that's something to look at whenever you look at their work.
Our guy's getting sloppier and sloppier drunk to the point that he's completely out of it. And look at him, man, just like hook hand dudes. Our guys are taking a schwitz.
Wild, bold shadows. Like, look at the shadows on that face.
Just a pity face, man. It's like his face caught on fire and he tried to put it out with an ice pick.
Oh, all these characters have that quality. Like a lived-in kind of quality.
Totally. And also, it's always in New York. So, like, yo, Munoz, man, what you think about the New Yorkers, dude? What you saying? This is funny because it really looks like they're measuring cocks.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, not bad. There? Not bad, man. Good stuff. This is a story told in two parts. So our guys got chummy, and now they're going to go hang out. But the one chick that was hanging out with that drunken guy, where there was two conversations, she's making time with the fellas here. So it'll continue on page 31. On this page here, it's a Francois Molly article, and it's health food talk. It's
like straight
up health food talk. It's an article. This is a magazine. This ain't a comic.
That's fascinating.
And
this graphic, I think, is amazing.
Sure.
Like that top-down shot. When do you ever see that anywhere?
Totally. And how do you do that? Like, is this a piece of found artwork? Did Spiegelman draw that?
Yeah, is it some kind of collage?
Is it a collage? Yeah, like how's it work, man? But it's this is bougie Manhattan, and they're just. It's one of those articles where you just feel bad about eating any of the bad stuff that you do.
Yeah, interesting. I was just reading that last paragraph, and it's talking about a Mary Tyler Moore episode interrupted by an ice cream commercial, and now she wants ice cream.
Yeah, there's a whole piece talking about how, flour, once it became white flour, it has zero nutritious value. It doesn't do anything.
It's so interesting because it feels like that's a conversation that continues to be had today.
Totally. And this is probably like early on in that, you know. And it's always, you know, it's New York, LA, that type of shit. Here's that Kierkegaard guy.
Really interesting. I love that. The Schoolboy Assassin, I like this title a lot. And for people at home, Kierkegaard is, we see him in Heavy Metal Magazine.
Yeah.
He's also published by Catalan Communications later in the 80s. Would not have expected to see his work here in Raw Magazine. And that crossover between like the heavy metal artist and Raw, much greater crossover than I realized.
It speaks to the very few venues possible for cartooning that was anything but Marvel DC style artwork. Kierkegaard's work in heavy metal, you'll remember it as like when you see C-3PO in a bra, or like Darth Vader in little boxer shorts with hearts all over them. He's that guy.
It's so strange.
And you could see the paste ups of the letter of the typeset lettering here.
I do wonder when I see his work, like exactly what media he's working on and stuff.
I know, because like the smoothness and all that stuff. Like, could it possibly all be airbrushed? But then it feels like it's too much.
I wonder if it's like photos and he's painting on top of actual photos a little bit.
Yeah, I just
really
don't know. This is another set of artwork that really feels like cutting edge 90s animation style. Things that you might see in like Liquid Television, you know, a decade later after this. Mariscal like was in the earlier Raws that we were checking out.
What a page. What a page.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Tipped in to these issues of Raw, starting with issue number 2, are the various chapters of Mouse. And you get the sense, because like there's always a mouse in each one, so it's like they don't put out the next issue until Uncle Artie gets a fresh chapter done, so that they could tip it in. And this might be the piece that maybe this was printed in on their offsets and tipped in themselves.
Yeah, very possibly. Which might explain the size being kind of odd.
Sure.
Like that may be something that is like it wouldn't surprise me if this is a size that worked well in their press. Mm-hmm. And if you look, that's a quarter of this page.
Right.
So yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. A brilliant, I hate to say gimmick, but Mouse was getting critical acclaim, especially as the series progressed. And it's really interesting as a historical document that's where this was serialized and how it was serialized.
Totally, man. And probably with that first chapter, that it got some heat for sure. What's cool is it gives you a synopsis if you didn't get the last issue, and it describes everything that you read. And then I always love this stuff because even during Comic Book Confidential, the video interview with Spiegelman, it's all still forward projecting. It's going to be blah, 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 not it is.
Yeah.
So this is the second part of a projected 200 to 250 page work in progress. Future chapters will appear in Raw on an occasional basis as they are completed. And it is not occasional. Like, it's every issue. They basically hold off, which makes sense because, I mean, this is the reliable feature in every issue after 2. And everything else is kind of slapdashed. You know, they basically print the best stuff that they get in time for the deadline.
There's a really neat feature. I want to say it's in Comic Art Magazine where they go through and they show some of Francois's notebooks for these issues, because she would like make mock-ups of the issues, and it's just some of the most fabulous, like when you think of like the making and behind the scene and kind of an artist edition, really cool stuff to see like how they would put together an issue of this stuff.
A little Rick Geary feature.
He's a cartoonist that's been around.
Yeah, and he's another guy that would show up in the National Lampoon and show up in the Heavy Metal, of course. And it's just the oddest comics ever. Like this is. I really like his comics. One of my favorite comics ever is his Orson Welles War of the Worlds comic that was in Heavy Metal. It's a real good one where it plays the radio show. It's like a 4-pager.
I've never seen this.
It's the radio show, and it's everybody kind of going nuts. And then he has to do his mea culpa, and he does it on a railing, like a balcony at RKO Studios or wherever.
Yeah.
And he apologizes to everybody, and they're there with like pitchforks ready to kill him. And then they all drive off, and they're like, "Oh, he's not bad, not bad." And then what happens is antennas pop out, and then the RKO building is a spaceship that flies away. But this one, it's like very matter of fact. He's just drawing appliances, and he's talking about things to do and not do if you're a waitress. Like, just very...
And has done a ton of graphic novels of true crime.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think that those things at this point, like reissue those, put them in like a, 5 or 6 of those stories in one, because I think they're shorter. They're like maybe square bound, but not huge. Feels like now, there'd be a giant audience for that stuff. A little ahead of his time, maybe, with some of the work that he'd do.
Yeah. But this is definitely very abstract for what he does.
Makes you wonder if he's aiming for raw. Like if
I think
he had
everybody
talked to them,
is.
or somebody was like, "Hey, do you want to do a page?" And then you're trying to like, okay, what is raw?
Not do it right.
Yeah.
Not do it like Aristotle be damned. We're back to Sampaio and Munoz. And this lady is the lady that was talking with that drunk fella in the bar. Turns out she's a hoe.
Love her hair.
And they paid her a couple of dollars. You got the blonde and the brunette, right? So these guys are going to sit there and fucking beat their dicks.
Yeah.
Watching them chicks.
Sweaty brows.
Watching them chicks get busy. But don't forget, man, that this girl, she has baggage in the form of this drunk fella. Do you recognize this image? This image is in Understanding Comics.
I don't remember that.
Whenever it might even be that page, that 9-panel grid where it shows all these different artists: Carl Barks, Rob Liefeld, Robert Crumb. Munoz might be on that page, and it's this image right here. It's burnt into my brain.
Look at how like warped this is. It's not a beautiful woman. It's not your femme fatale, or not a classic approach to it. Like everything that they do has this filter of
perversion.
Yeah, something. Distortion. Nightmare.
Yeah, because like even look at the top-down view of this guy. Like, is that his nose or is that his nose?
Yeah, that's kind of a cool
So
thing.
ultimately our dudes are like, you got a little more baggage than necessary for us to like be paying you your OnlyFans subscription to do some lesbian shit for us. So let's go downstairs and fuck this dude up. See, they're buds already, man. And they go down and they mess up that little boyfriend. This is a cool stroke, dude, where dude has like a black suit on and there's a black background. So you just put the sort of white figures in front of that suit, or behind it in this case, and it sells the form of our foreground guy.
Yeah, it's really strong black and white illustration.
It gets abstract. I mean, he's kicking him in the head, and you can kind of tell, but you have to watch it a little bit. You have to look at that and deconstruct it. Let your brain do some work for a couple extra seconds.
I think it's a pretty neat way to handle a fight scene. Like we're so used to like the beautiful Frank Whiteley choreographed, perfect space composition. Everything is exact. It's like a work of art. But really, like a violent fight on the street like this, it's the opposite of that. But it's hard to draw that.
Right.
And it feel like they go for it.
So our guys are getting drunk together. One's like, yeah, you're right, man. There was a little too much work with these broads. The guy who I believe is to be, the guy in the pictures just fell asleep, which is extra perverse. Now we're going back to Joe's bar. Look at our guy all bandaged up, ready to go, man. And the fellas show up at the same spot, but the dude ain't doing nothing.
All these characters look so lived in.
Totally. It's the same guy. They're calling this chick a whore. like they're a couple.
I really like how he draws her hair.
Yeah.
It feels like a thick amount of hair on the top of her head.
And you recognize these lines even as like Frank Miller lines in a way, like when he's really got that hairy nib thing happening. That's established here.
Do you remember seeing Miller talk about Joe's bar or these creators?
Munoz? Yeah. Fuck yeah, definitely. Absolutely. In our the one that we did that you chose, man, the comics interview about Ronin, they call him Sampaio, like, cause
that's right. He gives like the wrong the writer the credit for the art.
Exactly. And Klaus Janson did that on our own shoot interview. He's like, yeah, me and Frank, like, we bonded over Sampaio. And it's like, well, you've bonded over Munoz, but like they were there, like it's just that little bit of ignorance. So ultimately here it is a hitman situation. It just so happened that he liked the guy and they bonded and they became friends. It is an interesting choice that, like, when the guy was dead drunk sleeping, he could have offed him, but he waited for like this kind of moment for no real reason, which adds to the coldness of our fella. Maybe Sampaio and Munoz, maybe they think that's just how it goes down in the NYC. Look at this artwork, dude.
It feels so rich.
It really does. And when you see something like this, you can't imagine that it's too penciled, like a lot done in the ink stage. And then these cars just totally, they're all so flat, but it's so graphic.
The profile of this car, just a
pretty much
trapezoid.
Huh? Pretty much.
Like those are straight lines. It shouldn't work.
Pretty much. And then here's another one of those crazy views, I guess top down on the head.
Right. Weird.
Just wild. Very distorted fisheye lens kind of stuff.
So there's an ad for Read Yourself Raw.
It's not quite yet. This is a term that they're using.
Oh, gotcha.
Just let you know that we do have books, no subscriptions. We got a gang of breakdowns that you can order. This would have been the collection of Art Spiegelman strips from the underground days collected into a bigger book. I have a reissue of this. This would be worthy of an episode. So you do have it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that would be worthy of an episode. And this is definitely Art Spiegelman artwork for whatever this is. Sold an ad for a little store in town. This is another piece of art. Maybe it's some of those guys that we looked at before. Actually, no, it's Drew Swart. But it really rings. It doesn't feel so Swartish,
right?
But it totally feels like the aesthetics of what animation becomes. Again, there are like these three examples in this book, like these kind of curves, the shoulder pads, the way they build the characters.
Is that like what even is that? It's sort of different than the strips, but I really like it. But it's strange. It's it doesn't have the treatment like with the artist name at the top.
No, yeah.
It's kind of a weird piece.
Yeah, I think this is like, like you build this part because you only have this much of Swart's work. Ben Catcher strip.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild one because there are things about it that it made it a kind of a tough read because of this part.
Yeah.
Like these feel kind of independent. Like it's a little all over the place.
He's a cartoonist I enjoy reading, but it's interesting to me to see because he's another one of those guys who a Ben Catcher strip today or a book, nobody else's stuff looks like his or reads like his. But I think to get there, you have to maybe do some stuff that everything doesn't work right, and you're working out this very original style and approach. And 81's pretty early for him.
He's built a great sort of side hustle, to use a gross term, of doing public readings of his stuff and creating like the PowerPoints that are like beautifully choreographed with his delivery.
That makes sense to me.
It erases the balloons and the balloons show up as needed, and it's so steeped in New York culture that like his voice is a part of it.
Yeah.
And his accent, his New York accent factors in. It's a if he's ever at a book show or a fair or something that you're a part of, do yourself a favor and make sure that you see him do one of his comic readings, because I fucking hate comic readings. I think it's the worst, and he's the one guy who can pull it off. We got a Charles Burns here. I don't know what this is, but it's these guys. They're pushing comics.
What's funny is I look at that and I think like, oh yeah, Chris Ware's gonna be along here shortly.
Yeah, but he's not. He's gonna be in that second volume. But doesn't that feel Tothian?
Yeah, it does.
We do have Charles Burns. I believe maybe his first appearance.
That's interesting too, because it's almost premature Charles Burns.
Absolutely, man. It is 1981. We don't know him to use very much zipatones or anything like that.
No.
The lines, he's got a thinner line everywhere, on the hands, on the faces and stuff. But it's still got the rigor. Like you don't see many human lines.
No, you
even
can
with
see
the backgrounds
certain motifs. Comics within comics. I feel like is part of something that he'll do throughout his career. I like seeing the mechanically set type.
Yeah.
Somehow I think that complements his style. Yeah, this is great. Love seeing some early Charles Burns.
Yeah, this will not be the last in this issue. We have some more collage work.
This is pretty interesting to me because Burns had messed around with this. I think a lot of artists may have played with this idea of like photo comics, photo collage, maybe doing photos and then working on top of them a little bit in other media. And that stuff pops up. Taboo reprints one of Charles Burns' pieces that I think was from the 70s. But I think a lot of artists were kind of like playing around with this.
Yeah. And you would see this exact kind of stuff, maybe even the same creator in Heavy Metal and National Lampoon.
Do you know what's going on here?
I didn't bother.
I am confused.
Yeah, I didn't bother. Capelli.
That feels very animated.
Totally, second by second, and it's all gags. But then we have strip one of Dog Boy basically. Dog Boy will become one of the sort of first gen alternative comic strips. Post underground newspapers, when the alternative papers start cropping up in every major metropolitan city, they started to employ comics into those pages, and the Charles Burns, Matt Groening with Life in Hell, Linda Berry with Ernie Pook's Comique. That's the trinity, man, of like the first crew that was really doing stuff. And we asked Charles Burns at TCAF one year, man. He came up to the table, and you know what year it was? It was right before that new Mad Max came out, because he was talking about how we saw the first Mad Max, and it blew his freaking mind. I asked him, like, because we had the reprints of Dog Boy and stuff, and that was what his strip was called. Even when it was serialized and other shit, I think it was still called Dog Boy, like on the masthead or something. And it was like, how did your stuff even work in those books? Because you get like a little block of space. How did that work? And he said that, like, I would just give him 4 panels. So I get, like, when you see the reprints, it's 6 panels. So, a page and a half would be the last tier of one page and the first part of another.
It's so bizarre. I can't imagine reading it that way. But conversely, I love his art in a way that, like, the probably Dada-like reading experience wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, totally. Like because, I mean, this even reads that way in a certain fashion. Like, if you just cut it off here, it would be a different statement. It would be this, like, pop culture iconography, perversion of clip art kind of. It's a whole different thing than, like, a cohesive narrative.
I wonder if he cut the color separations himself.
Somebody did.
Because these stripes are colored.
Oh, yeah, dude, look at them fingernails.
Imagine cutting those stripes out.
There is a part... I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. Because there is a part in the Comic Confidential documentary when Art Spiegelman is looking over Francois' shoulder and they're talking about stuff. And Spiegelman's like, oh, that would be too hard. I don't know that I could cut that. And Francois' like, I could do it. So they put in that effort.
That's a smart move on Spiegelman's part.
Right.
I don't think I can do
it. Yeah. And he was a teacher at the School of Visual Arts at this point in time. He did poach the best kids in his class who weren't, trying to, do superhero comics or whatever for the pages of Raw magazine. We're talking people like Drew Friedman. We're talking Kaz. We're talking Mark Newgarden and maybe a couple of others. He was a teacher there.
And they had a budget for marketing.
Yes, they did, man. So
smart guy.
It's not too far off from what the Francis Ford Coppola School of filmmaking, where the first thing that you do when you get a job is you buy the camera and then you rent it. You bill it to the studio. Or George Lucas, you create a special effects company and then bill it to the studio. Create a magazine, put an ad in there, bill it to the motherfucking school.
That's interesting too. Just thinking of how you make the business of these various ventures work.
Right.
And what can you borrow from, like, a filmmaker that's inventive in how they do creative budgeting and building their own studios. There's probably some lessons there that could be applied to making comics.
Yeah, man. So it's been a couple of years since we looked at an issue of Raw magazine. There are 8 total of the first volume. I think there are 3 or 4 of the second round. I don't have all of the second round. I have two issues. So hopefully, like I have 1 and 2, maybe. If you have 3, then we're in business. We're in business that way. But because these are so hard to find, and these are $100 books, if you're lucky, good fodder for the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel.
These are fantastic because of the influence that they have. You know, like it really changed the conversation about comics. You know, when other forces were at work too.
Totally.
Like comics are expanding, but Raw definitely contributed significantly to that. And I think at the time it was maybe not as obvious because a lot of cartoonists I think never saw this, but I think over time and the cartoonists that came out of Raw really have flourished in a way that is just broadened what comics are. I think a lot of it comes from Raw.
For the individual independent cartoonist, you had 2 polls for possible publication. You had Raw magazine, which is the, you know, avant-garde, far out, artsy fartsy shit. You had Weirdo, which was the gutter, crunchy, you know, vestige of the underground comics universe. Those were like the 2 options that you had. If you had a more slick aesthetic, you might show up in heavy metal if you put antennas on a guy's head or something like this, man. But there were few options. So this is definitely one of those avant-garde, advancing the guard. Is that not what avant-garde means? If you're good, I'm good, Jimmy.
Yes.
Kayfabers, we put videos out on the daily, and we looked at the first 2 issues of Raw magazine on the channel. You could go through the search box on the front of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel and easily search through the 1,300 plus videos that we have on the channel to date. Make sure you like, subscribe, and follow the channel while you're at it. Hit the drop down menu and make sure that you get notified whenever we put those new daily videos up. We have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon to help mitigate the kayfabe effect. If you're a King Kayfaber, you have access to the live stream that we are recording right this very minute, and you're able to get the cheapest copies of Raw magazine number 3 before these videos go out live to Gen Pop. So become a King Kayfaber, support the channel that way, and you get the vids before anybody. Jimmy and I are going to be at Baltimore Comic-Con September 8th, 9th, 10th. It's going to be your last chance to see us in person in 2023 out in Baltimore. Make sure you rock your kayfabe gear when you come out and see us. But the videos are ultimately brought to you by the books that we make. Before you is a good sample of our bibliography, but we're always working. So Jimmy, tell the people what the new shit is.
True Crime Funnies, my latest self-published comic, 3 nonfiction short stories in this one. I have sold out of the first printing, but more are on their way, should be here in time for Baltimore. If you can't wait, you can download a PDF on my website, jimrugg.com, or you can read it on patreon.com/jimrugg. Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live, back from the printers from Image Comics. This collects 8 complete stories of the homeless ninja on a skateboard. These are my superhero comics. If you guys like superhero action, Street Angel is the book to look for. There's a new Street Angel coming out in November, Street Angel Princess of Poverty. This will collect all of the Street Angel comics that I've done that are not in Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live, so you can start pre-ordering that one now to have a complete collection of Street Angel on your shelves. Hulk Grand Design, Treasury Edition. Love how this book turned out. Marvel did a great job on the production, one of the most things I'm most proud of that I've made. However, I think it's sold out, at least at the distribution level, which means you can still find some copies in a good comic shop. Hopefully pick those up if you haven't, because it's going to get scarce once a book's out of print. Who knows when you'll see it again at a reasonable price. And my young adult graphic novel, The Plain Jane's, perfect for that daughter, niece, young adult reader in your life. This is a gift book for all the viewers out there that are my age. You may want to buy this for someone a little younger in your life. Which I used to always try to do comics and graphic novels as gifts. So hopefully Plain Jane's is one of those perfect gifts for your upcoming holidays.
Oh, it's no doubt, man. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season, coming out in October, collecting all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out right now, plus 150 pages of material that was never published in those first 4 volumes. So this is the cheapest omnibus that money can buy, and it also has more extras than any omnibus you would ever get your hands on with Marvel or DC, whatever, man. Coming out in October. talk about gifts, man. The rap music fan in your life that doesn't know this exists, they're going to be fucking mind blown by this book. There's going to be an X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback. I need to go hit up Marvel to see if they got comp copies of that shit so that I can show it off on the channel. There are some out-of-print volumes of X-Men Grand Design, and this will be an opportunity to have a handy-dandy trade paperback that has all of X-Men Grand Design in there. Red Room is the current focus. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there in the wild, Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. Red Room Crypto Killers is my latest. It'll be 4 issues. That last issue is coming out within the next couple of weeks, I believe. And this issue 3 of Crypto Killers is important because I came up with a daily comic strip that I'm calling Switchblade Shorties, and the Latchkey Kids is the proto version of the Shorties. So this is the first appearance de facto of these daily comic strip characters. It's going to be a hot key once the inevitable book collections and comics come out from my daily strip, which I am serializing on my Patreon. These are not the only ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, but they are the most important ways. There are some other things you can do, and Jimmy will let you know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Hold that shit, Jimmy. There you go. There it is. Week's worth of vids, man.
Some good books in there.
Great books. Every video is a fucking banger. And good energy. Good energy. I was looking forward to this, Jimmy, in a big way. And you know what? I'm looking forward to our next session.
Always fun.
Let me
see the commercial.
Yeah, let me send you that.
As always, King Kayfabers, thank you for joining us. I really do enjoy having them in these sessions. It's another one of those. I feel like I can make a list of the happy accidents that have come out of this channel, and this is one of them.
Well, this is like the people in the chat room represent like the deepest like platoon. Like they're the closest to us. They're the ones that basically are our biggest supporters.
Yes.
So I'm definitely super appreciative.
Comic heads.
In the realest way.
Yeah.
In the realest way. So when there's something like, I guess what'll have to happen is when I travel, I might have to just do some streams.
Yeah.
For the channel and stuff like that, man. And I intend on doing some videos out there. But I didn't like not having regular videos up like for like 28 days. Here, I'll probably have to do it again.
Yeah, sorry, I have my phone.
Yeah, ain't no thing.
Yeah, I need to make a better effort of streaming as well through that.
Well, Jimmy, I think you should
come to Japan and stream with me.
Come out to Japan, dude, and make some episodes and bring your lady. Like,
I understand why that's waiting.
I could send it. I could send it to your text.
Like airplane mode is off.
Oh, you know what? Airplane mode is not off on mine.
Ah. You may have to resend it.
Mm-hmm. But at some point, Jimmy, you're gonna have to be out there with me.
Yeah.
And in that time, like we could use Kayfabe loot for that. You know what I'm saying?
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, you got to let me know because I want to get my trip soon.
Yeah, I'm not
this round
this year. Yeah, I may be in Florida for medical shit in December.
Yeah. I'm going to send it to your text.
Okay, try that. I don't know why that's not showing up. Because it doesn't show up. It's not showing up on my iPad either, which would be the thing if it was like
right
going to one of those devices.
Let's see if it's hitting your text. It's getting there. Bloop. What's happening?
Comic Fiends for sure. George Vega art. and Tall Matt definitely streams from Japan.
Yeah, dude.
Careful what you say here, Ed. I think they're gonna hold you to it.
Well, I'm gonna have buds out there, dude. Like Brian's coming out, and you guys love him on the channel. It'll show up in a minute. It'll show up soon. It's gotta like bounce off a satellite now, you know.
Jim can send this dude as my proxy. Hey, Ken King asks if we did the Michael Golden Artist Edition. No, but we will be doing it.
Here, we'll do some added content real quick. Let me just look outside to see if it's waiting. Because it was supposed to be here yesterday by 10 p.m. and then I got that delay, you know?
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, Ed is expecting the Michael Golden to arrive today. We were planning on doing it if it arrived by today, but I don't know if it showed up yet. But definitely that's a book we plan to look at. I'm super psyched for it.
Yeah, it's not here yet.
Yeah, Michael Golden original art, like hell yeah. What could be better than that?
So next week, like they put a reprint of Sandland out, the Akira Toriyama Tankobon. That's going to be an episode for sure. The Michael Golden. We should do the Klaus book as our reader, as our Sunday vid for next week, like the one that you edited up.
Yeah, are they ready for that?
I think so. Like she said, like September 1st. So like, what's August 16th or something? You know, like I don't want to be the last, man. I don't want to be last.
Yeah, I look forward to reading that again. That should be good.
But so it's like that, and I think there was like one other thing. Like I feel loaded and ready to go. You know, obviously Ronin 3 will be a thing. But I feel ready to go because like that Sandland. There's a Sandland movie coming out, that has CGI and shit. So like that might be why the reprint is out. We got a bunch of good stuff.
Yeah, there's no shortage of comics material.
Yeah.
I do wonder, like we did that live stream this morning, and it's like too much good stuff. I can remember doing a signing at Escape Pod Comics, and it's a really well-stocked shop, sort of like Copacetic, where like I'm walking around going, I don't know this book, I don't know this book, I don't know this book. And we kind of had a version of this conversation, and that was 3 or 4 years ago.
Right.
Where it's like, you can't complain about too much good stuff, but I do wonder, like, I don't know how shops manage it.
Me neither. And you know what? It's the bummer because I got that Sandland book off of Amazon. I saw that it was suggested to me on Amazon, and I'm like, what, $10? Because it was expensive. What, $10? And I went to the stores, and the stores don't have it, so I just got it that way. Because they ain't up on shit. It's 2 guys, 3 guys maybe, if you're lucky. There's finite brick and mortar space.
I talked to one shop owner, and I'll keep him anonymous, but he was talking about not really stocking manga and graphic novels. Like his focus was comic books, and it was because he couldn't compete with the bookstores that had that stuff in there in volume. Yeah. And he's like, you know, if something doesn't hit, those bookstores can mark that down,
right? Which
really just crushes him.
Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting. It's a weird, man. I don't know how shops do it.
No.
And they vary so much from shop to shop and whatnot. And I guess they just really got to know their clientele. But there's so much content for a shop to sort of be up on and aware of.
And the best shops do so much more than, like, they have such community outreach within their neighborhoods and cities and stuff like that.
True
and
too.
That's just like a whole nother extra kettle of fish that is required. Like you have the old fucking neckbeard, like, you know, comic book guy Simpsons dudes who are like, but that's too much extra work. And it's like, well, guess what? Other people are going to eat your lunch. You know, the guy in your town who's willing to do that is going to destroy you. Like,
they're real business people.
Yeah.
That are running these successful shops. Because, like, I know one shop where the guy was, like, in local government after he had run the shop for a while, but just in the cycle of, like, being part of the community, before long now, he's, like, you know, sitting on a board or sitting on the... I don't even know what his position was, but it was an elected position. Yeah. It was a local government elected position because it's like, yes, it's a small business owner that's been here for 20 years and is connected to everybody here. So, yeah, it is interesting how those successful shops operate. and that bigger picture of how they're positioned within the community, not the comics community, but the community that they're actually living in.
Exactly. Yeah, and
it's fascinating.
And it has many shapes. It has it's guys giving boatloads of books to the hospitals, to the library. Like Bill Boy Shell in our town, outlier of bringing comics into the library system in town. Like and you know he ain't no dummy. Like all them shits have a fucking copacetic sticker on the back.
Yeah, it's amazing. And there's a community of comic book readers that have come through our library system.
Absolutely.
Like, those are big lenders. A lot of popular content there. I think the Beguiling might have been involved in libraries in Canada or in Toronto.
They were
it was or whatever.
It was a part of their business, man, where they were set up, and like these libraries had a budget, and that budget was basically given to the Beguiling to do with what they saw fit. The interesting thing about something like that is what are the metrics of success? Like I guess it doesn't matter for the library, like because like.
Well, I mean, they track everything, you know, so they can look and be like, oh yeah, we do good with, you know, fill in the blank, whatever book or series or manga or young adult. I got to be pretty friendly with my library in Shaler, which is a Carnegie library, so you know you can interlibrary loan, which is great because I can walk there.
Yeah.
But at one point they approached me about doing their book order, their graphic novel orders, and I thought about it long and hard, and it was right before COVID, and so it kind of went away. But I thought long and hard about it. I don't know that I'd be qualified for it, but you know, just in the course of conversation with the librarian, it's not like they, you know, they're running a whole freaking library, like every book. So I don't know who's qualified for it. It's tough, and you got to get the person
qualified than them.
Yeah, you got to get the person who's going to be able to build that collection in a way that now you've got people. They're kind of like saying, "Hey, are you going to get this book? Or I love this, or this is the one that's checked out all the time. Can we get multiple copies?" It's interesting to me that like that. That's become a big ecosystem for comics and graphic novels.
Absolutely. Like the kids who come into the game and are cartoonists, who didn't read comics before they were 19 years old and stuff. Like that's where they're finding the shit. And people broke, man. Like these shits could be expensive.
They are also space. Like I used to get stuff like new graphic novels out where it was like, you know what, I'll read it and I'll take it back to the library. Yeah. You know, there's lots of reasons to use a library if you have a decent one that can get the books you want. Yeah. It's a very nice luxury.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and there's so much stuff that I could part with here.
Are you getting to that point? Like, is that something that's going to have to happen?
I just never thought about it, but like some of the stuff I was given, and it's like, you know, I don't care about that.
Yeah, I have, you know, I think everybody that has a collection has some of that stuff, but
everything I've given away, I've regretted, but I've never given anything away that was just kind of given to me, you know. Like I gave away my Warren spirits. Like why would I do something like that? But like I had them as like the issues. And I'm like, well, I don't need double. It's space, and it's like, well, I have them all in this consecutive order, and some of them are colored. It's like real dumb move.
It is tough though. I mean, realistically, I don't like imagine moving your collection out of this space right now.
It ain't happening.
Another book. It would be almost impossible.
I wouldn't do it myself. I would pay money. Like I would not hold this shit, man.
It'd be really funny to have like the movers come in and give you an estimate on this because it's got to be the heaviest stuff.
Yeah.
Like, except maybe a library or a record collector. This is like the heaviest material. I can't even imagine the number of boxes and things that you would haul out of here if you were going to pack this up.
Just doing the stuff that I did this past week in the other room, because guys, you don't even understand, like all the stuff that was sent, it just accumulated so much, and I was just like, I had no time in my life to sort it or anything, just busy with that daily strip, like all that shit. And just for like mental health reasons, man, I was like, I'm just gonna fucking kind of work on it because I know that I'm gonna exhaust a lot of nervous energy, and boy, pretty exhausting.
Yeah, I need to get in better control of that, like doing like, I don't know, an hour a night or something to like cleaning up, because my spot's gotten pretty out of control.
Yeah. Anyhow,
once again, hard to complain about too much good comics.
That's it. That's it, man.
I'd like to go back in time and try to explain to my 12-year-old self, listen, you're going to have a problem in the future. Roomfuls of good comics. More than you can read.
I think about little Ed sometimes, and it's like, yeah, you grew up to be like who you said you were, because with the video games, I have every Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Genesis, Sega, TurboGrafx, PlayStation.
It'd be young
N64.
you being
Exactly.
like, I gotta be 40. I gotta get there. I can't wait.
but then like at least with like digital and stuff, every Marvel comic to like 1998 or 2008.
It's incredible what's out there like that.
Yeah. So it's like just have access to it all, and that's what separates the champs from the chumps, because with every like all that shit. So like I got like every rap record and stuff. So you make the hip hop comic. You do something with it. You got to like mine the materials and do something with it. So you have access to all those comics. Fucking share it. Do a YouTube share. So it's not just a consumption.
That has been one of the nice features of this channel, is being able to be like, yeah, this book that I like, it's not just me.
We talked about that.
Let's spread this around.
We talked about that part literally for a couple of years of like, I have this cool collection. I don't know what to do with it. And like, in terms of like that sharing thing, like what do you do with it? And we were thinking so small of like blogs or something, like when blogs were dead already, pretty much, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, this is clearly the way to do it, because and the publishers are hip, because like us going through the books, I remember the first couple times of doing it, we're like, well, this is like, is this a copyright thing? Like, but it's kind of like Twitch for books, where you're just talking shit. It's like, if somebody's going to take the time to pause and read that, there's no way in the universe that they were ever going to go out and buy it.
Right.
There's just no way. If you're going to like squint your eyes and choose that uncool of a way to read something, you're a cheap fuck who is never going to buy the book.
There's also the thing, like when you visit a cartoonist somewhere and like you're in their space, and then it's like, okay, let's look at your shelves. Let's look at what's in the boxes and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, that's such the fun part of having a collection.
Totally.
Is when you can show it to somebody.
Yeah.
And you don't always get to, I don't know the last cartoonist that's come by my house. Like, it's,
right.
You're so limited geographically. This definitely gets around that limit.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Well, I should probably get home and start editing for all you guys.
Yep.
But thanks again, as always, for being here, and have a great weekend.
We'll see you next week. I think Jimmy, if you're still a 5 a.m. dude, like I feel like we're gonna be on that early schedule for a good clip.
Yeah, that's we're the whole house is getting back on 5 a.m. Natalie's heading back to work, so
yeah, I'm
back on the schedule Monday.
I'm back on the 5 a.m.er myself, man. So take care, guys, and throughout the day, we'll be posting stuff up on the Patreon.